Welcome to Classic Detective Mysteries. In today's story, The $1,000,000 Mystery by Harold MacGrath, we are taken into the world of suspense and intrigue, where a fortune worth $1,000,000 is at the center of a dangerous game. As the mystery unfolds, we follow the twists and turns of a plot that will keep you guessing until the very end. Join us as we dive into this thrilling adventure and uncover secrets hidden beneath the surface. Chapter 1. There are few things darker than a country road at night, particularly if one does not know the lay of the land. It is not difficult to traverse a known path. No matter how dark it is, one is able to find the way by the aid of a mental photograph taken in the daytime. But supposing you have never been over the road in the daytime, that you know nothing whatever of its topography, where it dips or rises, where it narrows or forks. You find yourself in the same unhappy state of mind as a blind man suddenly thrust into a strange house. One black night, along a certain country road in the heart of New Jersey in the days when the only good roads were city thoroughfares and country highways were routes to limbo, a carriage went forward cautiously. From time to time it careened like a blunt-nosed barge in a beam sea. The wheels and springs voiced their anguish continually, for it was a good carriage, unaccustomed to such ruts and hummocks. "Faster, faster," came a muffled voice from the interior. "Sir, I dare not drive any faster," replied the coachman. "I can't see the horses' heads, sir, let alone the road. I've blown out the lamps, but I can't see the road any better for that. Let the horses have their heads, they'll find the way. It can't be much farther. You'll see lights." The coachman swore in his teeth. All right. This man who was in such a hurry would probably send them all into the ditch. Save for the few stars above, he might have been driving Beelzebub's coach in the bottomless pit. Black velvet, everywhere black velvet. A wind was blowing, and yet the blackness was so thick that it gave the coachman the sensation of mild suffocation. By and by, through the trees, he saw a flicker of light. It might or might not be the destination. He cracked his whip recklessly and the carriage lurched on two wheels. The man in the carriage balanced himself carefully, so that the bundle in his arms should not be unduly disturbed. His arms ached. He stuck his head out of the window. "That's the place," he said, "and when you drive up, make as little noise as you can." "Yes, sir," called down the driver. When the carriage drew up at its journey's end, the man inside jumped out and hastened toward the gates. He scrutinized the sign on one of the posts. This was the place. Miss Farlow's private school. The bundle in his arms stirred, and he hurried up the path to the door of the house. He seized the ancient knocker and struck several times. He then placed the bundle on the steps and ran back to the waiting carriage into which he stepped. "Off with you." "That's a good word, sir. Maybe we can make your train. Do you think you could find this place again?" "You couldn't get me on this pike again, sir. For 1,000, not me." The door slammed and the unknown sank back against the cushions. He took out his handkerchief and wiped the damp perspiration from his forehead. The big burden was off his mind. Whatever happened in the future, they would never be able to get him through his heart. So much for the folly of his youth. It was 10:15. Miss Susan Farlow had just returned to the reception room from her nightly tour of the upper halls to see if all her charges were in bed, where the rules of the school confined them after 9:30. It was at this moment that she heard the thunderous knocking at the door. The old maid felt her heart stop beating for a moment. Who could it be at this time of night? Then the thought came swiftly that perhaps the parent of some one of her charges was ill, and this was the summons. Stilling her fears, she went resolutely to the door and opened it. "Who is it?" she called. No one answered. She cupped her hand to her ear. She could hear the clatter of horses dimly. "Well!" she exclaimed, rather angrily too. She was in the act of closing the door when the light from the hall discovered to her the bundle on the steps. She stooped and touched it. "Good heavens, it's a child!" She picked the bundle up. A whimper came from it, a tired little whimper of protest. She ran back to the reception room. A foundling, and on her doorstep. It was incredible. What in the world should she do? It would create a scandal and hurt the prestige of the school. Someone had mistaken her select private school for a farmhouse. It was frightful. Then she unwrapped the child. It was about a year old, dimpled and golden-haired. A thumb was in its rosebud mouth, and its blue eyes looked up trustfully into her own. "Why, you cherub!" cried the old maid, a strange turmoil in her heart. She caught the child to her breast, and then for the first time noticed the thick envelope pinned to the child's cloak. She put the baby into a chair and broke open the envelope. "Name this child Florence Gray. I will send annually a liberal sum for her support and reclaim her on her 18th birthday. The other half of the enclosed bracelet will identify me. Treat the girl well, for I shall watch over her in secret." Into the fixed routine of her humdrum life had come a mystery, a tantalizing, fascinating mystery. She had read of foundlings left on doorsteps, from paper-covered novels confiscated from her pupils, but that one should be placed upon her own respectable doorstep. Suddenly, she smiled down at the child, and the child smiled back. And there was nothing more to be done, except to bow before the decrees of fate. Like all prim old maids, her heart was full of unrequited romance, and here was something she might spend its floods upon without let or hindrance. Already she was hoping that the man or woman who had left it might never come back. The child grew. Regularly each year, upon a certain date, Miss Farlow received a registered letter with money. These letters came from all parts of the world, always the same sum, always the same line, "I am watching." Thus 17 years passed, and to Susan Farlow each year seemed shorter than the one before, for she loved the child with all her heart. She had not trained young girls all these years without becoming adept in the art of reading the true signs of breeding. There was no ordinary blood in Florence. The fact was emphasized by her exquisite face, her small hands and feet, her spirit and gentleness. And now, at any day, someone with a broken bracelet might come for her. As the days went on, the heart of Susan Farlow grew heavy. "Never mind, Auntie," said Florence. "I shall always come back to see you." She meant it, poor child, but how was she to know the terrors which lay beyond the horizon? The house of Stanley Hargreav, in Riverdale, was the house of no ordinary rich man. Outside it was simple enough, but within you learned what kind of a man Hargreav was. There were rare Ispahans and saruks on the floors and tapestries on the walls, and here and there a fine painting. The library itself represented a fortune. Money had been laid out lavishly, but never wastefully. It was the home of a scholar, a dreamer, a wide traveller. In the library stood the master of the house, idly fingering some papers which lay on the study table. He shrugged at some unpleasant thought, settled his overcoat about his shoulders, took up his hat, and walked from the room, frowning slightly. The butler, who also acted in the capacity of valet and was always within call when his master was about, stepped swiftly to the hall door and opened it. "I may be out late, Jones," said Hargreav. "Yes, sir." Hargreav stared into his face keenly, as if trying to pierce the grave face to learn what was going on behind it. "How long have you been with me?" 14 years, sir." "Some day I shall need you." "My life has always been at your disposal, sir, since that night you rescued me. Well, I haven't the least doubt that when I ask you will give." "Without question, sir. It was always so understood." Hargreav's glance sought the mirror, then the smileless face of his man. He laughed, but the sound conveyed no sense of mirth. Then he turned and went down the steps slowly, like a man burdened with some thought which was not altogether to his liking. He had sent an order for his car, but had immediately countermanded it. He would walk till he grew tired, hail a taxicab, and take a run up and down Broadway. The wonderful illumination might prove diverting. For 18 years nearly, and now it was as natural for him to throw a glance over his shoulder whenever he left the house as it was for him to breathe. The average man would have grown careless during all these years, but Hargreav was not an average man. He was, rather, an extraordinary individual. It was his life in exchange for eternal vigilance. and he knew and accepted the fact. Half an hour later he got into a taxicab and directed the man to drive downtown as far as 23rd Street and back to Columbus Circle. The bewildering display of lights, however, in no wise served to lift the sense of oppression that had weighed upon him all day. South of 42nd Street, he dismissed the taxicab and stared undecidedly at the brilliant sign of a famous restaurant. He was neither hungry nor thirsty, but there would be strange faces to study and music. It was an odd whim. He had not entered a Broadway restaurant in all these years. He was unknown. He belonged to no clubs. 2 months was the longest time he had ever remained in New York since the disposal of his old home in Madison Avenue and his resignation from his clubs. This once, then, he would break the law he had written down for himself. Boldly he entered the restaurant. Some time before Hargreav surrendered to the restless spirit of rebellion, bitterly to repent for it later, there came into this restaurant a man and a woman. They were both evidently well known, for the head waiter was obsequious and hurried them over to the best table he had left and took the order himself. The man possessed a keen, intelligent face. You might have marked him for a successful lawyer, for there was an earnestness about his expression which precluded a life of idleness. His age might have been anywhere between 40 and 50. The shoulders were broad, and the hands which lay clasped upon the table were slim but muscular. Indeed, everything about him suggested hidden strength and vitality. His companion was small, handsome, and animated. Her frequent gestures and mutable eyebrows betrayed her foreign birth. Her age was a matter of importance to no one but herself. They were at coffee when she said, "There's a young man coming toward us. He is looking at you." The man turned. Instantly his face lighted up with a friendly smile of recognition. "Who is it?" she asked. "A chap worth knowing, a reporter just a little out of the ordinary. I'm going to introduce him. You never can tell. We might need him some day. Ah, Norton, how are you?" "Good evening, Mr. Brain." The reporter, catching sight of a pair of dazzling eyes, hesitated. "The Countess Perigoff, Norton. You're in no hurry, are you?" "Not now," smiled the reporter. "Ah," said the Countess, interested. It was the old compliment, said in an unusual way. It pleased her. The reporter sank into a chair. When inactive, he was rather a dreamy-eyed sort of chap. He possessed that rare accomplishment of talking upon one subject and thinking upon another at the same time. So, while he talked gaily with the young woman on varied themes, his thoughts were busy speculating upon her companion. He was quite certain that the name Brain was assumed, but he was also equally certain that the man carried an extraordinary brain under his thatch of salt and pepper hair. The man had written 3 or 4 brilliant monographs on poisons and the uses of radium, and it was through and by these that the reporter had managed to pick up his acquaintance. He lived well, but inconspicuously. Suddenly the pupils of Brain's eyes narrowed, the eye became cold. Over the smoke of his cigarette he was looking into the wall mirror. A man had passed behind him and sat down at the next table. Still gazing into the mirror, Brain saw Norton wave his hand, saw also the open wonder on the reporter's pleasant face. "Who is your friend, Norton?" Brain asked indifferently, his head still unturned. "Stanley Hargreav. Met him in Hong Kong when I was sent over to handle a part of the revolution. War correspondent stuff. First time I ever ran across him on Broadway at night. We've since had some powwows over some rare books. Queer old cock, brave as a lion but as quiet as a mouse. Bookish, eh? My kind, bring him over." Underneath the table, Brain maneuvered to touch the foot of the Countess. "I don't know," said the reporter dubiously. "He might say no, and that would embarrass the whole lot of us. He's a bit of a hermit. I'm surprised to see him here." "Try," urged the Countess. "I like to meet men who are hermits. I haven't the least doubt about that," the reporter laughed. "I'll try, but don't blame me if I'm rebuffed." He left the table with evident reluctance and approached Hargreav. The two shook hands cordially, for the elder man was rather fond of this medley of information known as Jim Norton. "Sit down, boy, sit down. You're just the kind of a man I've been wanting to talk to tonight. Wouldn't you rather talk to a pretty woman? I'm an old man. Bah! That's a hypocritical bluff, and you know it. My friends at the next table have asked me to bring you over. I do not usually care to meet strangers. Make an exception this once, said the reporter, who had seen Brain's eyes change and was curious to know why the appearance of Hargreav in the mirror had brought about that metally gleam. Here were two unique men. He desired to see them face to face. This once. My fault. I ought not to be here. I feel out of place. What a life, though, you reporters lead. To meet kings and presidents and great financiers, socialists and anarchists, the whole scale of life, and to slap these people on the back as if they were everyday friends. Now you're making fun of me. For one king, there are always 20 thick brogans ready to kick me down the steps, don't forget that. Hargreav laughed. Come then, let us get it over with. The introductions were made. Norton felt rather chagrined. As far as he could see, the two men were total strangers. Well, it was all in the game. 9 out of 10 opportunities for the big story were fake alarms, but he was always willing to risk the labor these 9 entailed for the sake of the 10th. At length Brain glanced at his watch, and the Countess nodded. Adieu was said. Inside the taxicab, Brain leaned back with a deep, audible sigh. What is it? She asked. The luck of the devil's own, he said. Child of the steppes, for years I've flown about seas and continents, through valleys and over mountains. For what? For the sight of the face of that man we have just left. At first glance I wasn't sure, but the sound of his voice was enough. Olga, the next time you see that reporter, throw your arms around his neck and kiss him. What did I tell you? Without Norton's help I would not have been sure. I'm going to leave you at your apartment. The man of the Black 100, she whispered. The man who deserted and defied the Black 100, who broke his vows and never paid a kopeck for the privilege. The man who had been appointed for the supreme work and who ran away. In those days we needed men of his stamp, and to accomplish this end. There was a woman, she interrupted, with a touch of bitterness. Always the woman, and she was as clever and handsome as you are. Thanks, sometimes. Ah, yes, ironically. Sometimes you wish you could settle down, marry and have a family. Your domesticity would last about a month. She made no retort because she recognized the truth of this statement. There's an emerald I know of, he said ruminatively. It's quite possible that you may be wearing it within a few days. I am mad over them. There is something in the green stone that fascinates me. I can't resist it. That's because somewhere in the far past, your ancestors were Orientals. Here we are. I'll see you tomorrow. I must hurry. Good night. She stood on the curb for a moment and watched the taxicab as it whirled around a corner. The man held her with a fascination more terrible than any jewel. She knew him to be a great and daring rogue, cunning, patient, fearless. Packed away in that mind of his there were 1,000 accomplished deeds which had roused futilely the police of 2 continents. Brain! She could have laughed. The very name he had chosen was an insolence directed at society. The subject of her thoughts soon arrived at his destination. A flight of stairs carried him into a dimly lighted hall, smelling evilly of escaping gas. He donned a black mask and struck the door with a series of light blows. 2, then 1, then 3, and again 1. The door opened and he slipped inside. Round a table sat several men, also masked. They were all tried and trusted rogues, but not one of them knew what Brain looked like. He alone remained unknown save to the man designated as the chief, who was only Brain's lieutenant. The mask was the insignia of the Black 100, an organization with all the ramifications of the Camorra, without their abiding stupidity. From the assassination of a king down to the robbery of a country post office, nothing was too great or too small for their nets. Their god dwells in the hearts of all men and is called greed. The ordinary business over, the chief dismissed the men, and he and Brain alone remained. Vroon, I have found him, said Brain. There are but few. Which one? 18 years ago in St. Petersburg. I remember. The millionaire's son. Did he recognize you? I don't know, probably he did, but he always had good nerves. He is being followed at this moment. We shall strike quick, for if he recognized me, he will act quick. He is cool and brave. You remember how he braved us that night in Russia, jumped boldly through the window at the risk of breaking his neck. He landed safely, that is the only reason he eluded us. Millions. And they slipped through our fingers. If I could only find some route to his heart. The lure we held out to him is dead. Or in the fortress, which is the same thing. What are your plans? I have in mind something like this. And Hargreav was working out his plans too, and he was just as much of a general as Brain. He sat at his library table, the maxillary muscles of his jaws working. So they had found him? Well, he had broken the law of his own making, and he must suffer the consequences. Brain, who was Menshikov in Russia, Schwartz in Germany, Mendoza in Spain, Cartucci in Italy, and Dubois in France. So the rogue had found him out? Poor fool that he had been. High-spirited, full of those youthful dreams of doing good in the world, he had joined what he had believed a great secret socialistic movement, to learn that he had been trapped by a band of brilliant thieves, kidnappers and assassins for hire, the Black Hundred, fiends from Tophet. For nearly 18 years he had eluded them, for he knew that directly or indirectly they would never cease to hunt for him, and an idle whim had toppled him into their clutches. He wrote several letters feverishly. The last was addressed to Miss Susan Farlow and read, "Dear Madam, send Florence Gray to New York to arrive here Friday morning. My half of the bracelet will be identification. Enclosed find cash to square accounts." He would get together all his available funds, recover his child, and fly to the ends of the world. He would tire them out. They would find that the peaceful dog was a bad animal to rouse. He rang for the faithful Jones. "Jones, they have found me," he said simply. "You will need me then?" "Quite possible. Please mail these and then we'll talk it over. No doubt someone is watching outside. Be careful." "Very good, sir." Hargreav bowed his head in his hands. Many times he had journeyed to the school and hung about the gates, straining his eyes toward the merry groups of young girls, which among them was his, heart of his heart, blood of his blood. That she might never be drawn into this abominable tangle, he had resolutely torn her out of his life completely. The happiness of watching the child grow into girlhood he had denied himself. She at least would be safe. Only when she was safe in a far country would he dare tell her. He tried in vain to conjure up a picture of her. He always saw the mother whom he had loved and hated with all the ardor of his youth. Many things happened the next day. There was a visit to the hangar of one William Orts, the aviator, famous for his daredevil exploits. There were 2 visitors, in fact, and the second visitor was knocked down for his pains. He had tried to bribe Orts. There were several excited bankers who protested against such large withdrawals without the usual formal announcement. But a check was a check, and they had to pay. Hargreav covered a good deal of ground, but during all this time his right hand never left the automatic in his overcoat pocket, except at those moments when he was obliged to sign his checks. He would shoot and make inquiries afterward. Far away, a young girl and her companion got on the train which was to carry her to New York, the great dream city she was always longing to see, and the spider wove his web. Hargreav reached home at night. He put the money in the safe and was telephoning when Jones entered and handed his master an unstamped note. "Where did you get this?" "At the door, sir. I judge that the house is surrounded." Hargreav read the note. It stated briefly that all his movements during the day had been noted. It was known that he had collected $1 million in paper money. If he surrendered this, he would be allowed 24 hours before the real chase began. Otherwise, he should die before midnight. Hargreav crushed the note in his hand. They might kill him. There was a chance of their accomplishing that. But never should they touch his daughter's fortune. "Jones, you go to the rear door and I'll take a look out of the front. We have an hour. I know the breed. They'll wait till midnight and then force their way in." Hargreav saw a dozen shadows in the front yard. Men all about the backyard. whispered Jones down the hall. The master eyed the man. "Very well, sir," replied the latter with understanding. "I am ready." The master went to the safe, emptied it of its contents, crossed the hall to the bedroom, and closed the door softly behind him, Jones having entered the same room through another door to befool any possible watcher. After a long while, perhaps an hour, the two men emerged from the room from the same doors they had entered. So whispered the watcher to his friends below, "Hargreav is going upstairs. Let him go. Let him take a look at us from the upper windows. He will understand that nothing but wings will save him." Silence. By and by a watcher reported that he heard the scuttle of the roof rattle. "Look!" another cried, startled. A bluish glare came from the roof. "He's shooting off a Roman candle." They never saw the man-made bird till it alighted upon the roof. They never thought of shooting at it until it had taken wing. Then they rushed the doors of the house. They made short work of Jones, whom they tied up like a Christmas fowl and plumped roughly into a chair. They broke open the safe to find it empty. And while the rogues were rummaging about the room, venting their spite upon many a treasure they could neither appreciate nor understand, a man from the outside burst in. "The old man is dead and the money is at the bottom of the ocean. We punctured her. She's gone." A thin, inscrutable smile stirred the lips of the man bound in the chair. Chapter 2. Vroon faced Hargreav's butler somberly. The one reason why Brain made this man his lieutenant was because Vroon always followed the letter of his instructions to the final period. He never sidestepped or added any frills or innovations of his own, and because of this very automatism, he rarely blundered into a trap. If he failed, it was for the simple fact that the mastermind had overlooked some essential detail. The organization of the Black Hundred was almost totally unknown to either the public or the police. It is only when you fail that you are found out. "The patrolman has been trussed up like you," began Vroon. "If they find him, they will probably find you. But before that you will grow thirsty and hungry. Where did your master put that money?" "He carried it with him. Why didn't you call for help?" "The houses on either side are too far away. I might yell till doomsday without being heard. They will have heard the pistol shots, but Mr. Hargreav was always practicing in the backyard. The people in those two houses have been called out of town. The servants are off for the night." "Very interesting," replied Jones, staring at the rug. "Your master is dead." Jones's chin sank upon his breast. His heart was heavy, heavier than it had ever been before. "Your master left a will?" "Indeed, I could not say." "We can say. He has still 3 or 4 millions in stocks and bonds. What he took to the bottom of the sea with him was his available cash. I know nothing about his finances. I was his butler and valet." Vroon nodded. "Come, men, it is time we took ourselves off. Put things in order, close the safe. You poor jackals. I always have to watch you for outbreaks of vandalism. Off with you." He was the last to leave. He stared long and searchingly at Jones, who felt the burning gaze but refused to meet it, lest the plotter see the fire in his. The door closed. For fully an hour Jones listened but did not stir. They were really gone. He pressed his feet to the floor and began to hitch the chair toward the table. Halfway across the intervening space he crumpled in the chair, almost completely exhausted. He let a quarter of an hour pass, then made the final attack upon the remaining distance. He succeeded in reaching the desk, but he could not have stirred an inch farther. The hair on his head was damp with sweat, and his hands were clammy. When he felt strength returning, he lifted the telephone off the hook with his teeth. Central. Call the police to come to this number at once. Hargreav's house, Riverdale. Tell them to break in." After what seemed an age of waiting to the exhausted prisoner, with crashing and smashing of doors, the police appeared in the room. "Where's your gag?" demanded the first officer to reach Jones's side. "There wasn't any." "Then why didn't you yell for help?" "The thieves lured our neighbors away from town. The patrolman who walks this beat is bound and gagged, and is probably reposing back of the billboard in the next block. Murphy, you watch this man while I make a call on the neighbors. said the officer, who seemed to be an authority. When he returned, he was frowning seriously. "We'd better telephone to the precinct to search for Dennison. There's nobody at home in either house, and there's nobody back of the billboards. Untie the man." When this was done, the officer said, "Now, tell us what's happened, and don't forget any of the details." Jones told a simple and convincing story. It was so simple and convincing that the police believed it without question. "Well, if that ain't the limit, did you hear any autos outside?" "I don't recollect," said Jones, stretching his legs gratefully. "Why?" "The auto bandits held up a bank messenger today and got away with 20,000. Whenever a man draws down a big sum, they seem to know about it, and say, 'Murphy, call up and have the river police look out for a newfangled airship. Your master may have been rescued,'" turning to Jones. "If I were only sure of that, sir." When the police took themselves off, Jones proceeded to act upon those plans laid down by Hargreav early that night. When this was done, he sought his bed and fell asleep, the sleep of the exhausted. When Hargreav picked up Jones to share his fortunes, he had put his trust in no ordinary man. A dozen reporters trooped out to the Hargreav home, only to find it deserted. And while they were ringing bells and tapping windows, the man they sought was tramping up and down the platform of the railway station. Through all this time, Norton, the reporter, Hargreav's only friend, slept the sleep of the just and unjust. He rarely opened his eyes before noon. Group after group of passengers Jones eyed eagerly. Often, just as he was in the act of approaching a couple of young women, some man would hurry up, and there would be kisses or handshakes. At length the crowd thinned, and then it was that he discovered a young girl, perhaps 18, accompanied by a young woman in the early 30s. They had the appearance of eagerly awaiting someone. Jones stepped forward with a good deal of diffidence. "You are waiting for someone?" "Yes," said the elder woman coldly. "A broken bracelet." The distrust on both faces vanished instantly. The young girl's face brightened. Her eyes sparkled with suppressed excitement. "You are my father?" "No, miss," very gravely. "I am the butler." "Let me see your part of the bracelet," said the young girl's guardian, a teacher who had been assigned to this delicate task by Miss Farlow, who could not bring herself to say goodbye to Florence anywhere except at the school gates. The halves were produced and examined. "I believe we may trust him, Florence. Let us hurry to the taxicab. We must not stand here." "My mother. She is dead. I believe she died shortly after your birth. I have been with your father but 14 years. I know but little of his life prior to that. Why did he leave me all these years without ever coming to see me? Why? It is not for me, Miss Florence, to inquire into your father's act, but I do know that whatever he did was meant for the best. Your welfare was everything to him." "It is all very strange," said the girl, bewilderedly. "Why didn't he come to meet me instead of you?" Jones stared at his hands miserably. "Why?" she demanded. "I have thought of him. He has hurt me with all this neglect. I expected to see him at the station, to throw my arms around his neck and forgive him." Tears swam in her eyes as she spoke. "Everything will be explained to you when we reach the house. But always remember this, Miss Florence, you were everything in this wide world to your father. You will never know the misery and loneliness he suffered, that you might not have 1 hour of unrest. What are your plans?" he asked abruptly of the teacher from Miss Farlow's. "That depends," she answered, laying her hand protectingly over the girl's. "You could leave Miss Farlow's on the moment." "Yes." "Then you will stay and be Miss Florence's companion." "Gladly. What is my father's name?" "Hargreav, Stanley Hargreav." The girl's eyes widened in terror. Suddenly she burst into a wild frenzy of sobbing, her head against the shoulder of her erstwhile teacher. Jones appeared visibly shocked. "What is it?" "We read the story in the newspaper," said the elder woman, her own eyes filling with tears. "The poor child, to have all her castles in air tumbled down like this. But what authority have you to engage me?" "Sensibly." Jones produced a document, duly signed by Hargreav, and witnessed and sealed by a notary, in which it was set forth that Henry Jones, butler and valet to Stanley Hargreav, had full powers of attorney in the event of his Hargreav's disappearance, in the event of his death, till Florence became of legal age. Said Jones as he put the document back in his pocket, "What is your name?" "Susan Wayne. Do you love this child?" "With all my heart." "The poor unhappy babe." "Thank you." Inside the home, he conducted them through the various rooms, at the same time telling them what had taken place during the preceding night. "They have not found his body?" asked Florence. "My poor father." "No. Then he may be alive." "Please God that he may," said the butler with genuine piety, for he had loved the man who had gone forth into the night so bravely and so strangely. "This is your room. Your father spent many happy hours here preparing it for you." Tears came into the girl's eyes again, and discreetly Jones left the two alone. "What shall I do, Susan? Whatever shall I do?" "Be brave as you always are. I will never leave you till you find your father." Florence kissed her fervently. "What is your opinion of the butler?" "I think we may both trust him absolutely." Then Florence began exploring the house. Susan followed her closely. Florence peered behind the mirrors, the pictures, in the drawers of the desk, in the bookcases. "What are you hunting for, child?" "A photograph of father." But she found none. More, there were no photographs of any kind to be found in Stanley Hargreav's home. When Norton awoke, he naturally went to the door for the morning papers, which were always placed in a neat pile before the sill. He yawned, gathered up the bundle, was about to climb back into bed, when a headline caught his dull eyes. 21 minutes later, to be precise, he ran up the steps of the Hargreav home and rang the bell. He was admitted by the taciturn Jones, to whom the reporter had never paid any particular attention. Somehow Jones always managed to stand in shadows. "I can add nothing to what has already appeared in the newspapers," replied Jones as Norton opened his batteries of inquiries. "Mr. Jones, I have known your master several years, as you will recollect. There never was a woman in this house, not even among the servants. There are two in the other room. Who are they, and what are they doing here?" Jones shook his head. "Well, I can easily find out." Jones barred his path, and for the first time Norton gazed into the eyes of the man-servant. They were as hard as gunmetal. "My dear Mr. Jones, you ought to know that sooner or later we reporters find out what we seek." Jones appeared to reflect. "Mr. Norton, you claim to be a friend of Mr. Hargreav." "I do not claim. I am. More than that, I do not believe he is dead. He was deep. He had some relentless enemies, I don't know where from or what kind, and he is pretending he's dead till this blows over and is forgotten." "You are not going to say that in your newspaper?" Jones was visibly agitated. "Not if I can prove it. If I tell you who those young ladies are, will you give me your word of honor not to write about them till I give my permission?" Norton, having in mind the big story at the end of the mystery tangle, agreed. "The elder is a teacher from a private school. The other is Stanley Hargreav's daughter." "Good Lord," gasped the astonished reporter. "He never mentioned the fact to me, and we've been together in some tight places. He never mentioned it to anyone but me." Jones again seemed to reflect. At last he raised his glance to the reporter. "Are you willing to wait for a great story, the real story?" "If there is one," answered Norton with his usual caution. "On my word of honor, you shall have such a story as you never dreamed of, if you will promise not to divulge it till the appointed time." "I agree. The peace and happiness of that child depends upon how you keep your word." That was sufficient for Norton. "Your master knew me. He also knew that I am not a man who promises lightly. Now introduce me to the daughter." With plain reluctance, Jones went about the affair. Norton put a dozen perfunctory questions to the girl. What he was in search of was not news, but the sound of her voice. In that quarter of an hour he felt his heart disturbed, as it had never before been disturbed. "Now, Mr. Norton," said Jones gloomily, "will you be so kind as to follow me?" Norton was led to Jones's bedroom. The butler valet closed the door and drew the window shade, always seeking shadows. This did not impress the reporter at the time. He had no other thought but the story. Jones then sat down beside the reporter. and talked in an undertone. When he had done, he took Norton by the elbow and gently but forcibly led him down to the front door and ushered him forth. Norton jumped into his taxicab and returned to his rooms, which were at the top of the huge apartment hotel. He immediately called up his managing editor. "Hello, this is Norton. Put Griffin on the Hargreav yarn. I'm off on another deal." "But Hargreav was a friend of yours," protested the managing editor. "I know it, but you know me well enough, Mr. Blair. I should not ask the transfer if it was not vitally important." "Oh, very well. We shan't be scooped. If you can promise that, I don't care who works on the job. Will you be in the office tonight? If nothing prevents me, well, goodbye." Norton filled his pipe, drew his chair to the window, and stared at the great liner going down to sea. "Lord, Lord," he murmured. Then he smiled and chuckled. Some bright morning he would have all New York by the ears, the police running round in circles, and the chiefs of the rival sheets tearing their hair. What a story! 4 columns on the first page and 2 whole pages Sunday. And all of a sudden he ceased to smile and chuckle. In the living room of the Countess Olga Perigov's apartment, the mistress lay reading on the divan. There was no cigarette between her well-shaped lips, for she was not the accepted type of adventuress. In fact, she was not an adventuress. She was really the Countess Perigov. Her maiden name had been Olga Pushkin, but more of that later. When Brain came in, he found her dreaming with half-closed eyes. He flourished an evening newspaper. "Olga, even the best of us make mistakes. Here, just glance over this." The Russian accepted the newspaper and read the heading indicated, "Aeronaut picked up far out at sea. Slips ashore from tramp steamer, had 5,000 in cash in his pockets." "Hargreav escaped." "Not necessarily," she replied. "If it was Hargreav, he would have had more than 5,000 in his pockets. My friend, I believe it an attempt to fool you, or it is another man entirely." She clicked her teeth with the tops of her polished nails. "There are 2 young women in the house. What the deuce can that mean?" "2 young women? Oh, then everything's as simple as daylight. Katrina Pushkin, my cousin, had a child." "Child? Hargreav had a child? What do you mean by keeping this fact from me?" He stormed. It was useless till this moment. He probably sent for her yesterday, but in his effort to escape, had to turn her over to his butler. "We shall soon learn whether Hargreav is dead or alive. We can use the child to bring him back." The anger went out of his eyes. "You're a wonder, Olga. But you should have gone with Vroon last night. He does everything just as you tell him. When they reported that Hargreav had visited Ortz's hangar, you ought to have prepared against such a coup as flight through the air. I admit it, but a daughter, well, I can bring him back," with a sinister laugh. "By the Lord Harry, I have him in my hands this time, that is, if this girl turns out to be his daughter. 1 million? 2, 3, all he has in the world. I want you to pay a visit right away. Watch the butler, Jones. He'll lie, of course, but note how he treats the girl, and if you get the chance, look around the walls for a secret panel. He might not have carried away the cash at all, only enough for his immediate needs, which would account for that 5,000 on the man picked up at sea. If I could only get inside that house for an hour, I believe I'll call at once." "Leo, was Hargreav the man's real name?" Brain laughed. "That is of no vital consequence. He will be Hargreav till the end of the chapter, dead or alive. You can tell me the news at dinner tonight." So, later, when the butler accepted her card at the door, loath as he might be, there was nothing for him to do but admit her. "Whom do you wish to see, madam?" Stepping back into the shadow. "Miss Hargreav. I'm an old friend of her mother's. There is no such person here." "To whom, then, does this hat belong?" she asked quietly. She waved her hand indolently toward the hall rack. Jones's lips tightened. "That belongs to Miss Gray, a kind of protégé of Mr. Hargreav's." "Indeed. You have no objections to my seeing her?" "My maiden name was Olga Pushkin, cousin to Katrina, wife of Stanley Hargreav. I am, if you will weigh the matter carefully, a kind of aunt." To Jones it was as if ice had suddenly come into contact with his heart's blood, but as he still stood in the shadow, she did not observe the pallor of his face. "If you will state exactly why you wish to see her, madam. You seem to possess authority." "Yes, madam, absolute authority." Jones produced his document and presented it to her. "There is no flaw in that," she agreed readily. "I wish to see the child. I have told you why." "Very well, madam. Why had they not telegraphed the child, even on the train, to return to Farlow's?" He knew nothing of this woman, whether she was an enemy or a friend. He conducted his unwelcome guest into the library. "How did you know that she was here?" Suddenly. "But she was ready." "I did not. But the death of Mr. Hargreav brought me. And that youthful hat in the hall was a story all its own. Later I shall show you some papers of my own. You will have no cause to doubt them. They have not the legal power of yours, but they would find standing in any court." Jones turned and went in search of Florence. The Countess lost no time in beginning her investigations, but she wasted her time. There was no secret panel in evidence. "Who is she?" asked Florence as she looked at the card. "Did my father know countesses?" "Yes," said Jones briefly. "Be very careful what you say to her. Admit nothing. She claims to be a cousin of your mother." "Perhaps. My mother?" Without waiting for any further advice from Jones, whom Florence in her young years thought presuming upon his authority, she ran downstairs to the library. Her mother, to learn some facts about the mother of whom she knew nothing. "You knew my mother?" she cried without ceremony. Jones heard the Countess say, "I did, my child, and heaven is witness that you are the exact picture of her at your age. And I knew your father." Jones straightened, his hands shut tightly. "Tell me about my father." The Countess smiled. "It was Katrina. Pushkin come to life, the same impulsiveness. I knew him but slightly. I was a mere child myself when he used to pinch my cheeks. I met him again the other night, but he did not recognize me, and I could not find it in my heart to awaken his memory in a public restaurant." Presently Jones came in to announce that 2 detectives requested to see Florence. The 2 men entered, informing her that they had been instructed to investigate the disappearance of Stanley Hargreav. "Who are you, miss?" "I am his daughter." "Ah." One of the detectives questioned Florence minutely, while the other wandered about the rooms, feeling the walls, using the magnifying glass, turning back the rugs. Even the girl's pretty room did not escape his scrutiny. By and by he returned to the library and beckoned to his companion. The 2 conferred for a moment. One chanced to look into the mirror. He saw the bright eyes of the Countess gazing intelligently into his. "I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to accompany us to the station, miss." "Why?" "Some technicalities. We must have some proof of your right to be in this house. So far as we have learned, Hargreav was unmarried. It will take but a few minutes." "And I will accompany you," said the Countess. "We'll be back within half an hour. I'll tell them what I know." Jones in the hall caught sight of the reporter coming up the steps. Here was someone he could depend upon. "Why, Mr. Norton." The reporter eyed the Countess in amazement. "You look surprised." "Naturally. I am a cousin of Miss Florence's mother. You might say that I am her aunt. It's a small world, isn't it?" But if wishing could poison, the reporter would have died that moment. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" one of the detectives demanded. "I'm going to ask that very question of you," said Norton urbanely. "We are from headquarters," replied one, showing his badge. "What headquarters? What are they asking you to do?" he said to Florence. "They say I must go to the police station with them." "Not the least in the world," laughed the reporter. "You 2 clear out of here as fast as your rascally legs can carry you. I don't know what your game is, but I do know every reputable detective in New York, and you don't belong." "Good heavens!" exclaimed the Countess. "Do you mean to say that these men are not real detectives?" "This girl goes to the police station, young man. So much the worse for you if you meddle. Take yourself off. All in good time. Here, Jenna, you take charge of the girl. I'll handle this guy. He shall go to the station too." What followed would always be vividly remembered by Florence, fresh from the peace and happiness of her school life. Norton knocked his opponent down. He rose, and for a moment the room seemed full of legs and arms and panting men. A foot tripped up Norton and he went down under the bogus detective. He never suspected that the tripping foot was not accidental. He was too busy. The other man dragged Florence toward the hall, but there the peaceful butler entered into the field of action with a very unattractive automatic. The detective threw up his hands. The struggle went on in the library. A trick of jujutsu brought about the downfall of Norton's man, and Norton ran out into the hall to aid Jones. He searched the detective's pockets and secured the revolver. The result of all this was that the two bogus detectives soon found themselves in charge of two policemen, and they were marched off to the station. "Your advent was most providential, Mr. Norton," said Jones in his usual colourless tones. "I rather believe so. Why don't you pack up and clear out for a while?" "I am stronger in this house than elsewhere," answered the butler enigmatically. "Well, you know best," said the reporter. The Countess was breathing rapidly. No, on second thought she had no wish to throw her arms about the reporter's neck and kiss him. Chapter 3. The Countess did not remain long after the departure of the police with the bogus detectives. It had been a very difficult corner to wriggle out of, all because Brain had added to his plans after she had left the apartment. But for the advent of the meddling reporter, the coup would have succeeded, herself apparently perfectly innocent of complicity. That must be the keynote of all her plans, to appear quite innocent and leave no trail behind her. She had gained the confidence of Florence and her companion, and she was rather certain that she had impressed this lazy-eyed reporter and the stolid butler. She had told nothing but the truth regarding her relationship. They would find that out. She was Katrina Pushkin's cousin, but blood with her counted as naught. She had room in her heart but for two things: Brain and money to spend on her caprices. "How long has your Highness known Mr. Brain?" asked the reporter idly, as he smoothed away all signs of his recent conflict. "Oh, the better part of a year. Mr. Hargreav did not recognize me the other night. That was quite excusable, for when he last saw me I was not more than 12. My child," she said to Florence, "build no hopes regarding your mother. She is doubtless dead. Upon some trivial matter. I do not know what it was. She was confined to the fortress. That was 17 years ago. When you enter the fortress at St. Petersburg, you cease to be. That is true enough. I did not recall myself to your father. I did not care at that moment to shock him with the remembrance of the past. Is not Mr. Brain a remarkable man?" All this in her charming broken English. "He is indeed," affirmed Norton. "He's a superb linguist, knows everybody, and has travelled everywhere. No matter what subject you bring up, he seems well informed." "Come often," urged Florence. "I shall, my child. And any time you need me, call for me. After all, I'm nearly your aunt. You will find life in the city far different from that which you have been accustomed to." She limped down to her limousine. In tripping up Norton, he had stepped upon her foot heavily. "She is lovely," cried Florence. "Well, I must be on my way also," said Norton. "I am a worldly wise man, Miss Florence. So is Jones here. Never go any place without letting him know, not even to the corner drugstore. I am going to find your father. Someone was rescued. I'm going to find out whether it was the aviator or Mr. Hargreav." Jones drew in a deep breath, and his eyes closed for a moment. At the door, he spoke to the reporter. "What do you think of that woman?" "I believe that she told the truth. She is charming." "She is, but for all her charm and truth I cannot help distrusting her. I have an idea. I shall call up your office at the end of each day. If a day comes without a call, you will know that something is wrong." "A very good idea." Norton shook hands with everyone and departed. "What a brave, pleasant young man," murmured Susan. "I like him too, and I'd like him for a friend," said the guileless girl. "It is very good to have a friend like Mr. Norton," added Jones, and passed out into the kitchen. All the help had been discharged, and upon his shoulders lay the burden of the cooking till such time when he could reinstate the cook. There was a stormy scene between Brain and the Countess that night. "Are you in your dotage?" she asked vehemently. There, bring your voice down a bit. Where's the girl? In her home. Where did you suppose she would be after that botchwork of letting me go to do one thing while you had in mind another, and an ordinary pair of cutthroats at that?" The thought came to me after you left. I knew you'd recognize the men and understand. I see no reason why it didn't work. It would have been all right if you had consulted a clairvoyant. What the deuce do you mean by that? Brain demanded roughly. I mean that then you would have learned your friend the reporter was to arrive upon the scene at its most vital moment. What, Norton? Yes, the trouble is with you. You have been so successful all these years that you have grown overconfident. I tell you that there is a desperately shrewd man somewhere back of all this. Mark me, I do not believe Hargreav is dead. He is in hiding. It may be nearby. He may have dropped from the balloon before it left land. The man they picked up may be Orts, the aeronaut. The 5,000 might have been his fee for rescuing Hargreav. Here is the greatest thing we've ever been up against. And you start in with everyday methods. Little woman, don't let your tongue run away with you too far. I'm not the least bit afraid of you, Leo. You need me, and it has never been more apparent than at this moment. All right. I fell by the wayside this trip. Truthfully, I realized it 5 minutes after the men were gone. The only clever thing I did was to keep the mask on my face. They can't come back at me. But the thing looked so easy, and it would have worked but for Norton's appearance. You all but compromised me. That butler worries me a little. Her expression lost its anger and grew thoughtful. He's always about somewhere. Do you think Hargreav took him into his confidence? Can't tell. He's been watched straight for 40 hours. He hasn't mailed a letter or telephoned to any place but the grocery. There have been no telegrams. Someone in that house knows where the money is, and it's 10 to 1 that it will be the girl. She looks enough like Katrina to be her ghost. Brain went over to the window and stared up at the stars. You have made a good impression on the girl, with his back still toward her. I had her in my arms. Olga, my hat is off to you, turning, now that his face was again in repose. Your very frankness regarding your relationship will pull the wool over their eyes. Of course they'll make inquiries, and they'll find out that you haven't lied. It's perfect. Not even that newspaper weasel will see anything wrong. Toward you, they will eventually ease up, and you can act without their even dreaming your part in the business. We must not be seen in public anymore. This butler may know where I stand even though he cannot prove it. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Perhaps you've long since guessed it. Katrina was mine till Hargreav, never mind what his name was then, till Hargreav came into the fold. So sure of her was I that I used her as a lure to bring him to us. She fell in love with him, but too late to warn him. I had the satisfaction of seeing him cast her aside, curse her, and leave her. In one thing she fooled us all. I never knew of the child till you told me. He paused to light a cigarette. Hargreav was madly in love with her. He cursed her, but he came back to the house to forgive her, to find that she had been seized by the secret police and entombed in the fortress. I had my revenge. It was I who sent in the information, practically bogus. But in Russia they never question, they act and forget. So he had a daughter. He paced the floor, his hands behind his back. The woman watched him, oscillating between love and fear. He came to a halt abruptly and looked down at her. Don't worry, you have no rival. I'll leave the daughter to your tender mercies. The butler, she said, has full power of attorney to act for Hargreav while absent, up to the day the girl becomes of legal age. I'll keep an eye on our friend Jones. From now on, day and night, there will be a cat at the knothole, and where mouse could you make up anything like this girl? Suddenly, a fair likeness. Do it. Go to the ship which picked up the man at sea and quiz the captain. Either the aviator or Hargreav is alive. It is important to learn which at once. Be very careful, play the game only as you know how to play it. And if Hargreav is alive, we win. Tomorrow morning early. Tears of anguish and all that. Sailors are easy when a woman weeps. No color, remember. Just the yellow wig and the salient features. Now bye-bye. Aren't you going to kiss me, Leo? He caught her hands. There is a species of Delilah about you, Olga. A kiss tonight from your lips would snip my locks, and I need a clear head. Whether we fail or win, When this game is played, you shall be my wife." He kissed the hands and strode out into the hall. The woman gazed down at her small white hands and smiled tenderly. "The tigress has her tender moments." He meant it. She went into her dressing room and for an hour or more worked over her face and hair, till she was certain that if the captain of the ship described her to anyone else, he could not fail to give a fair description of Florence Hargreav. But Norton reached the captain first. Other reporters had besieged him, but they had succeeded in gathering the vaguest kind of information. They had no description of Hargreav, while Norton had. Before going down to the boat, however, he had delved into the past of the Countess Olga Perigov. It cost him a pocketful of money, but the end justified the means. The Countess had no past worth mentioning. By piecing this and that together, he became assured that she had told the simple truth regarding the relationship to Florence's mother. A cablegram had given him all the facts in her history. There were no gaps or discrepancies. It read clear and frank. Trust a Russian secret agent to know what he was talking about. So Norton's suspicions, and he had entertained some, were completely lulled to sleep, and he wouldn't have doubted her at all, except for the fact that Brain had been with her when he had introduced Hargreav. Hargreav had feared Brain, that much the reporter had elicited from the butler. But there wasn't the slightest evidence. Brain had been in New York for nearly 6 years. The Countess had arrived in the city but a year ago, and Brain was a member of several fashionable clubs, never touched cards and seldom drank. He was an expert chess player and a wonderful amateur billiardist. Perhaps Jones, the taciturn and inscrutable, had not told him all he knew regarding his master's past. Well, he had in his time untangled worse snarls. The office had turned him loose, a free lance to handle the case as he saw fit, to turn in the story when it was complete. But what a story it was going to be when he cleared it up. The more mystifying it was, the greater the zest and sport for him. Norton was like a gambler who played for big stakes, and only big stakes stirred his cravings. The captain of the tramp steamer Orient told him the same tale he had told the other reporters. He had picked up a man at sea. The man had been brought aboard totally exhausted. Was there another body anywhere? No. What became of him? I sent a wireless, and that seemed to bother him. It looked as though he did not want anybody to learn that he had been rescued. The moment the boat touched the pier, he lost himself in the crowd. 50 reporters came aboard, but he was gone. And I could but tell them just what I'm telling you. He had money. About 5,000. Please describe him. The captain did so. It was the same description he had given to all the reporters. Norton looked over the rail at the big warehouse. Was it an ordinary balloon? There you've got me. My Marconi man says the balloon part was like any other balloon, but the passenger car was a new business to him. It could be driven against the wind. Driven against the wind. Did you tell this to the other chaps? Don't think I did. Just remembered it. Probably some new invention, and now it's at the bottom of the sea. 2 men, as I understand, went off in this contraption. One is gone for good. For good, echoed the reporter gravely. Gone for good indeed, poor devil. Norton took out a roll of bills. There's 200 in this roll. Well, said the captain, vastly astonished. It's yours if you will do me a small favor, if it doesn't get me mixed up with the police. I'm only captain of a tramp, and some of the harbor police have taken a dislike to me. What do you want me to do? The police will not bother you. This man Hargreav had some enemies. They want either his life or his money, maybe both. It's a peculiar case, with Russia in the background. He might have laid the whole business before the police, but he chose to fight it out himself. And to tell the truth, I don't believe the police would have done any good. Heave her over. What do you want me to do for that handsome roll of money? If any man or woman who is not a reporter comes to pump you, tell them. The man went ashore with a packet under his arm. Tie a knot in that. Say the man was grey-haired, clean-shaven, straight, with a scar high up on his forehead, generally covered up by his hair. That's battened down, my lad. Go on. Say that you saw him enter yonder warehouse and later depart without his packet, easy as dropping my mud hook. That's all." Norton gave the captain the money. "Goodbye and many thanks. Don't mention it." Norton left the slip and proceeded to the office of the warehouse. He approached the manager's desk. "Hello, Grannis, old top." The man looked up from his work surlily, then his face brightened. "Norton, what's brought you here?" "Oh yes, that balloon business. Sit down. What kind of a man is the captain of that old hooker in the slip?" "Shifty in gun running, but otherwise as square as a die. Looks funny to see an old tub like that fixed up with wireless, but that has saved his neck a dozen times when he was running it into a noose. Not going to interview me, are you?" "No, I'm going to ask you to do me a little favor." "They always say that. But spin her out. If it doesn't cost me my job, it's yours." "Well, there will be a person making inquiries about the mysterious aeronaut. All I want you to say is that he left a packet with you, that you've put it in that safe till he calls to claim it." Grannis nibbled the end of his pen. "Suppose someone should come and demand that I open the safe and deliver. All you've got to do is to tell them to show the receipt signed by you." The warehouse manager laughed. "Got a lot of sense in that ivory dome of yours. All right, but if anything happens, you've got to come around and back me up." "What's it about?" "That I dare not tell you. This much, I'm laying a trap and I want someone I don't know to fall into it. On your way, James. But if you don't send me some prize fight tickets next week for this, I'll never do you another favor." In reply, Norton took from his pocket 2 bits of pasteboard and laid them on the desk. "I knew you'd be wanting something like this." "Ringside!" cried Grannis. "You reporters are lucky devils." "I'd go myself if there was any earthly chance of a real scrap. You make me laugh, Gran. You're always going, always hoping the next one will be a real one. But it's all bunk. The pugs are the biggest fakers on top of the sod. They've got us newspaper men done to a frazzle. I guess you're right. Well, count on me regarding that mysterious bundle in the safe. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I want you to call me up. If no one has called, why, the game is up. But if someone does come around and make inquiries, don't fail to let me know. I'll be here till 5. I'd better call you up then." Then Norton returned home and idled about till afternoon. He went over to Riverdale. 5 times he walked up and down in front of the Hargreav place, finally plucked up his courage and walked to the door. After all, he was a lucky mortal. He had a good excuse to visit this house every day in the week, and there was something tantalizing in the risk he took. Besides, he wanted to prove to himself whether it was a passing fancy or something deeper. That's the way with humans. We never see a sign fresh paint that we don't have to prove it. He chatted with Florence for a while and found that, for all she might be guileless to the world, she was a good linguist, a fine musician, and talked with remarkable keenness about books and arts. But unless he roused her, the sadness of her position always lay written in her face. It was not difficult for him to conjure up her dreams in coming to the city, and the blow which, like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, had shattered them ruthlessly. "You must come every day and tell me how you have progressed," she said. "I'll obey that order gladly, whenever I can possibly do it. My visits will always be short." "That is not necessary." "No," said Norton in his heart, "but it is wise." Always he found Jones waiting for him at the door, always in the shadow. "Well," the butler whispered, "I have laid a neat trap. Whether this balloon was the one that left the top of this house, I don't know. But if there were 2 men in it, one of them lies at the bottom of the sea, and the man who was found—" The butler's voice was tense. "It was not Hargreav. I met Orts but once, and as he wore a beard then, the captain's description did not tally with your recollection. Thank God, but what is this trap? I propose to find out by it who is back of all this, who Hargreav's real enemies are." Norton returned to his rooms, there to await the call from Grannis. He was sorry, but if Jones would not take him into his fullest confidence, he must hold himself to blame for any blunder he, Norton, made. Of course, he could readily understand Jones's angle of vision. He knew nothing of the general run of reporters. He had heard of them by rumor, and distrusted them. He was not aware of the fact that the average reporter carries more secrets in his head than a prime minister. It was, then, up to him to set about to allay this distrust and gain the man's complete confidence. Meanwhile, that same morning, a pretty young woman boarded the Orient and asked to be led to the captain. Her eyes were red. She had evidently been weeping. When the captain, susceptible like all sailors, saw her, his promises to Norton took wings. "This is Captain Hagen?" she asked, balling the handkerchief she held in her hand. "Yes, miss, what can I do for you?" He put his hands embarrassedly into his pockets and felt the crisp bills. But for that magic touch, he would have forgotten his lines. He squared his shoulders. "I have every assurance that the man you picked up at sea is my father. I am Florence Hargreav. Tell me everything." The captain's very blundering deceived her. And then he hustled down the gangplank and headed for that warehouse. He had a package which he was as tender of as if it had been dynamite. "Thank you," impulsively. "A man has to do his duty, miss. A sailor's always glad to rescue a man at sea," awkwardly. When she finally went down the gangplank, the sigh the captain heaved was almost as loud as the exhaust from the donkey engines, which were working out the crates of lemons from the hold. "Maybe she is his daughter, but 200 is 200, and I'm a poor sailor man." Then Grannis came in for his troubles. What was a chap to do when a pretty girl appealed to him? "I am sorry, miss, but I can't give you that package. I gave the man a receipt. Until it is presented to me, the package must remain in yonder safe. You understand enough about the business to realize that. I did not solicit the job. It was thrust upon me. I'd give $100 if the blame thing was out of my safe. You say it is your fortune. That hasn't been proved. It may be gunpowder dynamite. I'm sorry, but you will have to find your father and bring the receipt." The young woman left the warehouse, dabbing her eyes with the sodden handkerchief. "I wonder," mused Grannis as he watched her from the window, "I wonder what the deuce that chap Norton is up to. The girl might have been the man's daughter. Good Lord, what an ass I am. There wasn't any man." And so he reached over for the telephone. Immediately upon receipt of the message, the reporter set his machinery in motion. Some time before dawn, he would know who the arch-conspirator was. He questioned Grannis thoroughly, and Grannis's description tallied amazingly with that of Florence Hargreav. But a call over the wire proved to him conclusively that Florence had not been out of the house that morning. On the morrow, the newspapers had scare heads about an attempt to rob the Duffy warehouse. It appeared that the police had been tipped beforehand and were on the grounds in time to gather in several notorious gunmen who, under pressure of the third degree, vowed that they had been hired and paid by a man in a mask and had not the slightest idea what he wanted them to raid. Nothing further could be got out of the gunmen. That they were lying, the police had no doubt, but they were up against a stout wall, and all they could do was to hold the men for the grand jury. Norton was in a fine temper. After all his careful planning, he had gained nothing, absolutely nothing. But wait, he had gained something, the bitter enmity of a cunning and desperate man, who had been forced to remain hidden under the pier till almost dawn. Chapter 4. Brain crawled from his uncomfortable hiding place. His clothes were soiled and damp, his hat was gone. By a hair's breadth, he had escaped the clever trap laid for him. Hargreav was alive, he had escaped. Brain was as certain of this fact as he was of his own breathing. He now knew how to account for the flickering light in the upper story of the warehouse. His ancient enemy had been watching him all the time. More than this, Hargreav and the meddling reporter were in collusion. In the flare of lights at the end of the gunplay, he had caught the profile of the reporter. Here was a dangerous man who must be watched with the utmost care. He, Brain, had been lured to commit an overt act, and by the rarest good luck had escaped with nothing more serious than a cold chill and a galling disappointment. He crawled along the top of the pier, listening, sending his dark, accustomed glance hither and thither. The sky in the east was growing paler and paler. In and out among the bales of wool, bags of coffee and lemon crates, he slowly and cautiously wormed his way. A watchman patrolled the office side of the warehouse, and Brain found it possible to creep around the other way, thence into the street. After that he straightened up, sought a second-hand shop, and purchased a soft hat, which he pulled down over his eyes. He had half a dozen rooms which he always kept in readiness for such adventures as this. He rented them furnished in small hotels which never asked questions of their patrons. To one of these he went as fast as his weary legs could carry him. He always carried the key. Once in his room he donned fresh, wearing apparel, linen, shoes, and shaved. Then he proceeded downstairs, the second-hand hat shading his eyes and the upper part of his face. At 12:30, Norton entered the Knickerbocker Cafe restaurant, and the first person he noticed was Brain, reading the morning's paper, propped up against the water carafe. Evidently he'd just ordered, for there was nothing on his plate. Norton walked over and laid his hand upon Brain's shoulder. The man looked up with mild curiosity. "Why, Norton, sit down, sit down. Have you had lunch? No? Join me. Thanks. Came in for my breakfast," said Norton, drawing out the chair. Brain was sitting with his back to the wall on the lounge seat. "I wonder if you newspaper men ever eat a real, true enough breakfast. I should think the hours you lead would kill you off. Anything new on the Hargreav story?" "I'm not handling that," the reporter lied cheerfully. "Didn't want to. I knew him rather intimately. I've a horror of dead people and don't want to be called upon to identify the body when they find it." "Then you think they will find it?" "I don't know. It's a strange mix-up. I'm not on the story, mind you, but I was in the locality of Duffy's warehouse late last night and fell into a gunman rumpus." "Yes, I read about that. What were they after?" "You've got me there. No one seems to know. Some cock-and-bull story about there being something valuable. Now there was. What was it? The report in this paper does not say." 10,000 bags of coffee." Brain lay back in his chair and laughed. "If you want my opinion," said Norton, "I believe the gunmen were out to shoot up another gang and the police got wind of it. Don't you think it about time the police called a halt in this gunman matter?" "Oh, so long as they pot each other, the police look the other way. It saves a long trial and passage up the river. Besides, when they are nabbed, some big politician manages to open the door for them. Great is the American voter." "Take Mr. Norton's order, Luigi," said Brain. "A German pancake, buttered toast and coffee," ordered the reporter. "Man, eat something. It's enough for me. And you'll go all the rest of the day on tobacco. I know something of you chaps. I don't see how you manage to do it. Food is the least of our troubles. By the way, may I ask you a few questions? Nothing for print unless you've got a new book coming." "Fire away. What do you know about the Countess Perigoff?" "Let me see. Met her first about a year ago at a reception given to Nasimova. A very attractive woman. I see quite a lot of her." "Why?" "Well, she claims to be a sort of aunt to Hargreav's daughter. She said something to me about that the other night. You never know where you're at in this world, do you?" The German pancake, the toast, the coffee disappeared, and the reporter passed his cigars. "The president visits town today and I'm off to watch the show. I suppose I'll have to interview him about the tariff and all that rot. When you start on a new book, let me know and I'll be your press agent." "That's a bargain. Thanks for the breakfast." Brain picked up his newspaper, smoked and read. He smoked, yes, but he only pretended to read. The young fool was clever, but no man is infallible. He had not the least suspicion. He saw only the newspaper story. Still, in some manner he might stumble upon the truth, and it would be just as well to tie the reporter's hands effectually. The rancour of early morning had been subdued. Anger and quick temper never paid in the long run, and no one appreciated this fact better than Brain. To put Norton out of the way temporarily was only a wise precaution. It was not a matter of spite or reprisal. He paid the reckoning, left the restaurant, and dropped into one of his clubs for a game of billiards. He drew quite a gallery about the table. He won easily, racked his cue and sought the apartments of the Countess. What a piece of luck it was that Olga had really married that old dotard Perigoff. He had left her a titled widow 6 months after her marriage, but she had had hardly a kopeck to call her own. Olga, Hargreav is alive. He was there last night, but somehow he anticipated the raid and had the police in waiting. The question is, has he fooled us? Did he take that million, or did he hide it? There is one thing left to get that girl. No matter where Hargreav is hidden, the knowledge that she is in my hands will bring him out into the open. No more blind alleys. What's on your mind? She has never seen her father. She confessed to me that she has not even seen a photograph of him. There was a long pause. Do you understand me? She asked. By the Lord Harry, I do. You've a head on you worth two of mine. The very simplicity of the idea will win out for us. Someone to pose as her father, a message handed to her in secret. Dire misfortune if she whispers a word to anyone, that her father's life hangs upon the secrecy. She must confide in no one, least of all Jones, the butler. It all depends upon how the letter gets to her. Bred in the country, she probably sleeps with her window open. A pebble attached to a note tossed into the window. I'll trust this to no one. I'll do it myself. With the girl in our control, the rest will be easy. If she really does not know where the money is, Hargreav will tell us. Great head, little woman, great head. She does not know her father's handwriting. She has never seen a scrap of it. Miss Farlow never showed her the registered letters. The original note left on the doorstep with Florence has been lost. Trust me to make all these inquiries. Tomorrow night, then, immediately after dinner, a taxicab will await her just around the corner. Grange is the best man I can think of. He's an artist when it comes to playing the old man parts. Not too old, remember. Hargreav isn't over 45. Another good point. I'm going to stretch out here on the divan and snooze for a while. Had a devil of a time last night. When shall I wake you? At 6. We'll have an early dinner sent in. I want to keep out of everybody's way. Bye-bye. In less than 3 minutes he was sound asleep. The woman gazed down at him in wonder and envy. If only she could drop to sleep like that. Very softly she pressed her lips to his hair. At 11 o'clock the following night, the hall light in the Hargreav house was turned off, and the whole interior became dark. A shadow crept through the lilac bushes without any more sound than a cat would have made. Florence's window was open as the arch-conspirator had expected it would be. With a small string and stone as a sling, he sent the letter whirling skillfully through the air. It sailed into the girl's room. The man below heard no sound of the stone hitting anything and concluded that it had struck the bed. He waited patiently. Presently, a wavering light could be distinguished over the sill of the window. The girl was awake and had lit the candle. This knowledge was sufficient for his need. The tragic letter would do the rest, that is. If the girl came from the same pattern as her father and mother, strong-willed and adventurous. He tiptoed back to the lilacs, when a noise sent him close to the ground. 6 feet away he saw a shadow creeping along toward the front door. Presently the shadow stood up as if listening. He stooped again and ran lightly to the steps, up these to the door, which he hugged. Who was this? Wondered Brain. Patiently he waited, arranging his posture so that he could keep a lookout at the door. By and by the door opened cautiously. A man holding a candle appeared. Brain vaguely recognized Olga's description of the butler. The man on the veranda suddenly blew out the light. Brain could hear the low murmur of voices, but nothing more. The conversation lasted scarcely a minute. The door closed and the man ran down the steps across the lawn, with Brain close at his heels. "Just a moment, Mr. Hargreav," he called ironically. "Just a moment." The man he addressed as Hargreav turned with lightning rapidity and struck. The blow caught Brain above the ear, knocking him flat. When he regained his feet, the rumble of a motor told him the rest of the story. By the dim light of her bedroom candle, Florence read the note which had found entrance so strangely and mysteriously into her room. Her father, he lived, he needed her, alive but in dread peril, and only she could save him. She longed to fly to him at once, then and there. How could she wait till tomorrow night at 8? Immediately she began to plan how to circumvent the watchful Jones and the careful Susan, her father. She slept no more that night. "My darling daughter, I must see you. Come at 8 o'clock tomorrow night to 78 Grove Street, 3rd floor. Confide in no one, or you seal my death warrant. Your unhappy father. What child would refuse to obey a summons like this? A light tap on the door startled her. Is anything the matter? Asked the mild voice of Jones. No, I got up to get a drink of water. She heard his footsteps die away down the corridor. She thrust the letter into the pocket of her dress, which lay neatly folded on the chair at the foot of the bed, then climbed back into the bed itself. She must not tell even Mr. Norton. Was the child spinning a romance over the first young man she had ever met? In her heart of hearts the girl did not know. Her father. It was all so terribly and tragically simple to match a woman's mind against that of a child. Both Norton and the sober Jones had explicitly warned her never to go anywhere, receive telephone calls or letters, without first consulting one or the other of them. And now she had planned to deceive them with all the cunning of her sex. The next morning at breakfast there was nothing unusual either in her appearance or manners. Under the shrewd scrutiny of Jones, she was just her everyday self, a fine bit of acting for one who had yet to see the stage. But it is born in woman to act, as it is born in man to fight, and Florence was no exception to the rule. She was going to save her father. She read with Susan, played the piano, sewed a little, laughed, hummed, and did 1,001 things young girls do when they have the deception of their elders in view. All day long Jones went about like an old hound with his nose to the wind. There was something in the air, but he could not tell what it was. Somehow or other, no matter which room Florence went into, there was Jones within earshot, and she dared not show the least impatience or restiveness. It was a large order for so young a girl, but she filled it. She rather expected that the reporter would appear some time during the afternoon, and sure enough he did. He could no more resist the desire to see and talk to her than he could resist breathing. There was no use denying it. The world had suddenly turned at a new angle, presenting a new face, a roseate vision. It rather subdued his easy banter. "What news?" she asked. "None," rather despondingly. "I'm sorry. I had hoped by this time to get somewhere, but it happens that I can't get any farther than this house." She did not ask him what he meant by that. "Shall I play something for you?" she said. "Please." He drew a chair beside the piano and watched her fingers, white as the ivory keys, flutter up and down the board. She played Chopin for him, Mendelssohn, Grieg and Chaminade, and she played them in a surprisingly scholarly fashion. He had expected the usual schoolgirl choice and execution, Titania, the Moonlight Sonata, which not half a dozen great pianists have ever played correctly, Monastery Bells and the like. He had prepared to make a martyr of himself. Instead, he was distinctly and delightfully entertained. "You don't," he said whimsically, when she finally stopped. "You don't, by any chance, know the Maiden's Prayer?" She laughed. This piece was a standing joke at school. "I have never played it. It may, however, be in the cabinet. Would you like to hear it?" Mischievously. "Heaven forfend," he murmured, raising his hands. All the while the letter burned against her heart, and the smile on her face and the gaiety on her tongue were forced. "Confide in no one," she repeated mentally, "or you seal my death warrant." "Why do you shake your head like that?" he asked. "Did I shake my head?" Her heart fluttered wildly. "I was not conscious of it. Are you going to keep your promise?" "What promise?" "Never to leave this house without Jones or myself being with you. I couldn't if I wanted to. I'll wager Jones is out there in the hall this minute. I know it is all for my sake, but it bothers me." Jones was indeed in the hall, and when he sensed the petulance in her voice, his shoulders sank despondently, and he sighed deeply if silently. At 7:45, Florence, being alone for a minute, set fire to a veil and stuffed it down the register. "Jones!" she called excitedly. "I smell something burning." Jones dashed into the room, sniffed and dashed out again, heading for the cellar door. His first thought was naturally that the devils incarnate had set fire to the house. When he returned, having of course discovered no fire, he found Florence gone. He rushed into the hall. Her hat was missing. He made for the hall door with a speed which seemed incredible to the bewildered Susan's eyes. Out into the street, up and down which he looked. Far away he discovered a dwindling taxicab. The child was gone. In the house, Susan was answering the telephone, talking incoherently. "Who is it?" Jones whispered, his lips white and dry. "The Countess," began Susan. He took the receiver from her roughly. "Hello. Who is it?" "This is Olga Perigoff. Is Florence there?" "No, madam. She has just stepped out for a moment. Shall I tell her to call you when she returns?" "Yes, please. I want her and Susan and Mr. Norton to come to tea tomorrow. Goodbye." Jones hung up the receiver, sank into a chair nearby, and buried his face in his hands. "What is it?" cried Susan, terrified by the haggardness of his face. "She's gone. My God, those wretches have got her. They've got her." Florence was whirled away at top speed. Her father. She was actually on the way to her father, whom she had always loved in dreams yet never seen. Number Grove Street was not an attractive place, but when she arrived she was too highly keyed to take note of its sordidness. She was rather out of breath when she reached the door of the third flat. She knocked timidly. The door was instantly opened by a man who wore a black mask. She would have turned then and there and flown but for the swift picture she had of a well-dressed man at a table. He lay with his head upon his arms. "Father," she whispered. The man raised his careworn face so very well done that only the closest scrutiny would have betrayed the pace of the theatre. He arose and staggered toward her with outstretched arms. But the moment they closed about her, Florence experienced a peculiar shiver. "My child," murmured the broken man. "They caught me when I was about to come to you. I have given up the fight." A sob choked him. What was it? Wondered the child, her heart burning with the misery of the thought that she was sad instead of glad. Over his shoulder she sent a glance about the room. There was a sofa, a table, some chairs, and an enormous clock, the face of which was dented and the hands hopelessly tangled. Why at such a moment she should note such details disturbed her. Then she chanced to look into the cracked mirror. In it she saw several faces, all masked. These men were peering at her through the half-closed door behind her. "You must return home and bring me the money," went on the wretch, who dared to perpetrate such a mockery. "It is all that stands between me and death." Then she knew. The insistent daily warnings came home to her. She understood now. She had deliberately walked into the spider's net. But instead of terror, an extraordinary calm fell upon her. "Very well, father. I will go and get it." Gently she released herself from those horrible arms. "Wait, my child, till I see if they will let you go. They may wish to hold you as hostage." When he was gone, she tried the doors. They were locked. Then she crossed over to the window and looked out. A leap from there would kill her. She turned her gaze toward the lamp, wondering. The false father returned, dejectedly. "It is as I said. They insist upon sending someone. Write down the directions I gave to you. I am very weak. Write down the directions yourself, father. You know them better than I." Since she saw no escape, she was determined to keep up the tragic farce no longer. "I am not your father." "So I see," she replied, still with the amazing calm. Brain in the other room shook his head savagely. Father and daughter, the same steel in the nerves. Could they bend her? Would they break her? He did not wish to injure her bodily, but a million was always a million. And there was revenge, which was worth more to him than the money itself. He listened, motioning to the others to be silent. "Write the directions," commanded the scoundrel, who discarded the broken man's style. "I know of no hidden money." "Then your father dies this night." Grange put a whistle to his lips. "Sign, write." "I refuse." "Once more. The moment I blow this whistle, the men in the other room will understand that your father is to die. Be wise. Money is nothing, life is everything." "I refuse." Even as she had known this vile creature to be an impostor, so she knew that he lied, that her father was still free. Grange blew the whistle. Instantly the room became filled with masked men. But Florence was ready. She seized the lamp and hurled it to the floor, quite indifferent whether it exploded or went out. Happily for her, it was extinguished. At the same moment she cast the lamp, she caught hold of a chair, remembering the direction of the window. She was superhumanly strong in this moment. The chair went true. A crash followed. "She has thrown herself out of the window," yelled a voice. Someone groped for the lamp, lit it, and turned in time to see Florence pass out of the room into that from which they had come. The door slammed. The surprised men heard the key click. She was free, but she was no longer a child. Chapter 5. Gone! Jones kept saying to himself that he must strive to be calm, to think. Despite all his warnings, the warnings of Norton, she had tricked them and run away. It was maddening. He wanted to rave, tear his hair, break things. He tramped the hall. It would be wasting time to send for the police. They would only putter about fruitlessly. The Black Hundred knew how to arrange these abductions. How had they succeeded in doing it? No one had entered the house that day without his being present. There had been no telephone call he had not heard the gist of, nor any letters he had not first glanced over. How had they done it? Suddenly into his mind flashed the remembrance of the candlelight under Florence's door the night before. In a dozen bounds he was in her room, searching drawers, paper boxes, baskets. He found nothing. He returned in despair to Susan, who, during all this turmoil, had sat as if frozen in her chair. "Speak," he cried. "For God's sake, say something, think something. Those devils are likely to torture her, hurt her." He leaned against the wall, his head on his arm. When he turned again, he was calm. He walked with bent head toward the door, opened it, and stood upon the threshold for a space. Across the street a shadow stirred, but Jones did not see it. His gaze was attracted by something which shone dimly white on the walk just beyond the steps. He ran to it. A crumpled letter, unaddressed. He carried it back to the house, smoothed it out and read its contents. Florence, in her haste, had dropped the letter. He clutched at his hat, put it on, and ran to Susan. "Here!" he cried, holding out an automatic. "If anyone comes in that you don't know, shoot. Don't ask questions, shoot." "I'm afraid," she breathed with difficulty. "Afraid?" he roared at her. He put the weapon in her hand. It slipped and thudded to the floor. He stooped for it and slammed it into her lap. "You love your life and honor. You'll know how to shoot when the time comes. Now attend to me. If I'm not back here by 10 o'clock, turn this note over to the police. If you can't do that, then God help us all." And with that he ran from the house. Susan eyed the revolver with growing terror. For what had she left the peace and quiet of Miss Farlow's? Assassination, robbery, thieves and kidnappers. She wanted to shriek, but her throat was as dry as paper. Gingerly she touched the pistol. The cold steel sent a thrill of fear over her. He hadn't told her how to shoot it. 2 blocks down the street, up an alley, was the garage wherein Hargreav had been wont to keep his car. Toward this Jones ran with the speed of a track athlete. There might be half a dozen taxicabs about, but he would not run the risk of engaging any of them. The Black Hundred was capable of anticipating his every movement. The shadow across the street stood undecided. At length he concluded to give Jones 10 minutes in which to return. If he did not return in that time, the watcher would go up to the drugstore and telephone for instructions. But Jones did not come back. "Where's Howard?" he demanded. "Hello, Jones, what's up?" "Howard, get that car out at once." "Out she comes. Wait till I give her radiator a bucket of water." "Gee," whispered Howard, whom Hargreav often used as his chauffeur. "Get onto his nibs." First time I ever saw him awake. I wonder what's doing. You never know what's back of those mummy-faced head waiters. "All right, Jones." The chauffeur jumped into the car and Jones took the seat beside him. "Where to?" "Number 78. And the rest of it trailed away, smothered in the violent thunder of the Big Six's engines. During the car's flight, several policemen hailed it without success. Down this street, up that, round this corner, 50 miles an hour, and all the while Jones shouted, "Faster! Faster!" Within 12 minutes from the time it left the garage, the car stopped opposite 78 Grove Street, and Jones got out. "Wait here, Howard. If several men come rushing out, or I don't appear within 10 minutes, fire your gun a couple of times for the police. I don't want them if we can manage without. They'd only bungle." "All right, Mr. Jones," said the chauffeur. He had, in the past quarter of an hour, acquired a deep and lasting respect for the butler chap. He was a regular fellow, for all his brass buttons. As Jones reached the curb, Florence came forth as if on invisible wings. Jones caught her by the arm. She flung him aside with a strength he had not dreamed existed in her slim body. "Florence, I am Jones." She stopped, recognized him, and without a word ran across the street to the automobile and climbed into the tonneau. Jones followed immediately. Home. The car shot up the dimly lighted street, shone palely for a second under the corner lamp, and vanished. "Ah, child, child," groaned the man at her side, all the tenseness gone from his body. He was Jones again. Still she did not speak, but stared ahead with unseeing eyes. No further reproach fell from the butler's lips. It was enough that God had guided him to her at the appointed moment. He felt assured that never again would she be drawn into any trap. Poor child! What had they said to her, done to her? How, in God's name, had she escaped from them who never let anybody escape? Presently, she would become normal, and then she would tell him, "I found the lying note. You dropped it. Horrible, horrible," she said almost inaudibly. "What did they do to you?" "He said he was my father. He put his arms around me. And I knew." "Knew what?" "That he lied. I can't explain." "Don't try." Suddenly she laid her head against the butler's shoulder and cried. It was terrible to hear youth weep in this fashion. Jones put his arm about her and tried to console her. "Horrible," she murmured between the violent hiccoughs. "I was wrong. Forgive me." Unconsciously, the arm sustaining her drew her closer. "Never mind," he consoled. "Tell no one what has happened. Go about as usual. Don't let even Susan know. Whatever your poor father did was for your sake. He wanted you to be happy, without a care in the world. I promise." And gradually the sobs ceased. "But I feel so old, Jones, so very old. I threw over the lamp. I threw a chair through the window. They thought that it was I who had jumped out. That gave me the necessary time. I don't understand how I did it. I wasn't frightened at all till I gained the street." They found Susan still seated in the chair, the automatic in her lap. She had not moved in all this time. Brain paced the apartment of the Countess Peregoff, from the living room to the boudoir and back, fully 20 times. From the divan, Olga watched him nervously. He was like a tiger, fresh in captivity. All at once he paused in front of her. "Do you realize what that mere chit did?" "I do." "Planned to the minute. We had her, 7 of us, doors locked and all that. No weeping, no wailing. I could not understand then, but I do now. It's in the blood. Hargreav was as peaceful as a St. Bernard dog till you cornered him, and then he was a lion. Oh, the devil! Slipped out of our fingers like an eel. And across the street, Jones in a racer. I never paid any particular attention to Jones, but from now on I shall. The girl may or may not know where the money is, but Jones does. Jones does. 2 men shall watch, Felton on the street and Orloff from the windows of the deserted house. With opera glasses, he will be able to take note of all that happens in the house during the day. He will be able to see the girl's room. And that's the important point. It was a good plan, little woman, and it would have been plain sailing if only we had remembered that the girl was Hargreav's daughter. Be very careful hereafter when you call on her. A night like this will have made her suspicious of everyone. Our hope lies with you. Anything on your mind?" "Yes. Why not insert a personal in the—" She drew some writing paper toward her and scribbled a few words. He read, "Florence, the hiding place is discovered. Remove it to a more secret spot at once." Shiji laughed and shook his head. "I'm afraid that will never do. If she reads it, Jones will. The man with the opera glasses may see something. There's a chance Jones might become worried. Well, we'll give it a chance." It was midnight when he made his departure. As he stepped into the street, He glanced about cautiously. On the corner, he saw a policeman swinging his nightstick. Otherwise, the street was deserted. Brain proceeded jauntily down the street, and yet, from the darkened doors of the house across the way, the figure of a man emerged and stood contemplating the windows of the Perigoff apartment. Suddenly the lights went out. The watcher made no effort to follow Brain. The knowledge he was after did not necessitate any such procedure. Of course, Florence read the personal. She took the newspaper at once to Jones, who smiled grimly. "You see, I trust you. And so long as you continue to trust me, no harm will befall you. You were left in my care by your father. I am to guard you at the expense of my life. Last night's affair was a miracle. The next time, you will not find it so easy to escape." Nor did she. "There will be no next time," gravely. "But I am going to ask you a direct question. Is my father alive?" The butler's brow puckered. "I have promised to say nothing one way or the other." She laughed. "Why do you laugh?" "I laugh because if he were dead, there would be no earthly reason for your not saying so at once. But I hate money, the name of it, the sound of it, the sight of it. It is at the bottom of all wars and crimes. I despise it, the root of all evil, yet it performs many noble deeds. But never mind the money. Let us give our attention to this personal. Doubtless it originated in the same mind which conceived the letter. Your father would never have inserted such a personal. What? Give his enemies a chance to learn his secret? No. On the other hand, I want you to show this personal to all you meet today, Susan, the reporter, to everybody. Talk about it. Say that you wonder what you shall do. Trust no one with your real thoughts. Not even you, Mr. Jones, thought the girl as she nodded, and tell them that you showed it to me, and that I appeared worried. That night, there was a meeting of the organization called the Black 100. Brain asked if anyone knew what the Hargreav butler looked like. "I had a glimpse of him the other night, but being unprepared, I might not recognize him again." Vroon described Jones minutely. Brain could almost see the portrait. "Vroon, that memory of yours is worth a lot of money," was his only comment. "I hope it will be worth more soon." "I believe I'll be able to recognize Mr. Jones if I see him." "Who is he and what is he?" "He has been with Hargreav for 14 years. There was a homicidal case in which Jones was active. Hargreav saved him. He is faithful and uncommunicative. Money will not touch him. If he does know where that million is, hot irons could not make him own up to it. The only way is to watch him, follow him, wait for the moment when he'll grow careless. No man is always on his mettle. He lets up sooner or later. He is being watched, as you know." Vroon nodded approvingly. The captain of the tramp steamer Orient, by the way, was seen with a roll of money. He was in one of the waterfront saloons, bragging how he had hoodwinked someone. "Did he say where he'd got the cash?" asked Brain. "They tried to pump him on that, but he shut up. Well, we have agreed that Felton shall watch from the street and Orloff from the window. Orloff will whistle if he sees Jones removing anything from any of the rooms. The rest will be left to Felton. And Felton, my friend," said Brain softly. He always spoke softly when he was in a deadly humor. "Felton, you slept on duty the other night. Hargreav stole up, consulted Jones, and got away after knocking me down. The next failure will mean short shift. Be warned. I saw only you, sir, so help me. I was not asleep. I saw you run down the street after the taxicab. I did not see anyone else." Brain shrugged. "Remember what I said." Felton bowed respectfully and made his exit. He wished in his soul that he might someday catch the mastermind free of his eternal mask. It was an iron hand which ruled them, and there were friends of his, Felton's, who had mysteriously vanished after a brief period of rebellion. The boss was a swell, probably belonged to clubs and society which he adroitly pilfered. The organization always had money. Whenever there was a desperate job to be undertaken, Vroon simply poured out the money necessary to promote it. Whenever Brain and Vroon became engaged in earnest conversation, they talked Slav. Brain was never called by name here. The boss, simply that. Well, 10%. Of 1,000,000 was 100,000. This would be equally divided between the second 10 of the Black 100. Another 10%. would go to 80 members. The balance would be divided between Vroon and the boss. But his soul rebelled at being ordered about like so much dirt under another man's feet. He would take his 10,000 and make the grand getaway. The next afternoon, the Countess called upon Florence. Nothing was said about the adventure, and this fact created a vague unrest in the scheming woman's mind. She realized that she must play her cards more carefully than ever. Not the least distrust must be permitted to enter the child's head. Once that happened, goodbye to the wonderful emeralds. Was it that she really craved the stone? Was it not rather a venom acquired from the knowledge that this child's mother had won what she herself, with all her cleverness, was not sure of Brain's love? Did he really care for her, or was she only the cat's paw to pluck his hot chestnuts from the fire? When Florence showed her the personal, her vague doubts became instantly dissipated. The child would not have shown her the newspaper had there been any distrust on her part. "My child, your father is alive then?" Animatedly. "We don't know, sadly. Why, I should say that this proves it. On the contrary, it proves nothing of the sort, since I have yet to discover a treasure in this house. I have hunted in every nook, drawer. I've searched for panels, looked in trunks for false bottoms. Nothing. Nothing. Ah, if I could only find it. And what would you do with it? Take it at once to some bank and offer the whole of it for the safe return of my father, every penny of it. I don't know what to do, which way to turn." Tears gathering in her eyes, and they were genuine tears too. "There are millions in stocks and bonds, and I cannot touch a penny of it because the legal documents have not been found. I can't even prove that I am his daughter, except for half an old bracelet, and my father's lawyers say that that would not hold in any court. You were born in St. Petersburg, my dear. Have the embassy there look up the birth registers. That would not put me into possession. Nothing but the return of my father will avail me, and there's a horrible thought always of my not being his real daughter. There's no doubt in my mind. I have only to recall Katrina's face to know whose child you are. But what will you live on?" Here was a far greater mix-up than she had calculated upon. Supposing after all it was only a resemblance, that the child was not Hargreav's, a substitute just to blind the Black Hundred, to keep them away from the true daughter? Her mind grew bewildered over such possibilities. The single and only way to settle all doubts was to make this child a prisoner. If she was Hargreav's true daughter, he would come out of his hiding. She heard Florence answering her question. "There is a sum of 10 or 12,000 in the Riverdale Bank, under the control of my father's butler. After that is gone, I don't know what will happen to us, Susan and me." "The door of Miss Farlow's will always be open to you, Florence," replied Susan, with love in her eyes. This interesting conversation was interrupted by the advent of Norton. He was always dropping in during the late afternoon hours. Florence liked him for two reasons. One was that Jones trusted him to a certain extent, and the other was that she liked him. She finished this sentence in her heart defiantly. Today he brought her a box of beautiful roses, and at the sight of them the Countess smiled faintly. Set the wind in that quarter? She could have laughed. Here was her revenge against this meddler, who took no particular notice of her while Florence was in the room. She would encourage him, poor grubbing newspaper writer, with his beggarly pittance. What chance had he of marrying this girl with millions within reach of her hand? The peculiar thing about this was that Norton was entertaining the same thought at the same time. What earthly chance had he? In the second-story window of the house over the way, there was a worried man. But when his glasses brought in range the true contents of the box, he laughed sardonically. "This watching is getting my goat. I smell a rat every time I see a shadow." He wiped the lenses of his opera glasses and proceeded to roll a cigarette. When the Countess and Norton went away, Jones stole quietly up to Florence's room and threw up the curtain. 2 round points of light flashed from the watcher's window, but the saturnine smile on Jones's lips was not observed. He went to the door, opened it cautiously, a hand to his ear. Then he closed the door, turned back the rug and removed a section of the flooring. Out of this cavity he raised a box. There was lettering on the lid, in fact, the name of its owner, Stanley Hargreav. Jones replaced the flooring, tucked the box under his arm, and made his exit. The man lounging in the shadow heard a faint whistle. It was the signal agreed upon. The man Felton ran across the street and boldly rang the bell. It was only then that Florence missed the ever-present butler. She hesitated, then sent Susan to the door. "I must see Mr. Jones upon vitally important business." "He has gone out," said Susan, and very sensibly closed the door before Felton's foot succeeded in getting inside. It was time to act. He ran around to the rear. The ladder convinced him that Jones had tricked him. He was wild with rage. He was over the wall in an instant. Away down the back street his eye discovered his man in full flight. He gave chase. As he came to the first corner, he was nearly knocked over by a man coming the other way. "Who are you bumping into?" growled Felton. "Not so fast, Felton." "Who the devil are you?" The stranger made a sign which Felton instantly recognized. "Quick, what has happened?" "Jones has the million and is making his getaway. See him hiking toward the waterfront." The two men began to run. There followed a thrilling chase. Jones engaged a motorboat, and it was speeding seaward when the two pursuers arrived. They were not laggard. There was another boat, and they made for it. "100 if you overtake that boat," said Felton's strange companion. Felton eyed him thoughtfully. There was something familiar about that voice. Great plumes of water shot up into the air. It did not prove a short race by any means. It took half an hour for the pursuer to overhaul the pursued. "Is that Jones?" "Yes." Felton fired his revolver into the air in hopes of terrifying Jones's engineer, but there was 500 dangling before that individual's eyes. "Let them get a little nearer," shouted the butler. The engineer let down the speed a notch. The other boat crept up within 20 yards. Jones sought a perfect range. He would have to find this spot again. "Surrender!" yelled Felton. In reply, Jones raised the precious box and deliberately dropped it into the sea. Then he turned his automatic upon his pursuers and succeeded in setting their boat afire. All this within the space of an hour. During dinner that night, there was now a cook. Jones walked about the dining table, rubbing his hands together from time to time. "Jones," said Florence, "why do you rub your hands like that?" "Was I rubbing my hands, Miss Florence?" he asked innocently. Chapter 6. "Did you get the range?" asked the Countess, when that night Brain recounted his adventure. "Range," he snarled. "My girl, haven't I just told you that I had to fight for my life? My boat was in flames. We had to swim for it till we were picked up by a Long Island barge tug. I don't know what became of the motorman. He must have headed straight for shore, and I'm glad he did. Otherwise he'd be howling for the price of another boat. Olga, for the first time I've had to let one of the boys have a look at my face. Doesn't know the name, but one of these days he'll stumble across it, and the result will be blackmail, unless I push him off into the dark. It was accidental." The Countess leaned forward, her hands tightly clinched. "But the box!" Brain made a gesture of despair. "Leo, are you using any drug these days?" "Don't make fun of me, Olga," impatiently. "Did you ever see me drink more than a pint of wine or smoke more than 2 cigars in an evening? Poor fools. What, let my brain go into the wastebasket for the sake of an hour or so of exhilaration? No, and never will I. I'm keen about the grey matter I've got, and by the Lord Harry, I'm going to keep it. There's only one dope fiend in the 100, and he's one of the best decoys we have. So we let him have his coke whenever he really needs it. But this man, Felton, has seen my face. Someday he'll see it again, ask questions, and then what? A burial at sea," he laughed. The laughter died swiftly as it came. "Threw it into 800 feet of water, on a bar where the sands are always shifting. He'll never find it, even if he took the range. He could not have got a decent one. The sun was dropping and the shadows were long. He threw the chest into the water, and then began pegging away at us, cool as you please, and fired our tank. It looks to me as if he had wasted his time. That depends. Between you and me and the gatepost, I've a sneaking idea that this man Jones, whom nobody has given any particular attention, is a deep, clever man. He may have been honestly attempting to find a new hiding place. The advertisement in the newspaper may have drawn him. He may have thrown the box over in pure rage at seeing himself checkmated. Again, the whole thing may have been worked up for our benefit, a blind. But if that's the case, Jones has us on the hip, for we can't tell. But we can do what in all probability he expects. We'll cease to do watch him just as shrewdly as before. Olga caught his hand and drew him down beside her. I wasn't going to bother you tonight, but it may mean something vital. What? Alertly. For reply she rose and walked over to the light button. She pressed it, and the apartment became dark. Come over to the window, quick. She dragged him across the room. Over the way, the house with the marble frontage, a man emerged, lit a cigarette, and walked leisurely down the street. No! She cried, as Brain turned to make for the door, doubtless with the intention of finding out who the man was. Every night after you leave, he appears. Does he follow me? No, and that's what bothered me at first. I believed he was watching some apartment above, but regularly, when I turn out the lights, he comes forth. So there's no doubt he watches you enter and takes note of your departure, but doesn't follow me. That's odd. What the devil is his idea? I'd give a good deal to learn. The shadow and the glowing cigarette disappeared around the corner, and the lights in the apartment were turned on again. He's gone. You really think he's watching me? He is watching this apartment, I know that much. And even at that moment the watcher was watching from his vantage behind the corner. Suspicious, he murmured, tossing the cigarette into the gutter. They're watching me for a change. I'll drop out. I know what I know. It's a great world. It's fine to be alive and kicking on top of it. He went on without haste and took the subway train for downtown. Is there any way I could get near him? Asked Brain. Tomorrow night you might leave by the janitor's entrance. I'll keep the lights on till you're outside. Then I'll turn them off and you can follow and learn who he is. It's mighty important. Don't scowl. At your age a wrinkle is apt to remain at you once get it started. He laughed. Wrinkles? She could talk of wrinkles. They are more important than you think. Every morning I rub out the wrinkle I go to bed with. I wish you could rub out the general stupidity which is wrinkling my brain. I've made 3 moves and failed in each. What's come over me? Perhaps you've had too many successes. The wheel of chance is always turning around. May I smoke? Thanks. At least it proves you still have some consideration for me. You would smoke whether it was agreeable or not. But I like the odor of a good cigar, and it always helps you to think. Brain lighted his cigar and began his customary pacing. At length he paused. Suppose we have a real old-fashioned coaching party out to the old mansion we know about. And what shall we do there? Make the mansion an enchanted castle where sometimes people who enter can't get out. Do you think you could get her to go? I can try. Olga, I must have that girl, and I must have her soon. Sometimes I find myself mightily puzzled over the whole thing. If Hargreav is alive, why doesn't he turn up now that it's practically known that his daughter presides over his household? I might understand it if I didn't know that Hargreav is really afraid of nothing. Where is the man with the 5,000, picked up at sea? What was the reason for Jones carrying that box out in broad daylight? Who is the chap watching across the street? Sometimes I believe in my soul, if I have one, that Hargreav is playing with us, well, flinging the half-consumed cigar into the grate. The Black 100 always goes forward, win or lose, and never forgets. We are a fine pair, said the woman bitterly. We are exactly what fate intended us to be. They wrote you down in the book as a beautiful body with a crooked mind. They wrote me down as the devil, doomed to roam the earth's top till I'm killed. Killed? Why, yes, I'm not the kind of chap who dies in bed, surrounded by the weeping members of the family, doctor, nurse, and priest. I'm a scoundrel, but it has this saving grace. I enjoy being the scoundrel. Now I'm going up to the club. There's nothing like a game of billiards or chess to smooth that wrinkle which seems to worry you. In the great newspaper office, there was a mighty racket. Midnight always means pandemonium in the city room of a metropolitan daily. Copy boys were rushing to and fro, messengers and printers with sticky galleys in their hands. Reporters were banging away at their typewriters, and intermingling, you could hear the ceaseless clickety-click from the telegraph room. The managing editor came out of his office and approached the desk of the Night City editor. "Editorial page gone down?" "20 minutes ago," said the Night City editor. "I wanted a stick on that Panama rumpus." "Too late." "Where's Jim Norton?" "At the Chamber of Commerce banquet. The major is going to throw a bomb into the enemy's camp." "Nothing on the Hargreav stuff?" "No. Guess I'd better put that in the cubbyhole." "He's dead." "No will found yet?" "Not a piece as big as a postage stamp. That will leave the girl in a tough place. No will, no birth certificate, and worst of all, no photograph of the old man himself. I don't see why Jim sidestepped this affair. He is the only man in town who knew anything about Hargreav. He hasn't given it up, but he wants to cover it on his own, turn the yarn over when he's got it. No false alarms." "Ah, so that's the game?" "Yes, and Jim is the sort every paper needs. When the time comes, the story turns up if there is one. Here he is now, looks like an actor in the fourth act of a drama. Good-looking chap, though." Norton came in through the outer gates. He was in evening clothes, top hat. A dead cigarette dangled between his lips. "How much do you want?" asked the Night City editor. "Column and a half. Off with your glad rags." "Anything good?" asked the managing editor. "The lid has been jammed on tight. No wine in any restaurant after 1 o'clock. There'll be a roundup of every gunman in town." "Good work. Go to it." It was 1 o'clock when Norton turned in his last sheet of copy and started for home. Just outside the entrance to the building, a man with a slouch hat drawn down over his eyes stepped forward. "Mr. Norton?" "Yes." Norton stepped back suspiciously. The other chuckled, raised and lowered his hat swiftly. "Good Lord," murmured the reporter. "Will you take a ride with me in a taxi? All the way to Syracuse, if you say so." "Well, I'll be Tinkerdeed." "No names, please." What took place in that taxicab was never generally known. But at 10 o'clock the next morning, Norton surprised the elevator boy by going out. Norton proceeded downtown to the National Bank, where he deposited $5,000 in bills of large denominations. The teller had some difficulty in counting them. They stuck together and retained the sodden appearance of money recently submerged in water. Florence was delighted at the idea of a coaching party. Often during her schoolgirl days she had seen the fashionable coaches go careening along the road, with the sharp, clear note of the bugle rising above the thunder of hoofs and rattling of wheels. Jones was not enthusiastic, neither was he a killjoy. "But you are to go along too," said Florence. "Aye, Miss Florence. The Countess invited you especially. You will go with a hamper." "Ah, in my capacity as butler, very good, Miss Florence." To her he gave no sign of his secret great satisfaction. The hour arrived, and the gay party bowled away. They wound in and out of the streets toward the country, to the crack of the whip and the blare of the horn. Florence's enjoyment would have been perfect had it not been for the absence of Norton. Why hadn't he been invited? She did not ask, because she did not care to disclose to the Countess her interest in the reporter. They were nearing the limits of the city, when the coach was forced to take a sharp turn to avoid an automobile in trouble. The man, puttering at the engine, raised his head. It was Norton, and Florence waved her hand vigorously. "A coaching party," he murmured, "and your Uncle James was not invited." "Oh, very well." He laughed, and suddenly grew serious. It would not hurt to find out where that coach was going. He set to work savagely, located the trouble, righted it, and set off for the Hargreav home. He found Susan and bombarded her with questions, which to Susan came with the rapidity of rain upon the roof. "So Jones went along?" "In his capacity of butler only." Norton smiled. "Well, I'll take a jaunt out there myself. You are sure of the location?" "Yes." "Well, goodbye. I'll go as a waiter since they wouldn't invite me. I'm one of the best little waiters you ever heard of, and all things come to him who waits." What a pleasant, affable young man he was. thought Susan, as she watched him jump into the car and go flying up the street. Jones was a good deal surprised when Norton turned up at the old Chiltern Manor. "What made you come here dressed like this?" the butler demanded. "I'm a suspicious duffer. Maybe that's the reason. Do you know anything?" "Well, no, I can't say that I do. But hang it, I just had to come out here." "Maybe it's just as well you did," said Jones moodily. "I know this place. The housekeeper used to be my nurse, and if she is still on the job, she may be of service to us. You don't think they'll question or recognize me?" "Hardly. I'll put in a word for you. I'll say I sent for you, not knowing if we had enough servants to take care of the luncheon. And now I'll go and hunt up Meg." Sure enough, his old nurse was still in charge of the house, and when her baby disclosed his identity, she all but fell upon his neck. "But what are you doing here, dressed up as a waiter?" "It's a little secret, Meg. I wasn't invited, and the truth is I'm very desperately in love with the young lady in whose honor this coaching party is being given, and maybe she's in danger." "Danger? What about?" "The Lord only knows. But show me about the house. I've not been here in so long I've forgotten the run of it. I remember one room with a secret panel and another with a painting that turned. Have they changed them?" "No, it is just the same here as it used to be." "Come along and I'll show you." Norton inspected the rooms carefully, stowing away in his mind every detail. He might be worrying about nothing, but so many strange things had happened that it was better to be on the side of caution than on the side of carelessness. He left the house and ran across Jones carrying a basket of wine. "Here, Norton, take this to the party. I want to reconnoiter." "All right, my lad. Say, Jones, how much do you think I'd earn at this job?" "Comically. Get along with you, Mr. Norton. It may be the time to laugh, and then it may not. I'm going back into the house and hide behind a secret panel. I've got my revolver. You go to the stables and take a try at my car, see if she works smoothly. We may have to do some hiking. Where is the Countess in this?" "Leave that to me, Mr. Norton," said the butler with his grim smile. "Be off. They are moving back toward the house." So Norton carried the basket around to the lawn, where it was taken from his hands by the regular servant. He sighed as he saw Florence, laughing and chatting with a man who was a stranger and whom he heard addressed as Count. Some friend of the Countess, no doubt. Where was all this tangle going to end? He wished he knew, and what a yarn he was going to write some day. It would read like one of Gaboriau's tales. He turned away to wander idly about the grounds, when beyond a clump of cedars he saw 3 or 4 men conversing slowly. He got as near as possible, for when 3 or 4 men put their heads together and whisper animatedly, it usually means a poker game or something worse. He caught a phrase or two as they came down the wind, and then he knew that the vague suspicion that had brought him out here had been set in motion by fate. He heard Florence and the old drawing room, and that was enough. He scurried about for Jones. It was pure luck that he had had old Meg show him through the house. Otherwise he would have forgotten all about the secret panel in the wall and the painting. Jones shrugged resignedly. Were these men of the Countess's party? Norton couldn't say. Norton made his hiding place in safety, and by he could hear the guests moving about in the room. Then all sounds ceased for a while. A door closed sharply. "No, here you must stay, young lady," said a man's voice. "What do you mean, sir?" demanded the beloved voice. "It means that no one will return to this room, and that you will not be missed until it is too late." The sound of voices stopped abruptly, and something like scuffling ensued. Later, Norton heard the back of a chair strike the panel, and someone sat heavily upon it. He waited perhaps 5 minutes, then he gently slid back the panel. Florence sat bound and gagged under his very eyes. It was but the work of a moment to liberate her. "It is I, Jim. Do not speak or make the least noise. Follow me." Greatly astonished, Florence obeyed, and the panel slipped back into place. The room behind the secret panel had barred windows. To Florence it appeared to be a real prison. "How did you get here?" she asked breathlessly. "Something told me to follow you, and something is always going to tell me to follow you, Florence." She pressed his hand. It was to her as if one of those book heroes had stepped out of a book. Only book heroes always had tremendous fortunes and did not have to work for a living. Oddly enough, she was not afraid. "Who was the man?" he asked. "The Count Norfelt. Someone has imposed upon the Countess." "Do you think so?" with a strange look in his eyes. "What do you mean?" "Nothing just now. The idea is to get out of here just as quickly as we can. See this painting?" He touched a spot in the wall, and the painting slowly swung out like a door. "Come, we make our escape to the side lawn from here." At the stable they were confronted with the knowledge that Norton's car was out of commission. Jones could do nothing with it. Then Norton suggested that he make an effort to commandeer the limousine of the Countess, but there were men about, so the limousine was out of the question. "Horses," whispered Jones. "There are several saddle horses already saddled. How about these people, the owners?" "Oh, they are beyond reproach. They have doubtless been imposed upon. But let us get aboard first. There will be time to talk later. I'll have to do some explaining, taking these nags off like this. We won't have to ride out in front where the picnickers are. There's a lane back of the stable, and a slight detour brings us back into the main road." The three mounted and clattered away. To Florence it had the air of a prank. She was beginning to have such confidence in these two inventive men that she felt as if she was never going to be afraid anymore. When the Countess Olga saw the three horses, it was an effort not to fly into a rage. But secretly she warned her people, who presently gave chase in the limousine, while she prattled and jested and laughed with her company, who were quite unaware that a drama was being enacted right under their very noses. The Countess, while she acted superbly, tore her handkerchief into shreds. There was something sinister in the way all their plans fell through at the very moment of consummation, and that night she determined to ask Brain to withdraw from this warfare, which gradually decimated their numbers without getting anywhere toward the goal. Jones shouted that the limousine was tearing down the road. Something must be done to stop it. He suggested that he drop behind, leave his horse, and take a chance at potting a tire from the shrubbery at the roadside. "Keep going. Don't stop, Norton, till you're back in town. I'll manage to take good care of myself." Chapter 7. When all three finally met at the Hargreav home, Florence suddenly took Jones by the shoulders and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Jones started back, pale and disturbed. Norton laughed. He did not feel the slightest twinge of jealousy, but he was eaten up with envy, as the old wives say. "You are wondering if I suspect the Countess Peregoff?" said Jones. "I am." This man Jones was developing into a very remarkable character. The reporter found himself side-glancing at the thin, keen face of this resourceful butler. The lobe of the man's left ear came within range. Norton reached for a cigarette, but his hands shook as he lit it. There was a peculiar little scar in the center of the lobe. "Well," said Jones, "I can find no evidence that she has been concerned in any of these affairs." "You are suspicious?" "Of everybody," looking boldly into the reporter's eyes. "Of me?" Smiling. "Even of myself sometimes." Conversation dropped entirely after this declaration. "You're a taciturn sort of chap." "Am I?" "You are. But an agreement is an agreement, and while I'd like to print this story, I'll not. We newspaper men seldom break our word." Jones held out his hand. "Sometimes I wish I'd started life right," said the reporter gloomily. "A newspaper man is generally improvident. He never looks ahead for tomorrow. What with my special articles to the magazines, I earn between 4,000 and 5,000 a year, and I've never been able to save a cent." "Perhaps you've never really tried," replied Jones, with a glance at his companion. It was a good face, strong in outline, a little careworn, perhaps, but free from any indications of dissipation. "If I had begun life as you did, I'd have made real and solid use of the great men I met. I'd have made financiers help me to invest my earnings, or savings, little as they might be, and today I'd be living on the income. You never can tell. Perhaps a woman might have made you think of those things. But if you had remained unattached up to 31, as I have, the thought of saving might never have entered your head. A man in my present condition financially has no right to think of matrimony. It might be the saving of you if you met and married the right woman, but the right woman might be heiress to millions, and a poor devil like me could not marry a girl with money and hang on to his self-respect. True, but there are always exceptions to all rules in life, except those regarding health. A healthy man is a normal man, and a normal man has no right to remain single. You proved yourself a man this afternoon, considering that you did not know I occupied the wheel seat. Come to think it over, you really saved the day. You gave me the opportunity of steering straight for the police station. Well, goodbye. Queer duck, mused the reporter as, after telephoning, he headed for his office. Queer duck indeed. What a game it was going to be. And this man Jones was playing it like a master. It did not matter that someone else laid down the rules. It was the way in which they were interpreted. Brain heard of the failure. The Black Hundred was finding its stock far below par value. 4 valuable men locked up in the tombs awaiting trial, to say nothing of the 7 gunmen gathered in at the old warehouse. Brain began to suspect that his failures were less due to chance than to calculation. That at last he had encountered a mind which anticipated his every move. He would have recognized this fact earlier, had it not been that revenge had temporarily blinded him. The spirit of revenge never makes for mental clarity. There was a meeting that night of the Black Hundred. 4 men were told off, and they drew their chairs up to Vroon's table for instructions. Brain sat at Vroon's elbow. These 4 men composed the most dangerous quartet in New York City. They were as daring as they were desperate. They were the men who held up bank messengers and got away with thousands. They had learned to swoop down upon their victims as the hawk swoops down upon the heron. The newspapers referred to them as the auto bandits, and the men took a deal of pride in the furore they had created. Vroon went over the Hargreav case minutely. He left no detail unexplained. Bluntly and frankly, the daughter of Stanley Hargreav must be caught and turned over to the care of the Black Hundred. It must be quick action. 4 valuable members were in the tombs. They might or might not weaken under pressure. For the first time in its American career, the organization stood facing actual peril, and its one possible chance of salvation lay in the fact that no one's face was known to his neighbor. He, Vroon, and the boss alone knew who and what each man was. But the plans, the ramifications of the organization might become public property, and that would mean an end to an exceedingly profitable business. The daughter of Hargreav rode horseback early every morning. She sought the country road. She was invariably attended by the riding master of a school nearby. You 4 will make your own plans. If she should be injured, avoid it if possible. We have a free hand? Absolutely. We risk a bad fall from her horse if it's a spirited one. Pretend a breakdown in the road, interpolated Brain. As they approach, draw and order them to dismount. That method will prevent any accident. We'll plan it somehow. It looks easy. Nothing is easy where that girl is concerned. 1,000 eyes seem to be watching her slightest move. We shan't leave anything to chance. How many days will you give us? 7. A failure, mind you, will prove unhealthy to all concerned. With a menace which made the 4 stir uneasily. The telephone rang. Brain reached for the receiver. A man just entered the Hargreav house at the rear. Come at once, was the message. Is your car outside? Brain asked. We are never without it. Then let us be off. No one will stop us for speeding on a side street. 14 minutes by the clock brought the car to a stand at the curb a few houses below the Hargreav home. The men got out. The watcher ran up. He is still inside, he whispered. Good. Spread out. If anyone leaves that house, catch him. If he runs too fast, shoot. We can beat the police. The man obeyed, and the watcher ran back to his post. He was desperately hoping the affair would terminate tonight. He was growing weary of this eternal vigilance, and it was only his fear of the man known as the boss that kept him at his post. He wanted a night to carouse in, to be with the boys. The man for whom they were lying in wait was seen presently to creep cautiously round the side of the house. He hugged a corner and paused. They could see the dim outline of his body. The light in the street back of the grounds almost made a silhouette of him. By and by, as if assured that the coast was clear, he stole down to the street. "Halt!" Instantly the prowler took to his heels. 2 shots rang out. The man was seen to stop, stagger, and then go on desperately. "He's hit!" By the time the men reached the corner, they heard the rumble of a motor. One dashed back to the car they had left standing at the curb. He made quick work of the job, but he was not quick enough. Still, they gave chase. They saw the car turn toward the city, but, unfortunately for the success of the chase, several automobiles passed, going into town and leaving it. Checkmate. Brain was keen enough tonight. He is hit. Whether badly or not remains to be seen. We can find that out. Drive to the nearest drugstore and get a list of hospitals. It's a 10-to-1 shot that we land him somewhere among the hospitals. But they searched the hospitals in vain. None of them had that night received a shooting case, nor had they heard one reported. The man had been unmistakably hit. He would not have dared risk the loss of time for a bit of play acting. Evidently, he had kept his head and sought his lodgings. To call up doctors would be utter folly, for it would take a week for a thorough combing. This was the second time the man had got away. "Perhaps I'm to blame," admitted Brain. "I should have advised Miles to stalk him and pot him if he got the chance. There's a mastermind working somewhere back of all this, and it's time I woke up to the fact. But you," turning to the auto bandits, "you men have your instructions. More than that, you have been given a free rein. See that you make good, or by the Lord Harry, I'll break the 4 of you like pipe stems." "We haven't had a failure yet," spoke up one of the men, more courageous than his companions. "You are not holding up a bank messenger this trip. Remember that. Drive me as far as Columbus Circle. Leave me on the side street, between the lights, so I can take off this mask." Later, Brain sauntered into Pabst's and ordered a light supper. This night's work, more than anything else, brought home to him the fact that his luck was changing. For years he had proceeded with his shady occupations without encountering any memorable failure. He moved in the high world, quite unsuspected. He had written books, given lectures, been made a lion of, all the while laughing in his sleeve at the gullibility of human nature. But within the last 2 weeks he had received serious checks. From now on, he must move with the utmost caution. Someone was playing his own game, waging warfare unseen. A battle of wits? So be it, but Brain intended to play with rough wits, and he wasn't going to care which way the sword cut. He hated Stanley Hargreav with all the hatred of his soul, the hatred of a man balked in love. And the man was alive, defying him, alive somewhere in this city this very night, with a bullet under his skin. "Is everything satisfactory, sir?" he heard the head waiter say. "Satisfactory," Brain repeated blankly. "Yes, sir." You struck the table as though displeased. "Oh," then Brain laughed relievedly. "If I struck the table, it was done unconsciously. I was thinking, beg pardon, sir. Anything else, sir?" "No. Bring me the check. Your master gives riding lessons." The groom who had led the horse back from Hargreaves eyed his questioner rather superciliously. "Yes." The groom fondled the animal's legs. "How much is it?" $20 for a ticket of 5 rides. The master is the fashion up here. He doesn't cater to any but the best families." "Pretty steep. Who was that young lady riding this morning with your master?" "That's the girl all the newspapers have been talking about," answered the groom importantly. "Actress?" "Actress. I should say not. That young woman is the daughter of Stanley Hargreav, the millionaire who was lost at sea, and it won't be long before she puts her finger in a pie of 4 or 5 millions. If you want any rides, you'll have to talk it over with the boss. He may or may not take any more rides. You'd probably have to ride in the afternoon, anyhow, as every nag is out in the morning." "Where's the most popular road?" "Toward the park, but Miss Hargreav always goes along the Riverside Road. She doesn't like strangers about." "Oh, I see. Well, I'll drop in this afternoon and see your master. They say that riding is good for a torpid liver. Have a cigar?" "Thanks." The groom proceeded into the stables and the affable stranger took himself off. A free rein, they could work it to suit themselves. There wasn't the least obstacle in the way. On the face of it, it appeared to be the simplest job they had yet undertaken. To get rid of the riding master in some natural way after he and the girl had started. It was like falling off a log. "Susan," said Florence, as she came into breakfast after her exhilarating ride, "did you hear pistol shots last night?" "I heard some noise, but I was so sleepy I didn't try to figure out what it was." "Did you, Jones?" "Yes, Miss Florence. The shots came from the street. A policeman came running up later and said he saw 2 automobiles on the run, but evidently there wasn't anybody hurt. One has to be careful at night nowadays. There are pretty bad men abroad." "Did you enjoy the ride?" "Very much. But there were some spots of blood on the walk near the corner." "Blood?" Jones caught the back of a chair to steady himself. "Yes, so someone was hurt. Oh, let's leave this place." Impulsively, "Let us go back to Miss Farlow's. You could find a place in the village, Jones. But if I stay here much longer in this state of unrest, I shall lose faith in everything and everybody. Whoever my father's enemies are, they do not lack persistence. They have made 2 attempts against my liberty, and sooner or later they will succeed. I keep looking over my shoulder all the time. If I hear a noise, I jump. Miss Florence, if I thought it wise, you should be packed off to Miss Farlow's this minute. But not an hour of the day or night passes without this house being watched. I seldom see anybody about. I can only sense the presence of a watcher. At Miss Farlow's you would be far more like a prisoner than here. I could not accompany you. I am forbidden to desert this house." "My father's orders?" Jones signified neither one way nor the other. He merely gazed stolidly at the rug. "That blood!" She sprang from her chair, horrified. "It was his! He was here last night and they shot him." "Oh, there, Miss Florence. The man was only slightly wounded. He's where they never will look for him." Then Jones continued, as with an effort, "Trust me, Miss Florence, it would not pay to run away. The whole affair would be repeated elsewhere. We might go to the other end of the world, but it would not serve us in the least. It is not a question of escape, but of who shall vanquish the other. There is nothing to do but remain here and fight, fight, fight. We have put 4 of them in the tombs, to say nothing of the gunmen. That is what we must do, put them in a safe place, one by one, till we reach the master. Then only may we breathe in safety. But if they watch, so do we. There is never a moment when help is not within reach, no matter where you go. So long as you do not deceive me, no real harm shall befall you. Don't cry. Be your father's daughter, as I am his servant. I am very unhappy." And Florence threw her arms around Susan and laid her head upon her friend's shoulder. Poor child! Susan, however, recognized the wisdom of Jones' statements. They were safest here. The morning rides continued. To the girl, who loved the open, it was glorious fun. Those mad gallops along the roads, the smell of earth and sea, the tingle in the blood, were the second-best moments of the day. The first? She invariably blushed when she considered what these first-best moments were. He was a brave young man, good to look at, witty and always cheerful. Why shouldn't she like him? Even Jones liked him, Jones, who didn't seem to like anybody. It did not matter whether he was wise or not. A worldly point of view was farthest from her youthful thoughts. It was her own affair, her own heart. 5 days later, as she and the riding master were cantering along the road, enjoying every bit of it, they heard the beat of hoofs behind. They drew up and turned. A rider was approaching them at a run. It was the head groom. The man stopped his horse in a cloud of dust. "Sir, the stables are on fire." "Fire?" All the riding master's savings were invested in the stables. The fact that he had solemnly promised never to leave Florence alone, and that he had accepted a generous bonus, slipped from his mind at the thought of fire, a terrible word to any horseman. He wheeled and started off at breakneck speed, his head groom clattering behind him. Florence naturally wondered which of 2 courses to pursue. Follow them, when she would be perfectly helpless to aid them, or continue the ride and save at least one horse from the terror of seeing flames. She chose the latter, but she did not ride with the earlier zest. She felt depressed. She loved horses, and the thought of them dying in those wooden stables was horrifying. The fire, however, proved to be incipient. but it was plainly incendiary. Someone had set fire to the stables with a purpose in view. Norton recognized this fact almost as soon as the fireman. He had come this morning with the idea of surprising Florence. He was going out on horseback to join her. His spine grew suddenly cold. A trap. She had been left alone on the road. He ran over to the garage, secured a car, and went humming out toward the river road. A trap, and only by the sheerest luck had he turned up in time. Meantime, Florence was walking her mount slowly. For once the scenery passed unobserved. She was deeply engrossed with thoughts, some of which were happy and some of which were sad. If only her father could be with her, she would be the happiest girl alive. She was brought out of her reverie by the sight of a man staggering along the road ahead of her. Finally he plunged upon his face in the road. Like the tender-hearted girl she was, she stopped, dismounted, and ran to the fallen man to give him aid. She suddenly found her wrists clasped in two hands like iron. The man rose to his feet, smiling evilly. She struggled wildly but futilely. "Better be sensible," he said. "I am stronger than you are, and I don't wish to hurt you. Walk on ahead of me. It will be utterly useless to scream or cry out. You can see for yourself that we are in a deserted part of the road. If you will promise to act sensibly, I shan't lay a hand on you. Do you see that hut yonder, near the fork in the road? We'll stop there. Now march." She dropped her handkerchief, later her bracelet, and finally her crop, in hope that these slight clues might bring her help. She knew that Jones would hear of the fire, and finding that she had not returned with the riding master, would immediately start out in pursuit. She was beginning to grow very fond of Jones, who never spoke unless spoken to, who was always at hand, faithful and loyal. From afar came the low rumble of a motor. She wondered if her captor heard it. He did, but his ears tricked him into believing that it came from another direction. Eventually they arrived at the hut, and Florence was forced to enter. The man locked the door and waited outside for the automobile which he was expecting. He was rather dumbfounded when he saw that it was coming from the city, not going toward it. It was Norton. The riderless horse told him enough. The handkerchief and bracelet and crop led him straight for the hut. The man before the hut realized by this time that he had made a mistake. He attempted to re-enter the hut and prepare to defend it till his companions hove in sight, but Florence, recognizing Norton, held the door with all her strength. The man snarled and turned toward Norton, only to receive a smashing blow on the jaw. Norton flung open the door. "Into the car, Florence! There's another car coming up the road! Hurry!" It was not a long chase. The car of the auto bandits, looking like an ordinary taxicab, was a high-powered machine, and it gained swiftly on Norton's four-cylinder. The reporter waited grimly. "Keep your head down," he warned Florence. "I'm going to take a pot at their tires when they get within range. If I miss, I'm afraid we'll have trouble. Under no circumstances attempt to leave this car. Here they come." He suddenly leaned back and fired. It was only chance. The manner in which the cars were lurching made a poor target for a marksman even of the first order. Chance directed Norton's first bullet into the right forward tire, which exploded. Going at 60-odd miles an hour, they could not stop the car in time to avoid fatality. The car careened wildly and plunged down the embankment into the river. Florence covered her eyes with her hands, and quite unconscious of what he was doing, Norton put his arms around her. Chapter 8. After the affair of the auto bandits, 3 of whom were killed, a lull followed. If you're a sailor, you know what kind of a lull I mean. Blue-black clouds down the southwest horizon, the water crinkly, the booms wobbling. Suddenly a series of accidents began to happen to Norton. At first he did not give the matter much thought. The safe, which fell almost at his feet and crashed through the sidewalk, merely induced him to believe he was lucky. At another time, an automobile came furiously around a corner while he was crossing the street, and only amazing agility saved him from bodily hurt. The car was out of sight when he thought to recall the number. Then came the jolt in the subway. Only a desperate grab by one of the guards saved him from being crushed to death. Even then he thought nothing. But when a new box of cigarettes arrived and he tried one and found it strangely perfumed, and upon further analysis found it to contain a Javanese narcotic, a slow but sure death, he became wide awake enough. They were after him. He began to walk carefully, to keep in public places as often as he possibly could. He was not really afraid of death, but he did abhor the thought of its coming up from behind. Except for the cigarettes, they were all accidents. He could not have proved anything before a jury of his intimate friends. He never entered an elevator without scrupulous care. He never passed under coverings over the sidewalks where construction was going on. Still, careful as he was, death confronted him once more. It was his habit to have his coffee and rolls. He rarely ate anything more for his breakfast set down outside his door every morning. The coffee, being in a silver thermos bottle, kept its heat for hours. When he took the stopper out and poured forth a cup, it looked oddly black, discolored. It is quite probable that had there been no series of accidents, he would have drunk a cup and died in mortal agony. It contained bichloride of mercury. Very quietly he set about to make inquiries. This was really becoming serious. In the kitchen's clown stairs nothing could be learned. The maid had set the thermos bottle before the door at 10:30. Norton had opened the door at 1:33 hours after. The outlook was not the cheerfulest. He knew perfectly well why all these things happened. He had interfered with the plans of the scoundrels who were making every possible move to kidnap Florence Hargreav. One afternoon he paid Florence a visit. Of course he told her nothing. They had become secretly engaged the day after he had rescued her from the auto bandits. They were secretly engaged because Florence wanted it so. For once Jones suspected nothing. Why should he? He had troubles enough. As a matter of fact, Norton was afraid of him in the same sense as a boy is afraid of a policeman. But on this day, when the time came, he accosted the butler and drew him into the pantry. "Jones, they are after me now." "You? Explain." Norton briefly recounted the deliberate attempts against his life. "You see, I'm not liar enough to say that I'm not worried. I am, devilishly worried. I'm not worth any ransom. I'm in the way, and they seem determined to put me out of it. To any other man I would say travel. But to you I say when you leave your rooms, don't go where you first thought you would, that is, some usual haunt. They'll be everywhere, near your restaurants, your clubs, your office. You're a methodical young man, become erratic. Keep away from here for at least 3 days, but always call me up by telephone sometime during the day. Never under any circumstance, unless I send for you, come here at night. Only one man now watches the house during the day, but 5 are prowling around after dark. They might have instructions to shoot you on sight. I can't spare you just at present, Mr. Norton. You've been a godsend, and if it seems that sometimes I did not trust you fully, it was because I did not care to drag you in too deep." Deep? Norton thought of Florence and smiled inwardly. Could anybody be in deeper than he was? Once it was on the tip of his tongue to confess his love for Florence, but the gravity of Jones' countenance was an obstacle to such move. It did not invite it. To be sure, Jones had no real authority to say what Florence should or should not do with her heart. Still, from all points of view, it was better to keep the affair under the rose till there came a more propitious hour in which to make the disclosure. Love, in the midst of all these alarms. Sharp, desperate rogues on one side, millions on the other, and yet love could enter the scenes serenely, like an actor who had missed his cue and come on too soon. Oddly enough, there was no real love-making such as you often read about. A pressure of the hand, a glance from the eye. There was seldom anything more. Only once, that memorable day on the river road, had he kissed her. No word of love had been spoken on either side. In that wild moment, all conventionalities had disappeared like smoke in the wind. There had been neither past nor future, only the present in which they knew that they loved. With her he was happy, for he had no time to plan over the future. Away from her, he saw the inevitable barriers providing against the marriage between a poor young man and a very rich young woman. A man who has any respect for himself wants always to be on equal terms with his wife. It's the way this peculiar organization called society has written down its rules, doubtless a relic of the Stone Age, when Ab went out with his club to seek a wife and drag her by the hair to his den, there to care for her and to guard her with his life's blood. It is one of the few primitive sensations that remain to us, this wanting the female dependent upon the male. Perhaps this accounts for man's lack of interest on the suffragette question. Only Susan suspected the true state of affairs, being a woman. Having had no real romance herself, she delighted in having a second-hand one, as you might say. She intercepted many a glance and pretended not to see the stolen hand pressures. The wedding was already full drawn in her mind's eye. These two young people should be married at Susan Farlow's when the roses were climbing up the sides of the house and the young robins were boldly trying their fuzzy wings. It struck her as rather strange, but she could not conjure up at this wedding more than two men besides the minister, the bridegroom, and the butler. By forsaking his accustomed haunts under the advice of Jones, the hidden warfare ceased temporarily. You can't very well kill a man when you don't know where to find him. He ate his breakfast haphazardly, now here, now there. He received most of his assignments by telephone and wrote his stories and articles in his club, in the writing rooms of hotels, and invariably dispatched them to the office by messenger. The managing editor wanted to know what all this meant, but Norton declined to tell him. It irked him to be forced to rearrange his daily life, his habits. It was a revolution against his ease, for he loved ease when he was not at work. He had the sensation of having been suddenly robbed of his home, of having been cast out into the streets. And on top of all this, he had to go and fall in love. There was no longer a shadow opposite the apartments of the Countess Perigoff. Brain came and went nightly without discovering anyone. This rather worried him. It gave him the impression that the shadow had found out what he had been seeking and no longer needed to watch the coming and going of either himself or the Countess Perigoff. "Olga, it looks as if we were at the end of our rope," he said discouragedly. "We have failed in our attempts so far. The devil watches over that girl." "Or God," replied the Countess gloomily. "In nearly every instance their success has been due to chance. Somehow I'm convinced that we began wrong. We should have let Hargreav escape quietly, followed him, and made him fast when the right opportunity came. After a month or so his vigilance would have relaxed. He would have arrived at the belief that he had eluded us. Indeed, ironically, he wasn't vigilant all these years in which he did elude us. How about the child he never sought but guarded? Vigilance. He never was anything else all these 17 years. The truth is, success has developed a coarseness in our methods, and now it is too late for finesse. We have tried every device we can think of, and there they are, the girl free, Norton unharmed, and the father as secure in his retreat as though he wore an invisible cloak. My head aches. I have ceased to be inventive. The two are in love with each other. Are you sure of that? I have my eyes, but I begin to wonder. About what? Whether or not Jones suspects me and is giving me rope to hang myself with? Not once have the police been called in and told what has really happened. They are totally at sea. And what has become of the man over the way? By the Lord Harry, exclaimed Brain, clapping his hands. I believe I've solved that. We shot a man coming out of Hargreav's. Since then there's been no one across the way, one and the same man. But that knowledge doesn't get us anywhere. No, you say they are in love, secretly. I don't believe the butler has an inkling of it. It is possible, however, that Susan has caught the trend of affairs. But being rather romantic, she will in no wise interfere. Brain smoked in silence. Presently a smile twisted his lips. "You've thought of something?" she asked. "You might try it," he said. "They have accepted your friendship, whether with ulterior purpose remains to be learned. She has been to your apartments 2 or 3 times to tea, and always got home safely." "No," she said determinedly. "Nothing shall happen here. I will not take the risk. Wait till I'm through. Break up the romance in such a way that the girl will bar Norton from the house. That's what we've been aiming at, to get rid of that meddling reporter. We've tried poisons. Try your kind." "What do you mean?" "Lies." "Ah, I understand. You want me to win him away from her. It cannot be done." "Sure. You have a bag full of tricks. You can easily manage to put him into an equivocal position, out of which he cannot possibly squirm so far as the girl is concerned. A little melodrama, arranged for the benefit of Florence. Fall into Norton's arms at the right moment or something like that. I suppose I could, but if I failed..." "You're too damnably clever to fail in your own particular work. Something has got to be done to keep those two apart. I've often thought of raiding the house and boldly carrying off the whole family, Susan and all, but a wholesale affair like that would be too noisy. Think it over, Olga. We have gone too far to back down now. There's always Russia, and while I'm the boss over here, they never cease to watch me. They'll make me answer for a failure like this." She eyed him speculatively. "You have money." "Oh, the money doesn't matter. It's the game. It's the game of playing fast and loose with society, of pilfering it with one hand and making it kowtow with the other. It's the sport of the thing. What was your thought?" "We could go away together, to South America, and tire of each other within a month," he retorted shrewdly. "No, we are in the same boat. We could not live but for this never-ending excitement. And, more than that, we never could get far enough away from the long arm of the first 10. We'll have to stick it out here. Can't you see?" "Yes, I can see." But in her heart she knew that she would have lived in a hut with this man till the end of her days. She abhorred the life, though she never, by the slightest word, let him become aware of it. There was always that abiding fear that at the first sign of weakness he would desert her. And she was wise in her deductions. Brain was loyal to her because she held his interest. Once that failed, he would be off and away. The next afternoon the Countess, having matured her plans against the happiness of the young girl who trusted her, drew up before the Hargreav place and alighted. Her welcome was the same as ever, and this strengthened her confidence. The Countess was always gesticulating. Her hands fluttered to emphasize her words, and the beautiful diamond solitaire caught the girl's eye. She seized the hand. Having an affair of her own, it was natural that she should be interested in that of her friend. "I never saw that ring before." "A gift of yesterday." The Countess assumed a shy air which would have deceived St. Anthony. She twisted the ring on her finger. "Tell me," cried Florence. "You are engaged?" "Mercy, no! Is he rich? No." "Money should not matter when your heart is involved." As this thought was in accord with her own, Florence nodded her head sagely. "It's nothing serious, just a fancy. I shall never marry again. Men are gay deceivers, they always have been and always will be. Perhaps I'm a bit wicked, but I rather like to prove my theory that all men are weak. If I had a daughter, I'd rather have her be an old man's darling than a young man's drudge. I distrust every man I know. I came to ask you and Susan to go to the opera with me tonight. You will come to my apartments first. You will come?" "To be sure we will." "Simple little fool," thought the Russian on the way home. "She shall see." "I believe the Countess is engaged to be married," said Florence to Jones. "Indeed, miss?" "Yes. I couldn't get anything definite out of her, but she had a beautiful ring on her finger. She wants Susan and me to go to the opera with her tonight. Will that be all right?" Jones gazed abstractedly at the rug. Whenever a problem bothered him, he seemed to find the solution in the delicate patterns of the Persian rugs. Finally he nodded. "I see no reason why you should not go. Only watch out." "Jones, there is one thing that will make me brave and happy. Will you tell me if you are in direct communication with my father?" "Yes, Miss Florence," he answered promptly. "But do not breathe this to a single soul, neither Susan nor Norton." "I promise that. But hasten the day when he can come to me without fear. That is my wish also. You need not call me miss. Why should you?" "It might not be wise to have any one hear me call you thus familiarly," he objected gravely. please yourself about that. Now I must telephone Jim." "Jim?" the butler murmured. He caught the word which was not intended for his ears. But for once, Jones had been startled out of himself. "Is it wrong for me to call Mr. Norton Jim?" she asked with a bit of banter. "It is not considered quite the proper thing, Miss Florence, to call a young man by his first name unless you are engaged to marry him, or grew up with him from childhood." "Well, supposing I were engaged to him?" Haughtily. "That would be a very grave affair. What have you to prove that he may not wish to marry you for your money?" "Why, Jones, you know that I haven't a penny in the world I can call my own." "There is nothing to prove except your word that I am Stanley Hargreav's daughter." "No, there is nothing to prove that you are his daughter. But hasn't it ever occurred to you that there might be a purpose back of this? Might it not be of inestimable value that your father's enemies should be left in doubt? Might it not be a means of holding them on the leash? There is proof, ample proof, my child, and when the time comes these will be shown you. But meantime put all thought of marrying Mr. Norton out of your mind." "That I refuse to do," quietly. "I am at least mistress of my heart, and no one shall dictate to me whom I shall or shall not marry. I love Mr. Norton, and he loves me, knowing that I may not be an heiress after all. And some day I shall marry him." Jones bowed. This seemed to appear final to him, and nothing more was to be said. Norton did not return to his rooms till 7. He found the telephone call, and also a note in a handwriting unfamiliar. He tore off the envelope and found the contents to be from the Countess Perigoff. "Call at 8 tonight," he read. "I have an important news story for you. Tell no one, as I cannot be involved in the case. Cordially, Olga, Countess Perigoff." Humph! Norton twiddled the note in his fingers and at length rolled it into a ball and threw it into the wastebasket. He too made a mistake. He should have kept that note. He dressed, dined, and hurried off to the apartments of the Countess. He arrived 10 minutes before Florence and Susan, and Jones did some rapid telephoning. How long, the butler murmured. How long would this strange combat last? The strain was terrible. He slept but little during the nights, for his ears were always waiting for sounds. He had cast the chest into the sea, and it would take a dozen expert divers to locate it. And now, atop of all these worries, the child must fall in love with the first comer. It was heartbreaking. Norton, so far as he had learned, was cool and brave, honest and reliable in a pinch. But as the husband of Stanley Hargreav's daughter, that was altogether a different matter. And he must devise some means of putting a stop to it, but he was saved that trouble. Mongoose and cobra, that was the game being played, the cunning of the one against the deadly venom of the other. If he forced matters, he would only lay himself open to the strike of the snake. He must have patience. Gradually they were breaking the organization, lopping off a branch here and there, but the peace of the future depended upon getting a grip on the spine of the cobra himself. The trick was simple. The Countess had news. Trust her for that. She exhibited a cablegram, dated at Gibraltar, in which the British authorities stated definitely that no such a person as William Orts, aviator, had arrived at Gibraltar. And then, as Norton rose, she rose also and gently precipitated herself into his arms, just at the moment when Florence appeared in the doorway. Very simple indeed. When a woman falls toward a man, there is nothing for him to do but extend his arms to prevent her from falling. Outwardly, however, to the eye which saw only the picture and comprehended not the cause, it had all the hallmarks of an affectionate embrace. Florence stood perfectly still for a moment, then turned away. "I beg your pardon," said the Countess, "but a sudden fainting spell seized me. My heart is a bit weak." "Don't mention it," replied the gallant Norton. He was as innocent as a babe as to what had really taken place. Florence went back home. She wrote a brief note to Norton and enclosed the ring which she had secretly worn attached to a little chain around her neck. When Norton came the next day, she refused to see him. It was all over. She never wished to see him again. "He says there has been some cruel mistake," said Jones. I saw him with the Countess in his arms. I do not see any cruel mistake in that. I saw him. Tell him so. And add that I never wish to see him again." Then she ran swiftly to her room, where she broke down and cried bitterly and would not be comforted by Susan. "In heaven's name, what has happened?" demanded the frantic lover. "What has happened?" The comedy of the whole affair lay in the fact that neither of the two suspected the Countess, who consoled them both. Chapter 9. So far as Jones was concerned, he was rather pleased with the turn of affairs. This was no time for love-making, no time for silly, innocuous quarrels and bickerings in which love must indulge or die. Florence no longer rode horseback, and Norton returned to his accustomed haunts, where no one made the slightest attempt upon his life. In his present state of mind he would have welcomed it. "What's the matter with Jim?" asked the Night City editor, raising his eyeshade. "I don't know," answered the copy reader. "Goes around as if he'd been eating dope, bumped into the boss a while ago and never stopped to apologize. Perhaps he's mapping out the front page for that Hargreav stuff," laughed the copy reader. "Between you and me and the gatepost, I don't believe there ever was a man by the name of Hargreav. Oh, there was a chap by that name, all right. He's dead. A man can't swim 300 miles in rough water, life buoy or no. They ought to have funeral services and let it go at that. But what was the reason for that fake cable from Gibraltar saying that Orts was alive? I don't see any sense in that. The man who pulled it off did. I think, for my part, that both Orts and Hargreav are dead, and that the man picked up by the tramp steamer Orient was riding some other balloon. You're wrong there. The description of it proved that it was Orts' machine. Oh, Jim probably has got a man-size yarn up his sleeve, but he's a long time in delivering the goods. He's beginning to mope a good deal. Woman back of it somewhere. Haven't held down this copy job for 12 years without being able to make some tolerable guesses. Jim's a star man. When he gets started, nothing can stop him. He covered the Chinese Boxer rebellion better than any other correspondent there. I wonder how old he is. Oh, I should say about 31 or 2. Here he comes now. 'Lo, Jim. Hello, where's Ford? He gave me a ticket to the theatre tonight, and I want to punch his head. What's drama coming to, anyhow? Cigarettes and booze and mismated couples. Can't they find good enough things out of doors? Oh, I know. They cater to a lot of fools who believe that what they see is an expression of high life in New York and London. And it's rot, plain rot. It's merely the scum of the boiling pot. Any old housewife would skim it off and chuck it into the slops. Life? Piffle. What's the grouch? Looking for the dramatic job? No. I've just been wondering how far these theatrical managers can go without slitting the golden goose. Norton sought his desk and began rummaging the drawers. He was not hunting for anything. He was merely passing away the time. By and by, when the time no longer served, he pulled his chair over to the window and sat down, staring at stars such as Copernicus never dreamed of. Ships going down to sea, ferries swooping diagonally hither and thither, the clockwork signs, but he took no note of these marvels of light. Not at home, he muttered. He had called, written, telephoned. No use. The door remained shut. Jones answered the telephone, and the letters came back. He began to think very deeply concerning the Perigoff woman. Had she played a trick? Had that fainting spell been bunkum for his benefit as well as Florence's? But he had not a shadow of a proof. The thing that puzzled him equally with this was that all attempts against his life had miraculously ceased. No safes thundered down in front of him, and no autos tried to carve him in two. The only thing that kept him active was the daily call of Jones by wire. Miss Florence was well, that was all Jones was permitted to say. Restlessly, Norton spurned his chair and walked over to the telephone booth. It was midnight. He might or might not be able to get Jones, but almost instantly a voice said, "What is it?" "Jones, yes. Who is it?" "Norton. Why, you called me up not 10 minutes ago." "Not I. It was your voice, as plain as day." What did I want? Keen all at once. The reply did not come immediately. "You are certain it was not you?" "Wait a moment, and I'll call the editor. He will prove to you that I've been here for an hour, and that this is the first call I've made." Someone has been imposing on you. What did they ask you to do? You asked me to come down to the office at once, and I requested you to come to the house, and you said you could not. I declined to stir. What did you think? Exactly what you're thinking, that they have come to life again. Jones, is Miss Florence awake? No. Do you think there is any hope of having her understand what really happened? I am only here to guard her. I cannot undertake to read her thoughts. You're not quite in favor of a reconciliation? Oh yes, if it went no further. Young people are young people the world over. What does that mean? That they would not create imaginary heartaches if they were not young. Better let things remain exactly as they are. When all these troubles are settled finally, the lesser trouble may be talked over sensibly. But this is not the time. There is no news. Good night. Norton returned to his chair, gloomier than ever. With his feet upon the window-sill, he stared and dreamed, till a hand fell upon his shoulder. It belonged to one of the office boys. "Note for you, sir." Norton read it and tore it into little pieces. Then he rose and distributed the pieces in the several yawning waste-baskets which strewed the aisle leading to the city desk. "I'm not wanted for anything?" he asked. "No, clear out," laughed the night city editor. "The sight of you is putting everybody in the gloom ward." Norton went down to the street. At the left of the entrance he was quietly joined by a man whose arm was carried in a sling. He motioned Norton to get into the taxicab. They were dropped in a deserted spot in Riverdale. On foot they went forward to their destination, which proved to be the deserted hangar of the aviator, William Orts. "I want you to tell Jones that a tub and several divers are at work on the spot where he threw the chest. That's all. Now, doctor, rewind this arm of mine." The amateur surgeon made a very good job of it. Not for nothing had he followed fighting armies to the front. Did they find anything? Not up to date, but we might if we cared to. They have left a buoy over the spot they're exploring, but just now it floats a quarter of a mile to the east of the spot. Who were the men in the motorboat that chased Jones? Only Jones can tell you. Queer old codger, eh? A bit stubborn. He wants to handle it without police assistance. And he's right. We are not aiming to arrest anyone, sinisterly. There can't be any draw to this game. Here, no smoking, too much gas afloat. Norton put the cigarettes back into his pocket. "What's the real news?" he demanded. "You would not bring me out here just to rebandage that arm. It really did not need it. Come, out with it. You're sharp." "I'm paid to be sharp. I've found where the Black Hundred hold their sessions." "By George, that's news. The room above is vacant. A little hole in the ceiling, and who knows what might happen." "What do you want me to do?" "Tell Jones. When the next meeting comes around, I'll advise you. I've stumbled upon a dissatisfied member. So, buck up, as they say. We've got two ends of the net down, and with a little care we'll have them all. Now let me have 100. Norton drew out a packet of bills and counted off 5 20s. "Why don't you draw the cash yourself? It happens to be in your name, son." "I forgot," said Norton. "But what a chance for me. Nearly 5,000, all mine for a ticket to Algiers." A grunt was the only reply. "I want you to tell me about the Perigoff woman." "I know only one thing, that Brain is there every night." "No, the orders are for you to play the game just as you are playing it. When we strike, it must be the last blow. All this hide-and-seek business may look foolish to you. It's like that Japanese game called Joe. It looks simple, but chess is a tyro's game beside it. Can you find your way back all right?" "I can." "Well, you'd better be going. That's all the light I have in this torch here. Got a lot to do tomorrow and need sleep." Norton stole away with great caution. His first intention was to proceed straight to the city. But despite his resolution, he found himself within a quarter of an hour gazing up at the windows of the Hargreav house. Not at home. Quite unconscious of the fact, he was as close to death as any mortal man might care to be. The policeman suddenly looming up under the arc lamp proved to be his savior. The lull made Jones doubly alert. He was positive that they were preparing to strike again, but from what direction and in what manner? He had not met the gift of clairvoyance, so he had to wait, and waiting is a terrible game, when perhaps death is balancing the scales. It is always easier to make an assault than to await it, and it is a good general who always finds himself prepared. But it made his heart ache to watch the child. She went about cheerfully when anyone was in the room with her. Many a time, however, he had stolen to the door of her bedroom and heard the heart-rending sobs, a vain attempt being made to stifle them among the pillows. She was only 18, it was first love, and first loves are pale, evanescent attachments. It hurt now, but she would get over it presently. Youth forgets. Time, like water, smooths away the ragged places. The Countess called regularly. She was, of course, dreadfully sorry over what had happened. She had heard something about his character. Newspaper men weren't always the best. This one was a mere fortune hunter, a two-faced one, at that. She was never more surprised in her life than when he threw his arms around her. And so on, and so forth, half-lies and half-truths, till the patient Jones felt like wringing her neck. From his vantage point the butler smiled ironically. He could read the heart of the Perigoff woman as he could read the page of a book. The effrontery, and all the while he must gravely admit her and pretend when the blood rioted in his veins at the sight of her. But he dared not swerve a single inch from the plans laid down. It was a cup of bitter gall, and there was no way of avoiding the putting of it to his lips. She emanated poison as nightshade emanates it, the upas tree, and he must bow when she entered and bow when she left. Still, she had done him an indirect favor in breaking up this love business. One afternoon, Brain summoned his runabout and called up 2 physicians. When he was ushered into the deserted office of the first, he sent his card in. The doctor replied in person. His face was pale and his hands shook. "Good afternoon," said Brain, smiling affably. The doctor eyed him like a man hypnotized. You wished to see me on some particular business?" "Very particular," dryly. "My car is outside. Will you be so good as to accompany me?" The doctor slowly went into the hall for his hat and coat. He left the house and got into the car with never a word of protest. "Thinking?" said Brain. "I am always thinking whenever I see your evil face. What devilment do you require of me this time?" "A mere stroke of the pen. Where are we going?" "To call on another physician of your standing," significantly. "It is a great thing to have friends like you two. Always ready to serve us, for the mere love of it. There's no need of using that kind of talk to me. You have me in the hollow of your hand. Why should I bother to deny it? I have broken the law. I broke it because I was starving. It is better to starve in freedom than to eat fat joints up the river. Today it is a question of sanity. And you want me to assist in signing away the liberty of some person who is perfectly sane. The nail on the head," urbanely. "You're a fine scoundrel." "Not so loud," warningly. "As loud as I please. I am not forgetting that you need me. I'm no coward. I recognize that you hold the whip hand, but you can send me to the chair before I'll crawl to you. Now, leave me alone for a while." The other physician had no such qualms of conscience. He was ready at all times for the generous emoluments which accrued from his dealings with the man Brain. The Countess Perigoff was indisposed, so it was quite in the order of things that she should summon physicians. There is a law in the state of New York, just or unjust, whichever you please, that reads that any person may be adjudged insane if the signatures of 2 registered physicians are affixed to the document. It does not say that these physicians shall have been proved reputable. There were, besides the physicians, a motherly-looking woman and a man of benign countenance. Their faces were valuable assets. To gain another person's confidence is, perhaps, among the greatest human achievements. A confidence, man and woman in the real sense of the word. In your mind's eye you could see this man carrying the contribution plate down the aisle on Sunday mornings, and his wife Kate putting her mite on the plate for the benefit of some poor, untidy Hottentot. On Tuesday of the following week, Florence and Susan went shopping. The chauffeur was a strong young fellow whom Jones relied upon. If you pay a man well and hold out fine promises, you generally can trust him. As their car left the corner, another followed leisurely. This second automobile contained Thomas Went and his wife Kate. The two young women stopped at the great dry goods shop near the public library, and for the time being naturally forgot everything but the marvels which had come from all parts of the world. It is as natural for a woman to buy as it is for a man to sell. In some manner or other Florence became separated from Susan. She hunted through aisle after aisle but could not find her, for the simple reason that Susan was hunting for her. It occurred to the girl that Susan might have wisely concluded the best place to wait would be in the taxicab, and so Florence hurried out into the street, into the arms of the Wend family, who were patiently awaiting her. The trusted chauffeur had been sent around to the side entrance by the major domo. The young lady had so requested, so he said. Florence struggled and called for the policeman, who came running up, followed by the usual idle, curious crowd. "The poor young woman is insane," said the motherly Kate, tears in her eyes. The benign Thomas looked at heaven. "We are her keepers." "It is not true," cried Florence desperately. "She has the hallucination that she is the daughter of the millionaire Stanley Hargreav," and Thomas exhibited his document, which was perfectly legal so far as appearances went. "Hurry up and get her off the walk. I can't have the crowd growing any larger," said the policeman, convinced. So, despite her cries and protestations, Florence was hustled into the automobile, even the policeman lending a hand. "Poor young thing," he said to the crowd. "Come now, move on. I can't have the walk blocked up. Get a gate on you." He was congratulating himself upon the orderliness of the affair when a keen-eyed young man, in the garb of a chauffeur, touched his shoulder. "What's this I hear about an insane young woman?" he demanded. "She was insane, all right. They had papers to prove it. She kept crying that she was Stanley Hargreav's daughter." "My God!" The young man struck his forehead in despair. "You ass, she was Stanley Hargreav's daughter, and they've kidnapped her right under your nose. What was the number of that car?" "Cut out that line of talk, young fella. I know my business. They had the proper documents." "But you hadn't brains enough to inquire whether they were genuine or not." "You wait," shrilled the chauffeur. "I'll have you broken for this work." He wheeled and ran back to his car to find Susan and the Countess in a great state of agitation. They got her, and I swore on the book that they never should so long as I drove the car. Susan wept, and the Countess tried in vain to console her, and when Jones was informed, he frightened even the Countess with the snarl of rage which burned across his lips. He tore into the hall, seized his hat, and was gone. Not a word of reproach did he offer to the chauffeur. He understood that no one is infallible. He found the blundering policeman, who now realized that he stood in for a whiff of the commissioner's carpet. All he could do was to give a good description of the man and woman. Word was sent broadcast through the city. The police had to be informed this time. Late in the day, an officer whose beat included the ferry landing at Hoboken said he had seen the three. Everything had looked all right to him. It was the motherly face of the one and the benign countenance of the other that had blinded him. At midnight, Jones, haggard and with the air of one beaten, returned home. "No wireless yet?" asked Norton. The George Washington of the North German Lloyd does not answer. Something has happened to her wires, tampered with, possibly. So long as we know they are at sea, we can remedy the evil. They will not be able to land at a single port. I have sent 10 cables. They can't get away from the wire. If I could only get hold of the names of those damnable doctors who signed that document. 20 years. Jones bent his head in his hands, and Norton tramped the floor till the sound of his footsteps threatened to drive the moaning Susan into hysterics. It is only a matter of a few days. But can the child stand the terrors? Questioned Jones. Who knows that they may not really drive her insane? On board the George Washington, everyone felt extremely sorry for this beautiful girl. It was a frightful misfortune to be so stricken at her age. "She's certainly insane," said one of the passengers, who had known Hargreav slightly through some banking business. "Hargreav wasn't married. He lived alone." After the second day out, Florence was permitted to wander about the ship as she pleased. A good many of the passengers were mightily worried when they learned that the wireless had in some mysterious way been tampered with after the boat had made the open sea. It was impossible to put about. The apparatus must be fixed at sea, and when finally Norton's wireless caught the wires of the George Washington, he was gravely informed that the young lady referred to had leaped the rail off the banks at night and had been drowned. She had not been missed till the following morning. Chapter 10. It was perfectly true that Florence had cast herself into the sea. It had not been an act of despair, however. On the contrary, hope and courage had prompted her to leap. The night was clear, with only a moderate sea running. At the time the great ship was passing the banks, and almost within hail, she saw a fishing schooner riding gracefully at anchor. She quite readily believed that if she remained on board the George Washington, she was lost. She naturally forgot the marvel of wireless telegraphy. No longer may a man hide at sea. So, with that quick thought which was a part of her inheritance, she seized the life buoy, climbed the rail and leaped far out. As the great, dark, tossing sea swooped up to meet her, she noted a block of wood bobbing up and down. She tried to avoid it, but could not, and struck it head-on. Despite the blow and the shock of the chill water, she instinctively clung to the buoy. The wash from the mighty propellers tossed her about, hither and yon, from one swirl to another, like a chip of wood. Then everything grew blank. Fortunately for her, the master of the fishing schooner was at the time standing on his quarterdeck by the wheel, squinting through his glass at the liner and envying the ease and comfort of those on board her. The mate, sitting on the steps and smoking his turning-in pipe, saw the master lean forward suddenly, lower the glass, then raise it again. Lord A'mighty! What's the matter, Captain? Jake, in God's name, come here and take a peek through this glass. I'm dreamin'. The mate jumped and took the glass. Where away, sir? A peent off the starboard bow. See something white bobbing up? Yes, sir. Looks like someone dropped a bolster or pillar overboard. Cod's whiskers, he broke off. Then I ain't really seeing things, cried the master. Aye, well, lubbers, he yelled to the crew, lower the dory. There's a woman in the water out there. I seen her leap the rail. Look alive, sharp's the word. Mate, you go long. The crew dropped their tasks and sprang for the davits, and the starboard dory was lowered in ship-shape style. It takes a good bit of seamanship to haul a body out of the sea into a dancing, bobtailed dory, when one moment it is climbing frantically heavenward and the next heading for the bottomless pit. They were very tender with her. They laid her out in the bottom of the boat with the life buoy as a pillow and pulled energetically for the schooner. She was alive because she breathed, but she did not stir so much as an eyelid. It was a stiff bit of work, too, to land her aboard without adding to her injuries. The master ordered the men to put her in his own bunk, where he nearly strangled her by forcing raw brandy down her throat. Well, she's alive anyhow. When Florence finally opened her eyes, the grey of dawn lay upon the sea, dotted here and there by the schooners of the fleet, which seemed to be hanging in mid-air. As at the moment there was visible to the eye no horizon. Don't seem to recognize nothing. Maybe she's got a fever, suggested the mate, rubbing his bristly chin. Fever nothing, not after being in the water half an hour. Maybe she hit one of them wooden floats we left. Them dinged liners keep on crowdin' us, growled Barnes, with a fisherman's hate for the floating hotels. Went by without a toot. See her, Jess, like the banker's wife going to church on Sunday. A mile a minute, fog or no fog. It's all the same to them. They run us down and never stop. What the tarnation we going to do? She'll have to stay aboard till the run is over. I can't afford to yank up my mud hook this time of day. Guess she can stand 3 or 4 days in our company, smelling oilcloths, fish, kerosene, and punk tobacco. If you don't like the kind of tobacco, I buy your own. I ain't objecting none. The mate stepped over to the bunk and gingerly ran his hand over the girl's head. Cod's whiskers, Captain. They's a bump as big's a cork on the back of her head. She's struck one of them floats all right. Where's the arnica? Barnes turned to his locker and rummaged about, finally producing an ancient bottle and some passably clean cloth used frequently for bandages. Sometimes a man grew careless with his knife or got in the way of a pulley block. With blundering kindness, the two men bound up the girl's head and then went about their duties. For 3 days, Florence evinced not the slightest inclination to leave the bunk. She lay on her back, either asleep or with her eyes staring at the beams above her head. She ate just enough to keep her alive, and the strong black coffee did nothing more than to make her wakeful. No one knew what the matter was. There was the bump, now diminished, but that it should leave her in this comatose state vastly puzzled the men. The truth is, she had suffered a slight concussion of the brain, and this, atop of all the worry she had had for the last few weeks, was sufficient to cause this blankness of the mind. The final cod was cleaned and packed away in salt, the mudhook raised, and the schooner Betty set her sails for the southwest. Barnes realized that to save the girl she must have a doctor who knew his business. Mrs. Barnes would know how to care for the girl, once she knew what the trouble was. There would be some news in the papers. A young and beautiful woman did not jump from a big Atlantic liner without the newspapers getting hold of the facts. A fair wind carried the Betty into her haven, and shortly after Florence was sleeping peacefully in a feather bed, ancient, it is true, but none the less soft and inviting. In all this time she had not spoken a single word. "The poor young thing," murmured the motherly Mrs. Barnes. "What beautiful hair. Oh, John, I wish you would give up the sea. I hate it. It is terrible. I am always watching you in my mind's eye, in calm weather, in storms. Pieces of wrecks come ashore, and I always wonder over the death and terror back of them. Don't you worry none about me, Betty. I never take no chances. Now I'm going into the village and bring back the Sawbones. He'll tell us what to do." The village doctor shook his grizzled head gravely. "She's been hurt and shocked at the same time. It will be many days before she comes around to herself. Just let her do as she pleases. Only keep an eye on her, so that she doesn't wander off and get lost. I'll watch the newspapers, and if I come across anything which bears upon the case, I'll notify you." But he searched the newspapers in vain, for the simple fact that he did not think to glance over the old ones. The village took a good deal of interest in the affair. They gossiped about it and strolled out to the Barnes cottage to satisfy their curiosity. One thing was certain to their simple minds. Someday Barnes would get a great sum of money for his kindness. They had read about such things in the family story paper. She was a rich man's daughter. The ring on the unknown's finger would have fitted out a fleet. Florence was soon able to walk about. Ordinary conversation she seemed to understand, but whenever the past was broached she would shake her head with frowning eyes. Her main diversion consisted of sitting on the sand dunes and gazing out at sea. One day a stranger came to town. He said he represented a life insurance company and was up here from Boston to take a little vacation. He sat on the hotel porch that evening, surrounded by an admiring audience. The stranger had been all over the world, so it seemed. He spoke familiarly of St. Petersburg, Vladivostok, Shanghai, as the villagers, some of them, might have spoken of Boston. There were 1 or 2 old-timers among the audience. They had been to all these parts. The stranger knew what he was telling about. After telling of his many voyages, he asked if there was a good bathing beach nearby. He was told that he would find the most suitable spot near Captain Barnes' cottage just outside the village. "And say, mister, seen anything in the papers about a missing young woman?" asked someone. "Missing young woman? What's that?" The man told the story of Florence's leap into the sea and her subsequent arrival at the Cape. "That's funny," said the stranger. "I don't recollect reading about any young woman being lost at sea, but those big liners are always keeping such things under cover. Hoodoos the ship, they say, and turns prospective passengers to other lines. It hurts business. What's the young girl look like?" Florence was described minutely. The stranger teetered in his chair and smoked. Finally he spoke. "She probably was insane. That's the way generally with insane people. They can't see water or look off a tall building without wanting to jump. My business is insurance, and we've got the thing figured pretty close to the ground. They used to get the best of us on the suicide game. A man would take out a large policy today, and tomorrow he'd blow his head off, and we'd have to pay his wife. But nowadays a policy is not worth the paper it's written on if a man commits suicide under 2 years. You ain't trying to insure anybody in town, are you? Oh no. No work for me when I'm on my vacation. Well, I'm going to bed, and tomorrow morning I'll go out to Captain Barnes's beach and have a good swim. I'm no sailor, but I like water. He honestly enjoyed swimming. Early the next morning he was in the water, frolicking about as playfully as a boy. He had all the time in the world. Over his shoulder he saw 2 women wandering down toward the beach. Deeper he went, farther out. He was a bold swimmer, but that did not prevent a sudden and violent attack of cramps. And it was a rare piece of irony that the poor girl should save the life of that scoundrel who was without pity or mercy. As she saw his face, a startled frown marred her brow, but she could not figure out the puzzle. Had she ever seen the man before? She did not know, she could not tell. Why could not she remember? Why must her poor head ache so when she tried to pierce the wall of darkness which surrounded her mentally? The man thanked her feebly, but not in his heart. When he had sufficiently recovered, he returned to the village and sought the railway station, where the Western Union had its office. "I want to send a code message to my firm. Do you think you can follow it?" "I can try," said the operator. The code was really Slav, and when the long message was signed, it was signed by the name Vroon. The day after the news came that Florence had jumped overboard off the banks. Vroon, with a dozen other men, had started out to comb all the fishing villages along the New England coast. Somewhere along the way he felt confident that he would learn whether the girl was dead or alive. If she was dead, then the game was a draw, but if she was alive, there was still a fighting chance for the Black Hundred. He had had some idea of remaining in the village and accomplishing the work himself, but after deliberation, he concluded that it was important enough for Brain himself to take a hand in, so the following night he departed for Boston, from there to New York. He proceeded at once to the apartment of the Countess, where Brain declared that he himself would go to the obscure village and claim Florence as his own child. But, to ensure absolute success, they would charter Morse's yacht and steam right up into the primitive harbor. When Vroon left the apartment, Norton saw him. He was a man of impulses, and he had found by experience that first impulses are generally the best. He did not know who Vroon was. Any man who called on the Countess Peregoff while Brain was with her would be worth following. On the other hand, Vroon recognized the reporter instantly, and with that ever-ready and alert mind of his set about to lure the young man into a trap out of which he might not easily come. Norton decided to follow his man. He might be going on a wild goose chase, he reasoned. Still, his first impulses had hitherto served him well. He looked careworn. He was convinced that Florence was dead, despite the assertions of Jones to the contrary. He had gone over all the mishaps which had taken place, and he was now absolutely convinced that his whilom friend Brain and the Countess Peregoff were directly concerned. Florence had either been going to or coming from the apartment, and that memorable day of the abduction the Countess had been in the dry goods shop. Vroon took a downtown surface car, and Norton took the same. He sat huddled in a corner, never suspecting that Vroon was watching him from a corner of his eye. Norton was not keen today. The thought of Florence kept running through his head. The car stopped and Vroon got off. He led Norton a winding course, which at length ended at the door of a tenement building. Vroon entered. Norton paused, wondering what next to do, now that his man had reached his destination. Well, since he had followed him all this distance, he must make an effort to find out who he was and what he was going to do. Cautiously he entered the hallway. As he was about to lay his hand on the newel post of the dilapidated stairs, the floor dropped from under his feet, and he was precipitated into the cellar. This tenement belonged to the Black Hundred. It concealed 1,000 doors and 100 traps. Its history was as dark as its hallways. When Vroon and his companion, who had been waiting for him, descended into the cellar, they found the reporter insensible. They bound, blindfolded, and gagged him. "Saunders," said Vroon, "you tell Corrigan that I've a sailor for him tonight, and that I want this sailor booked for somewhere south of the equator. Tell him to say to the master that this fellow is ugly and disobedient, a tramp freighter, whose captain is a bully. Do you understand me? I get you, but there's no need to go to Corrigan this trip. Bannock is in port and sails tonight for Norway." "That's far enough." "Bannock? The very man. Well, Mr. Norton, reporter and amateur detective, I guess we've got you fast enough this time. You may or may not come back alive. Go and bring around a taxi, someone you can trust. I'll dope the reporter while you're gone." Long hours afterward, Norton opened his aching eyes. He could hardly move, and his head buzzed abominably. What had happened? What was the meaning of this slow rise and fall of his bed? "Shanghaied." "Come out of that now, you skulker!" roared a voice down the companionway. "Shanghaied," the reporter murmured. He sat up and ran through his pockets. Not a sumaki, not a match even, and a second glance told him that the clothes he wore were not his own. "They've landed me this time." "Shanghaied. What the devil am I going to do?" "D'ye hear me?" bawled the strident voice again. Norton looked about desperately for some weapon of defense. He saw an engineer's spanner on the floor by the bunk across the way, and with no small physical effort, he succeeded in obtaining it. He stood up, his hand behind his back. "All right, me bucko. I'll come down and get ye." A pair of enormous boots began to appear down the companionway, and there gradually rose up from them a man as wide as a church door and as deep as a well. "Wait a moment," said Norton, gripping the spanner. "Let us have a perfect understanding right off the bat. We're going to have it, matey. Don't you worry none." Norton raised the spanner, and dizzy as he was, faced this seafaring Hercules courageously. "I've been shanghaied, and you know it. Where are we bound?" "Copenhagen." "Well, for a month or more you'll beat me up whenever the opportunity offers, but I merely wish to warn you that if you do, you'll find a heap of trouble waiting for you the next time you drop your mudhook in North America." "Is that so?" said the giant, eyeing the spanner and the shaking hand that held it aloft. "It is. I'll take your orders and do the best I can, because you've got the upper hand. But God is witness, you'll pay for every needless blow you strike. Now what do you want me to do? Lay down that spanner and come on deck. I'll tell ye what to do. I was going to whale the daylights out of ye, but you're something ever, man." "Drop the spanner first." Norton hesitated. As lithe as a tiger, the bulk of a man sprang at him and crushed him to the floor, wrenching away the spanner. Then the giant took Norton by the scruff of his neck and banged him up the steps to the deck. "I ain't going to hurt ye. I had to show you that no spanner ever bothered Mike Bannock. Now, do you know what a cook's galley is?" "I do," said Norton, breathing hard. "Well, hike there, and start in with peeling spuds, and don't waste 'em neither. That'll be all for the present. You were due for a walloping, but I kinda like your spunk." So Jim stumbled down to the cook's galley and grimly set to work at the potatoes. It might have been far worse, but here he was, likely to be on the high seas for months, and no way of notifying Jones what had happened. The outlook was anything but cheerful. But a vague hope awoke in his heart. If they were still after him, might it not signify that Florence lived? Meantime, Brain had not been idle. According to Vroon, the girl's memory was in bad shape, so he had not the least doubt of bringing her back to New York without mishap. Once he had her there, the game would begin in earnest. He played his cards exceedingly well. Steaming up into the little fishing harbor with a handsome yacht in itself would allay any distrust, and he wore a capital disguise, too. Everything went well till he laid his hand on Florence's shoulder. She gave a startled cry and ran over to Barnes, clinging to him wildly. "No, no," she cried. "Now what, my child?" asked the sailor. She shook her head. Her aversion was inexplicable. "Come, my dear, can't you see that it is your father?" Brain turned to the captain. "She has been like this for a year. Heaven knows if she'll ever be in her right mind again," sadly. "I was giving her an ocean voyage with the kindest nurses possible, and yet she jumped overboard. Come, Florence, The girl wrapped her arms all the tighter around Barnes' neck. An idea came into the old sailor's head. "Of course, sir. You've got proof that she's your daughter?" "Proof?" Brain was taken aback. "Yes, something to prove that you're her father. I got skinned out of a sloop once because I took a man's word at its face value. Black and white and on paper, says I, hereafter, but I never thought of such a thing," protested Brain, beginning to lose his patience. "I can't risk sending to New York for documents. She is my daughter, and you will find it will not pay to take this peculiar stand. In black and white, or I can't have her." Brain thereupon rushed forward to seize Florence. Barnes swung Florence behind him. "I guess she'll stay here a little longer, sir." Time was vital, and this obstinacy made Brain furious. He reached again for Florence. "Clear out of here, show your authority," growled Barnes. "She goes with me, or you'll regret it." "All right, but I guess the law won't hurt me none. I'm in my rights. There's the door, mister." "I refuse to go without her," Barnes sighed. He was on land a man of peace, but there was a limit to his patience. He seized Brain by the shoulders and hustled him out of the house. "Bring your proofs, mister, and nothing more'll be said, but till you bring 'em, keep away from this cottage." And, simple-minded sailor that he was, he thought this settled the matter. That night he kept his ears open for unusual sounds, but he merely wasted his night's rest. Quite naturally, he reckoned that the stranger would make his attempt at night. Indeed, he made it in broad daylight, with Barnes not 100 yards away, caulking a dory whose seams had sprung a leak. Brain had Florence upon the chartered yacht before the old man realized what had happened. He never saw Florence again, but one day, months later, he read all about her in a newspaper. Florence fought, but she was weak, and so the conquest was easy. Brain was kind enough, now that he had her safe. He talked to her, but she merely stared at the receding coast. "All right, don't talk if you don't want to. Here," to one of the men, "take her to the cabin and keep her there. But don't you touch her. I'll break you if you do. Put her in the cabin and guard the door, at least keep an eye on it. She may take it into her head to jump overboard. Even the temporarily demented are not without a species of cunning." Florence had never seen Brain till he appeared at the Barnes cottage, yet she revolted at the touch of his hand. On the second day out toward New York, she found a box of matches and blithely set fire to her cabin, walked out into the corridor and thence to the deck. When the fire was discovered, it had gained too much headway to be stopped. The yacht was doomed. They put off in the boats and for half a day drifted helplessly. Fate has everything mapped out like a game of chess. You move a pawn, and bang goes your bishop, or your knight, or your king, or she lets you almost win a game and then checkmates you. But there is one thing to be said in her favor, rail at her how we will. She is always giving odds to the innocent. Mike Bannock was in the pilot house, looking over his charts, when the lookout in the crow's nest sang out, "2 boats adrift off the port bow, sir." And Bannock, who was a first-class sailor, although a rough one, shouted down the tube to the engine room. The freighter came to a halt in about 10 minutes. The castaways saw that they had been noted and pulled gallantly at the oars. There are some things which science, well advanced as it is, cannot explain. Among them is the shock which cuts off the past and the countershock which reawakens memory. They may write treatise after treatise and expound, but they never succeed in truly getting beyond that dark wall of mystery. At the sound of Jim Norton's voice and at the sight of his face, for subconsciously she must have been thinking of him all the while, a great blinding heat wave seemed to burn across her eyes. And when the effect passed away, she was herself again. A wild glance at her surroundings convinced her that both she and her lover were in danger. "Keep back," whispered Jim. "Don't recognize me. They believe that I've lost my mind, and I'll keep that idea in their heads. Sometime tonight, I'll find a chance to talk to you." It took a good deal of cautious maneuvering to bring about the meeting. "They shanghaied me. And I thought you dead. It was all wrong. It was a trick of that Perigoff woman, and it succeeded. Girl, I love you better than life." "I know it now," she said, and she kissed him. "Has my father appeared yet?" "No, Do you know anything at all about him? Sadly. I thought I did. It's all a jumble to me. But beware of the man who brought you here. He is the head of all our troubles, and if he knew I was on board, he'd kill me out of hand. He'd have to. Brain offered Bannock to turn back as far as Boston, and as Bannock had all the time in the world, carrying no perishable goods, he consented. But he never could quite understand what followed. He had put Florence and Brain in the boat and landed them. But when he went down to see if Brain had left anything behind, he found that individual bound and gagged in his bunk. Chapter 11. When Jones received the telegram that Florence was safe, the iron nerve of the man broke down. The suspense had been so keenly terrible that the sudden reaction left him almost hysterically weak. 3 weeks of waiting. Not even the scoundrel and his wife, who had been the principal actors in the abduction, had been found. From a great ship in midocean they had disappeared. Doubtless they had hidden among the immigrants who, for little money, would have fooled all the officers on board. There was no doubt in Jones's mind that the pair had landed safely at Madrid. As for Susan, she did have hysterics. She went about the room, wailing and laughing and wringing her hands. You would have thought by her actions that Florence had just died. The sight of her stirred the saturnine lips of the butler into a smile. But he did not remonstrate with her. In fact, he rather envied her freedom in emotion. Man cannot let go in that fashion. It is a sign of weakness, and he dared not let even Susan see any sign of weakness in him. So the reporter had found her, and she was safe and sound on her way to New York? Knowing by this time something of the reporter's courage, he was eager to learn how the event had come about. When he had not had a telephone message from Norton in 48 hours, he decided that the Black Hundred had finally succeeded in getting hold of him. It had been something of a blow, for while he looked with disfavor upon the reporter's frank regard for his charge, he appreciated the fact that Norton was a staff to lean on and had behind him all the power of the press, which included the privilege of going everywhere, even if one could not always get back. As he folded the telegram and put it into his pocket, he observed the man with the opera glasses over the way. He shrugged. Well, let him watch till his eyes dropped out of his head. He would only see that which was intended for his eyes. Still, it was irksome to feel that no matter when or where you moved, watching eyes observed and chronicled these movements. Suddenly, not being devoid of a sense of dry humor, Jones stepped over to the telephone and called up Her Highness the Countess Perigoff. "Who is it?" He was forced to admit, however reluctantly, that the woman had a marvelously fine speaking voice. "It is Jones, madam." "Jones, Mr. Hargreav's butler, madam." "Oh, you have news of Florence?" "Yes, it will be an embarrassing day for humanity when someone invents a photographic apparatus by which two persons at the two ends of the telephone may observe the facial expressions of each other." "What is it? Tell me quickly." "Florence has been found, and she is on her way back to New York. She was found by Mr. Norton, the reporter." "I am so glad. Shall I come up at once and have you tell me the whole amazing story?" "It would be useless, madam, for I know nothing except what I learned from a telegram I have just received. But no doubt sometime this evening you might risk a call. Ring up the instant she returns. Did she say what train?" "No, madam," lied Jones, smiling. He hung up the receiver and stared at the telephone as if he would force his gaze in and through it to the woman at the other end. Flesh and blood. Well, greed was stronger than that. Treacherous cat. Let her play, let her weave her nets, dig her pits. The day would come, and it was not far distant, when she would find that the mild-eyed mongoose was just as deadly as the cobra, and far more cunning. The heads of the Black Hundred must be destroyed. Those were the orders. What good to denounce them, to send them to a prison from which, with the aid of money and a tremendous secret political pull, they might readily find their way out? They must be exterminated, as one kills off the poisonous plague rats of the Orient. A woman? In the law of reprisal there was no sex. Shortly after the telephone episode, which rather puzzled the Countess, she received a wire from Brain, which announced the fact that Florence and Norton had escaped and were coming to New York on train number 25 and advising her to meet the train en route. She had to fly about to do it. When Captain Bannock released Brain, he had been in no enviable frame of mind. Tricked, fooled by the girl, whose mind was as unclouded as his own. She had succeeded in bribing a coal stoker and had taken him unawares. The man had donned the disguise he had laid out for shore approach, and the block-headed Bannock had never suspected. He had not recognized Norton at all. It was only when Bannock explained the history of the Shanghaied stoker that he realized his real danger. Norton. He must be pushed off the board. After this episode, he could no longer keep up the pretense of being friendly. Norton, by a rare stroke of luck, had forced him out into the open. So be it. Self-preservation is in no ways looked upon as criminal. The law may have its ideas about it, but the individual recognizes no law but its own. It was Brain whom he loved and admired, or Norton whom he hated as a dog with rabies hates water. With Norton free, he would never again dare return to New York openly. This meddling reporter aimed at his ease and elegance. He left the freighter as soon as a boat could carry him ashore. The fugitives would make directly for the railroad, and thither he went at top speed, to arrive 10 minutes too late. "Free," said Florence, as the train began to increase its speed. Norton reached over and patted her hand. Then he sat back with a sudden shock of dismay. He dived a hand into a pocket, into another and another. The price of the telegram he had sent to Jones was all he had had in the world, and he had borrowed that from a friendly stoker. In the excitement he had forgotten all about such a contingency as the absolute need of money. "Florence, I'm afraid we're going to have trouble with the conductor when he comes." "Why?" He pulled out his pocket suggestively. "Not a postage stamp. They'll put us off at the next station. And," with a glance in the little mirror between the two windows, "I shouldn't blame them a bit." He was unshaven. He was wearing the suit substituted for his own, and Florence, sartorially, was not much better off. She smiled, blushed, stood up, and turned her back to him. Then she sat down again. In her hand she held a small, dilapidated roll of banknotes. "I had them with me when they abducted me," she said. "Besides, this ring is worth something." "Thank the Lord!" he exclaimed relievedly. So there was nothing more to do but be happy. And happy they were. They were quite oblivious to the peculiar interest they aroused among the other passengers. This unshaven young man in his ragged coat and soiled jersey, this beautiful young girl in a wrinkled homespun, her glorious blonde hair awry, and the way they looked at each other during those lulls in conversation, peculiar to lovers the world over, impressed the other passengers with the idea that something very unusual had happened to these two. The Pullman conductor was not especially polite, but money was money, and the stockholders, waiting for their dividends, made it impossible for him to reject it. The regular conductor paid them no more attention than to grumble over changing a $20 bill. So, while these two were hurrying on to New York, the plotters were hurrying east to meet them. The two trains met and stopped at the same station, about 80 miles from New York. The Countess, accompanied by Vroon, who kept well in the background, entered the car occupied by the two castaways. In the mirror at the rear of the car, Norton happened to cast an idle glance, and he saw the Countess. Vroon, however, escaped his eye. "Be careful, Florence," he said. "The Countess is in the car. The game begins again. Pretend that you suspect nothing. Pretty quick work on their part. And that's all the more reason why we should play the comedy well. Here she comes. She will recognize you, throw her arms around you, and show all manner of effusiveness. Just keep your head and play the game. She lied about you to me. No matter." "Oh," cried the Countess. She seized Florence in a wild embrace. She was an inimitable actress, and Norton could not help admiring her. "Your butler telephoned me. I ran to the first train out, and here you are back safe and sound. It is wonderful. Tell me all about it." What an adventure. And good heavens, Mr. Norton, where did you get those clothes? Did you find her and rescue her? What a newspaper story you'll be able to make out of it all. Now tell me just what happened. She sat down on the arm of Florence's chair. The girl had steeled her nerves against the touch of her. And yet she was beautiful. How could anyone so beautiful be so wicked? Well, it began like this, began Florence, and she described her adventures, omitting, to be sure, Brain's part in it. She had reached that part where they had been rescued by Captain Bannock, when a thundering, grinding crash struck the words from her lips. The three of them were flung violently to one side of the car amid splintering wood, tinkling glass, and the shriek of steel against steel. A low wail of horror rose and died away as the car careened over on its side. The three were rendered unconscious and were huddled together on the floor under the uprooted chairs. Vroon had escaped with only a slight cut on the hand from flying glass. He climbed over the chairs and passengers with a single object in view. He saw that all three he was interested in were insensible. He quickly examined them and saw that they had not received serious injuries. He had but little time. The Countess and Norton would have to take their chance with the other passengers. Resolutely he stooped and lifted Florence in his arms and crawled out of the car with her. It was a difficult task, but he managed it. Outside, in the confusion, no one paid any attention to him. So he threw the unconscious girl over his shoulder and staggered on toward the road. It was fortunate that the accident had occurred where it did. 5 miles beyond was the station marked for the arrest of Norton as an abductor, and the taking in charge of Florence as a rebellious girl who had run away from her parents. If he could only reach the Swede's hut, where his confederates were in waiting, the game would then be his. After struggling along for half an hour, a carriage was spied by Vroon, and he hailed it when it reached his side. "What's the trouble, mister?" asked the farmer. "A wreck on the railroad. My daughter is badly hurt. I must take her to the nearest village. How far is it?" "About 3 miles. I'll give you $20 for the use of that rig of yours." "Can't do it, mister." "But it's a case of humanity, sir." Indignantly, "You are refusing to aid the unfortunate." The farmer thought it over for a moment. "All right, you can have the buggy for $20. When you get to the village, take the nag to Doc Sanders' livery. He'll know what to do." "Thank you. Help me in with her." Vroon drove away without the least intention of going toward the village. As a result, when Florence came to her senses, she found herself surrounded by strange and ominous faces. At first she thought they had taken her from the wreck out of kindness. But when she saw the cold, impassive face of the man Vroon, she closed her eyes and lay back in the chair. Well, ill and weak as she was, they should find that she was not without a certain strength. In the meantime, Norton revived and looked about in vain for Florence. He searched among the crowd of terrified passengers, the hurt and the unharmed, but she was not to be found. He ran back to the Countess and helped her out of the broken car. "Where is Florence?" she asked dazedly. "God knows. Here, come over and sit down by the fence till I see if there is a field telegraph." They had already erected one, and his message went off with a batch of others. This time he was determined not to trust to chance. The shock may have brought back Florence's recent mental disorder, and she may have wandered off without knowing what she was doing. On the other hand, she may have been carried off, and against such a contingency he must be fortified. Money. The curse of God was upon it. It was the trail of the serpent, spreading poison in its wake. By and by the Countess was able to walk, and supporting her, he led her to the road, along which they walked slowly for at least an hour. They might very well have waited for the relief train, but he could not stand the thought of inactivity. The Countess had her choice of staying behind or going with him. He hated the woman, but he could not refuse her aid. She had a cut on the side of her head, and she limped besides. They stopped at the first farmhouse, explained what had happened, and the mistress urged them to enter. She had seen no one, and certainly not a young woman. She must have wandered off in another direction. She ran into the kitchen for a basin and towel, and proceeded to patch the Countess's hurts. The latter was extremely uneasy. That she should be under obligation to Norton galled her. There was a spark of conscience left in her soul. She had tried to destroy him, and he had been kind to her. Was he a fool, or was he deep, playing a game as shrewd as her own? She could not tell. Where was Vroon? Had he carried Florence off? An hour later a man came in. "Hello, more folks from the wreck?" "Where's the horse and buggy, Jake?" his wife asked. "Rented it to a man whose daughter was hurt." He went to the village. "Will you describe the daughter?" asked Norton. The Countess twisted her fingers. The farmer rudely described Florence. "Have you another horse and a saddle? What's your hurry? I'll tell you later. What I want now is the horse." "What is to become of me?" asked the Countess. "You will be in good hands," he answered briefly. "I am going to find out what has become of Florence." "Is there a deserted farmhouse hereabouts?" he asked of the farmer. "Not that I recollect." "Why, yes, there is, Jake. There's that old hut about 2 miles up the fork," volunteered the wife, "where the Swede died last winter." "By jingo! I'm going into the village and see if that man brought in the rig, but get my horse first. My name is James Norton, and I'm on the Blade in New York. Which way do I go?" "First turn to the left. Come on, I'll get the horse for you." Once the horse was saddled, Norton set off at a run. He was unarmed. He forgot all about this fact. His one thought was to find the woman he loved. He was not afraid of meeting a dozen men, not while his present fury lasted, and he fell into an ambush within 100 yards of his goal. They dragged him off the horse and buffeted and mishandled him into the hut. "Both of them," said Vroon, rubbing his hands. "I know you, you Russian rat," cried Norton. "And if I ever get out of this, I'll kill you out of hand. Damn you. Oh, yes, talk, but it never hurts anyone," jeered Vroon. "You'll never have the chance to kill me out of hand, as you say. Besides, do you know my face?" "I do. The mask doesn't matter. You're the man who had me shanghaied." "Now, the voice is enough." "Very good. That's what I wish to know. That's your death warrant. We'll do it like they used to do at the old academy. Tie you to the railroad track. We shall not hurt you at all. If some engine runs over you, heaven is witness. We did not guide the engine. Remember the story of the boy and the cat? With sinister amiability. The boy said he wasn't pulling the cat's tail, he was only holding it. The cat did the pulling. Bring him along, men. Time is precious, and we have a good deal to do before night settles down. Come on with him. The track is only a short distance." "Jim! Jim!" cried Florence in anguish. "Never you mind, girl, they're only bluffing. They won't dare." "You think so?" said Vroon. "Wait and see." He turned upon Florence. "He is your lover. Do you wish him to die?" "No, no." "We promise to give him his freedom 12 hours from now, on condition that you tell where that money is." "Florence," warned Norton. Vroon struck him on the mouth. "Be silent, you scum." "It is in the chest Jones, the butler, threw into the Sound," she said bravely, and so it might be for all she knew. Vroon laughed. "We know about where that is. Florence, say nothing on my account. They're not the kind of men who keep their word." "Eh?" snarled Vroon. "We'll see about that." He glanced at his watch. "In half an hour the freight comes along. It may become stalled at the wreck, but it will serve." Norton knew very well that if need said must, they would not hesitate to execute a melodramatic plan of this character. It was the way of the Slav. They had to make crime abnormal in order to enjoy it. They could very well have knocked him on the head then and there and have done with him, but the time used in conveying him to the railroad might prove his salvation. Nearly 4 hours had passed since the sending of the telegram to Jones. They bound Florence and left her seated in the chair. As soon as they were gone, she rolled to the floor. She was able to right herself to her knees, and after a torturous 5 minutes reached the fireplace. She burnt her hands and wrists, but the blaze was the only knife obtainable. She was free. Jones arrived with 6 policemen. Vroon alone escaped. The butler caught Florence in his arms and nearly crushed the breath out of her, and she was so glad to see him that she kissed him 6 times. What if he was her father's butler? He was brave and loyal and kind. "They tied him to the track," she cried. "Look at my wrists." The butler did so and kissed them tenderly. "And I saved him." Jones stretched out a hand over Florence's shoulder. "When the time comes," he said, "when the right time comes and my master's enemies are confounded. But always the rooks, never the hawks do we catch. God bless you, Norton. I don't know what I should have done without you." "When a chap's in love," began Norton embarrassedly. I know," interrupted Jones. "The second relief train is waiting. Let us hurry back. I shan't feel secure till we are once more in the house." So, arm in arm, the three of them went down the tracks to the hand car which had brought the police. And now for the iron-bound chest at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 12. A dipsy chanty, if you please, of sailormen in jerseys and tarry caps, of rolling gates, strong tobacco and diverse profanity, of cutters and blunt-nosed schooners, and tramps, canvas and steam, some of them honest, some of them shady, and some of them pirates of the first water who did not find it necessary to hoist aloft the skull and bones. The seas are dotted with them. They remind you of the once prosperous merchant, run down at the heel, who slinks along the side streets, ashamed to meet those he knew in the past. You never hear them mentioned in the maritime news, which is the society column of the ships. You know of their existence only by the bleached bones of them strewn along the coast. You who crave adventures on high seas, you purchase a ticket, a steamer chair, and a couple of popular novels, go on board to the blare of a very indifferent brass band, and believe you are adventuring, when, as a matter of fact, you are about to spend a dull week or a fortnight on a water hotel, where the most exciting thing is the bugle's call to meals or the discovery of a card sharp in the smoking room. Take a real ship, go as supercargo to the South Seas, take the side streets of the ocean, and learn what it can do with hurricanes, typhoons, blistering calms, and men's souls. There will be adventure enough then. If you are a weakling, either you are made strong or you die. An honest ship, but run down at the heel, rode at anchor in the Sound, a fourth-rater of the hooker breed, that is, her principal line of business was hauling barges up and down the coast. When she could not pick up enough barges to make it pay, why, she'd go gallivanting down to Cuba for bales of tobacco, or even to the Bermudas for the heaven-smelling onion. Today she was an onion ship, which precludes any idea of adventure. She was about 4,000 tons, and her engines were sternward and not amidship. She carried 2 masts and a half-dozen hoist booms, and the only visible sign of anything new on her was her bowsprit. This was new, doubtless, because she had poked her nose too far into her last slip. Her crew was orderly and tractable. There were shore drunks, to be sure, because they were sailors, but they were at work. They moved about briskly, for they were on the point of sailing for the Bahamas, perhaps for more onions. Presently the windlass creaked and shrilled, and the blobby links, much in need of tar paint, red as fish gills, clattered down into the bow. Sometimes they painted the chain as it came over, but paint was costly, and this was done only when the anchor threatened to stay on the bottom. There was a sailor among this crew, and he went by the name of Steve Blossom, and he was one of his kind. A grimy dime novel protruded rakishly from his hip pocket, and his right cheek was swollen as with the toothache due probably to a generous chaw of seaman's delight. He was a real tobacco chewer, for he rarely spat. He was as peaceful as a backwater bay in summer, non-argumentative and passive. He stood his watch in fair weather and foul. No one gave the anchor any more attention after it came to rest. The great city over the way was fairy-like in its haziness and softened lines. It was the poetry of angles, of shafts and spars of stone, and Steve Blossom, having a moment to himself, leaned against the rail and stared regretfully. He had been generously drunk the night before, and it was a pleasant recollection. Chance led his glance to trail down the cutwater. His neck stretched from his collar like a turtle's from its shell. "Well, I'll be hornswoggled," he murmured, shifting his cud from starboard to port. Caught on the fluke of the anchor was the strangest-looking box he had ever laid eyes on. There were leather and steel bands and diamond-shaped ivory and mother-of-pearl, and it hung jauntily on the point of the rusty fluke. Anybody would be hornswoggled to glimpse such a droll jest of fate. On the fluke of the old mudhook, by a hair, you might say. In all the wild sea yarns he had ever read or heard, there was nothing to match this. Treasure. And Steve was destined never to be passive again. His first impulse was to call his companions. His second impulse was to say nothing at all, and wait for an opportunity to get the box to his bunk without being detected. Treasure. Diamonds and rubies and pearls and old Spanish gold, and all hanging to the fluke of the anchor. Hornswoggled, in a kind of awesome whisper this time. "And we are heading for the Bahamas." For under his feet he could hear the rhythm of engines. "What'll I do? If I leave it, someone else'll see it." He scratched his chin perplexedly, and the cud went back to starboard. "I got it." He took off his coat and carefully dropped it down over the mysterious box. It was growing darker and darker all the time, and shortly neither coat nor anchor would be visible without close scrutiny. Treasure, greed, cupidity, crime. Steve saw only the treasure and not its camp followers. What did they call them? Doubloons and pieces of eight? He ate his supper with his messmates, and he ate heartily as usual. It would have taken something more vital than mere treasure to disturb Steve Blossom's appetite. He was one of those enviable individuals whose imagination and gastric juices work at the same time. And while he ate, he planned. In the first place, he would buy that home at Bedford. Then he would take over the Gilson house and live like a lord. If he wanted a drink, all he would have to do would be to turn the spigot or tip a bottle. And more than that, he'd have a bartender to do it. Onions. He swore he would not have an onion within a mile of the Gilson house. Onions! Quite unconsciously he spoke the words aloud. Huh? Well, if you don't like onions, find a hooker that packs violets in her hold, was the cheerful advice of the man at Steve's elbow. Who's talking to you? Grunted Steve. Why did I say? Onions, you lubber. Don't we know what onions is? Ain't we smelt 'em so long that you could stick your nose in the starboard light and never smell no kerosene? Onions. Pass the coffee. Steve helped himself first. The man who spoke bunked over him, and they were not on the best of terms. There was no real reason for this frank antagonism, simply they did not splice any more effectually than cotton rope and hemp splice. Sailors are moody and superstitious. At least they generally are on hookers of the Captain Manners breed. Steve was superstitious, and Jim Dunkers was moody and had no thumb on his left hand. Steve hated the sight of that red nubbin. He was quite certain that it had been a whole thumb once, on the way to gouge out somebody's eye, and had inadvertently connected with somebody's teeth. Spanish doubloons and pearls and diamonds and rubies. It was mighty hard not to say these words out loud too, blare them into the sullen faces grouped around the table. He was off watch till midnight, and he was wondering if he could get the box without attracting the attention of the lookout, who had a devilish keen eye for everything that stirred on deck or on water. Well, he would have to risk it, but he would wait till full darkness had fallen over the sea, and the lookout would be compelled to keep his eyes off the deck. The boys wanted him to play cards. Not for me. Busted. How long do you think $40 will last in New York, anyhow? And he stalked out of the forecastle and went down into the waist to enjoy his evening pipe, all the while keeping a weather eye forward. At the ratty old pilot house. It was 10 o'clock, land time, when he rammed his cutty into a pocket and resolutely walked forward. If anyone watched him, they would think he was only looking down the cutwater. The thought of money and the pleasures it will buy makes cunning the stupidest of dolts, and Steve was ordinarily a dolt, but tonight his brain was keen enough for all purposes. It was a hazardous job to get the box off the fluke without letting it slip back into the sea. Steve, however, accomplished the feat, climbed back on the rail and sat down, waiting. A quarter of an hour passed. No one had seen him. With his coat securely wrapped about his precious find, he made for the forecastle. His mates, save those who were doing their watch, were all in their bunks. An oil lamp dimly illuminated the forward partition. Steve's bunk was almost in darkness. Very deftly he rolled back the bedding and secreted the box under his pillows, and then stretched himself out with the pretense of snoozing till the bell called him to duty. He was rich, and the moment a man has money he has troubles. There is always someone who wants to take it away from you. His bunk was on the port side, and there was plenty of hiding space between the iron plates and the wooden partition. He intended to loosen 3 or 4 planks, and then when the time came, slip the box behind them. Sometime during the morning the forecastle would be empty, and then would be his time. But he suffered the agonies of damnation during the 4 hours' watch. Supposing some fool should go rummaging about his bunk and discover the box? Suppose. But he dared not suppose. There was nothing to do but wait. If he created any curiosity on the part of his mates, he was lost. He would have to divide with them all, from the captain down to the cook's boy. It was a heart-rending thought. From being the most open and frank man aboard, he became the most cunning. From being a man without enemies, he saw an enemy even in his shadow. At 4 o'clock he turned in and slept like a log. In the morning he found his opportunity. For half an hour the forecastle was empty of all save himself. Feverishly he pried back the boards, found the brace beam, and gently laid the box there. It was a mighty curious-looking box. Once he had stoked up the Chinese coast from the Philippines, and he judged it to be Chinese in origin. He tried to pry open the cover and feast his eyes upon the treasure, but under the leather and ivory and mother-of-pearl was impervious steel. It would take an axe or a crowbar to stir that lid. He sighed. He replaced the boards and became to all appearances his stolid self again. But all the way down to the Bahamas he was moody, and when he answered any questions it was with words spoken testily and jerkily. "I know what's the matter," said Dunkers. "He's in love." "Shut your mouth. Didn't I tell you?" laughed the tantalizer, dancing toward the companionway. "Steve's in love. Or he didn't get drunk enough on shore to satisfy his whale's belly." A boot thudded spitefully against the door jamb. "You fellas let me alone, or I'll bash in a couple of heads." "Oh, you will you?" cried Dunkers from the deck. "If you want a little exercise, you can begin on me, moonsick swab. What's the matter with you, anyhow? Where'd you get this grouch? What have we done to you? Huh? You keep out of my way, that's all. I'm minding my watches, and don't ask no odds of you duffers. What if I have a grouch? Is it any of your business? All right. When we step ashore at the Bahamas, Mr. Jim Dunkers, I'll tear the ropes out of your pulley blocks. But till we get there, you to the upper bunk and me to mine. Leave the old grouch alone, Jim. The mate won't stand for no scrapping aboard. We'll have the thing done right in the customs sheds. We'll have a finish fight, Queensberry rules, and may the best man win." "I'm willin'," said Jim. "So am I," agreed Steve. But his intentions were not honorable. He proposed to desert before any fight took place. Not that he was physically afraid, no. He wanted to dig his hands deep into those doubloons and pieces of 8. So the 4 days down passed otherwise uneventfully, amid paint pots and iron rust and 3 meals a day of pork, onion soup, potatoes, and strong bitter coffee. The winds became light and balmy, and the sea blue and gentle. The men went about in their undershirts and dungarees barefooted. Of course the coming fight was the main topic of conversation. It promised to be a rattling good scrap, for both men were evenly matched, and both had a kick in either hand. Even the captain took a mild interest in the affair. He was an old sailor. He knew that there was no such word as arbitration in a sailor's vocabulary. His disputes could be settled only in one manner, by his calloused fists. When the old mud-hook, and someday Steve was going to buy it and hang it over the entrance to the Gilson house, slithered down into the smiling waters of the bay, Steve concluded that discretion was the better part of valor. He would steal ashore on the quarantine tug which lay alongside. He was willing to fight under ordinary circumstances, but he must get his treasure in safety first. They could call him a welcher if they wanted to. Devil a bit did he care. So he pried back the boards of his bunk wall, took out the box, eyed it fondly, and noted for the first time the lettering on it, Stanley Hargreav. He wrinkled his brow in the effort to recall a pirate by this name, but was unsuccessful. No matter. He hugged the box under his coat and made for the gangway, and inadvertently ran into his enemy. Dunkers caught a bit of the box peeping from under the coat. "What a you got there?" he demanded truculently. "None of your damn business. You lemme by, hear me? Ain't none of my business, huh? Where'd you git a box like that? Steal it? By cripes, I'm going to have a look at that box, my hearty. It don't smell like honest onions." "You lemme by," breathed Steve with murder in his heart. Suddenly the two men surged back and forth, one determined to take and the other to hold this mysterious box. Dunkers struggled to uphold his word. Not that he really wanted the box, but to prove that he was strong enough to take it if he wanted to. The name on the box flashed and disappeared. It was a kind of shock to him. He and Blossom went battering against the rail. Dunker's grip slipped, and so did Blossom's. The result was that the box was catapulted into the sea. With an agonizing cry, Blossom leaned far over. He saw the box oscillate for a moment, then sink gracefully in a zigzag course, down through the blue waters. Fainter and fainter it grew, and at last vanished. "I'm sorry, Steve, but you wouldn't let me look at it," said Dunkers contritely. "Damn you, I'm going to kill you for that." It became a real fight this time. Fist and foot, tooth and nail, one mad with the lust to kill, and the other desperately intent on living. It was one of those contests in which honor and fair play have no part. But for the timely arrival of the captain, and some of the crew, Dunkers would have been badly injured, perhaps fatally. They hauled back Blossom, roaring out his oaths at the top of his lungs. It took half an hour's arguing to calm him down. Then the captain demanded to know what it was all about, and blubbering, Steve told him, 600 feet of water, if I've got my reckoning right. The anchor lies in 60 feet, but the starboard side drops sheer 600. You swab, why didn't you bring the box to me? A man has a right to what he finds. I'd have taken care of it for you till we got back to port. I know, you were greedy. You thought I might want to stick my fist into your treasure, and you'll never find it in 600 feet of water and tangled porous coral. That's what you get for being a blamed hog. As for you," and the captain turned to Dunkers, "get your dunnage and your pay and hunt for another boat back. I won't have no murder on board, Captain Manners, and the sooner you go the better." "I'll go, sir," said Dunkers readily enough. Had the misfortune happened to him, and had Blossom been the aggressor, he would want his life. He understood. Like the valet in Olivet, it was the time for disappearing. "And keep out of my way, I'll get you yet," growled Blossom. "Keep your mouth shut," said the mate, "or I'll have you put in irons, you pig." "All right, sir, I've said all I'm going to say today," and Blossom strode off. "What was the box like?" asked the captain of Dunkers. "Chinese contraption, sir. Leastwise it looked that way to me. Didn't look as if it'd been in the water long, sir. Something lost overboard by some private yacht, my thinking. I'll keep out of Steve's way. I'll lay low on shore, sir." And though Steve made a perfect range of the spot, he never came back to find the mysterious box, never saw the Gilson house back home, nor did he ever see Dunkers again. On the voyage home he brooded continually, and was frequently found blubbering, and one night he skipped his watch and went to Davy Jones's locker. Dunkers had not told about the name he had seen on the box, and Blossom had not thought to. The name Hargreav had instantly brought back to Dunker's mind the newspaper stories he had recently read. There was no doubt in the world that this box belonged to the missing millionaire who had drawn $1 million from his banks and vanished. And, moreover, there was no doubt in Dunker's mind that this $1 million lay in the Bahamian waters. It had been drawn up from the bottom of the Sound under the path of the balloon. He proceeded, then, to take a most minute range. It would require money and partners, but half a loaf would be far better than no loaf at all, and he was determined to return to New York to find backing. Finding is keeping, on land or sea. Now it happened that his favorite grog shop was a cheap saloon across the way from the headquarters of the Black Hundred. And Vroon occasionally dropped in, for he often picked up a valuable bit of maritime news. Bunkers was an old friend of the barkeeper, and he proceeded to pour and guzzle down his throat, a very poor substitute for whiskey. He became communicative. He bragged. He knew where there was $1 million, and all he needed was a first-class diving bell. A year from now he would not be drinking cheap whiskey. He'd be steering a course up and down Broadway and buying wine when he was thirsty. He was no miser. But he had to have a diving bell, and where the Blue Devil could he get one with $12 and an Ingersoll watch in his pocket? From his table, Vroon made a sign which the bartender understood. Then he rose and approached Bunkers. "I own a pretty good diving apparatus," he said. "If you've got the goods, I'll take a chance on a 50-50 basis." Vroon did not believe there was anything back of his talk, but it always paid to dig deep enough to find out. "Have a drink. And Bill, give us a real whiskey and none of your soap lie. Now let's hear your yarn." "I don't know yer," said Bunkers with drunken caution. "How is it, Bill?" turning to the bartender. "He's the goods, Jim. You've heard of Wyant and Company?" "Sure, I've heard of them. Best divin' apparatus they is. Well, this gent here is Mr. Brooks, general manager for Wyant Amp Company. I can okay him." Vroon threw an appreciative glance at the bartender. He was not affiliated with the Black 100, but he had often aided Vroon in minor affairs. "All right, if you say so, Bill. Well, here's the yarn." And when he had done, Vroon smoked quietly without speaking. "Don't you believe it?" demanded Bunkers truculently. "But 600 feet of water in a coral bottom, and no way of telling just where it fell overboard. That's a tough proposition." "Oh, it is it? I'm a sailor. I can lay my hand right over the spot. Do you think I'd be fool enough to hunt for it without a perfect range?" Bunkers tapped his coat pocket suggestively, and Vroon knew that the one thing he wanted was there, a plan or a drawing of the range. So there was another man shanghaied that night, and his destination was Cape Town, 22 days' voyage by the calendar. Vroon carried his information to the organization that same night. They would start the expedition at once. Until this was accomplished, Hargreav's daughter was to be immune from attacks. Besides, it would give Hargreav, wherever he was, and the others the idea that the Black 100 had concluded to give up the chase. Above, with his ear to a small hole skillfully bored through the ceiling without permitting the plaster to fall, knelt a man with a bandaged arm. He could never see any faces. No one ever took off a mask in this sinister chamber. But there were voices, and he was going to forget some of them. After the meeting came to an end, he waited an hour, and then stole down into the street by the aid of the fire escape. Later, he entered a telephone booth and called up Jones. Then one leathern and steel box, dotted with bits of ivory and mother of pearl, became 2, and the second one was soaked in mud and salt water for 2 weeks, till you could not have told it from the original. And that is why Jones was able, some weeks later, to hide once more the original box. As for the substitute, just as Brain was about to use a mallet and chisel upon it, the lights went out. There was a wild scramble. A chair or two was overturned. "The door! The door!" shouted Brain, furious. It slammed the moment the words left his lips. And as suddenly as they had gone out, the lights sprang up. The box was gone. There were evidently traitors among the Black 100. Chapter 13. The Black 100, not as individuals but as an organization, began to worry. Powerful, and often reckless and daring because it was powerful, it began to look about for some basic cause for all these failures against Hargreav's daughter and Hargreav's ghost. They had tried to put the inquisitive reporter out of the way. They had laid every trap they could think of to catch the mysterious visitor at the Hargreav home. They had thrown out 100 lures to bring Hargreav out of his lair and failed, and they had lost 12 valuable men and several $1,000s. This must end somewhere, and quickly. The one ray of hope for the conspirators lay in the fact that Florence had never seen her father and knew not in the least what he looked like. They determined to try again in this direction. "Give it all up," said the Countess to Brain. I tell you, whatever is back of all this is stronger than we are. He knows the organization, and for all we know, he may be a ghost." "I never go back," smiled Brain. "There's something more than the million. There's the sport of the thing. We've been bested in a dozen bouts, and nearly always by a fluke. They have the breaks, as they say out at the polo grounds, but the time and expense when we might be getting results elsewhere. I tell you, Leo, I'm afraid. It's like always hearing someone behind you and never finding anybody when you turn. I have told you my doubts. I have also asked you to trap that butler, but you've always laughed. You are seeing ghosts, Olga. A new man from Holy Russia," shrugging, "is coming tonight. Evidently the head over there thinks our contributions of late have not been up to the mark, and they are going to stir us up. I am willing to wager my soul, however, that that box is simply a hoax to befuddle us. Either that, or it holds the key. But the rest of them insist that the box must be recovered. When I leave this room tonight, I'm going over to Riverdale and stalk all by myself. I'm going to get a glimpse of that mysterious stranger. He carries a scar of mine somewhere, for I hit him that night." The door opened, and the executive chamber became silent. "Count Parov," boomed the voice of Vroon. "He will present his credentials." This formality was executed as prescribed by the rules, and Count Parov was given his chair. He spoke for a while, rather pompously. "The head organization is not satisfied with its offspring in this Hargreav affair," he said in conclusion. "You are slow." "Then perhaps you have come with some suggestions for the betterment of our business?" asked Brain ironically. "Sir, this is not the hour for flippancy," said the agent coldly. Brain made a sign with his hand, a sign not observed by everyone. Instantly Parov bent lowly. He recognized that the speaker was the actual, not the nominal, head of the American branch. "What are your suggestions?" inquired the nominal head from his chair, anxious to avoid a clash between the newcomer and the truculent master of them all. "I have been informed that Hargreav's daughter has never seen her father, not even a photograph of him," said Parov more amiably. "We are absolutely certain that this is the case," said the nominal head, who was known as the president. "But we tried one play in that direction and it failed miserably." "I have the story," replied Parov. "It was clumsily done. The ruse was an old one." Brain was frank enough to admit the truth of this statement, however much he disliked the admission. He nodded. "I have authority to take a hand in this affair. We cannot waste all summer. Those government plans of the fortifications of the Panama are waiting. There's your millions. But the fact remains that it is the law of the Black Hundred never to step down till absolutely defeated. The hidden million is but half. We must find and break this renegade Hargreav." "If he lives," said Brain. "Who can say one way or the other?" brusquely asked Parov. "The fact that all your plans and schemes have come to naught should prove to you that you are not fighting a ghost. There is but one way to bring out the truth. And that is to make a captive of his daughter," supplemented Brain. "And we have worked toward that end ceaselessly. We are quite ready to listen to your suggestions, Count." "And so am I," thought the man with his ear to the little hole in the ceiling above. "And someday, my energetic friend, I'm going to pay you back for that bullet." Count Parov cleared his voice and laid his plans before his audience. "To act frankly and in the open, to go boldly to the Hargreav home and proclaim myself Hargreav. I can disguise myself in a manner that will at least temporarily fool the butler, who has been with his master for 14 years, knows every move, habit, gesture, inflection," interposed Brain. "But proceed, Count, proceed. You will remember the old adage, too many cooks." "Ah," flashed back the Count, "but a new cook—" Olga touched Brain's arm warningly. "You mean, then, that there has been talk in St. Petersburg of disposing of someone?" "A good deal of talk, sir," haughtily, forgetting that he had bent humbly enough but a few moments gone. "Very well, go on," thought the man at the peephole above. "There's another adage, when thieves fall out, then honest men get their dues." Yes, proceed, proceed," Parov went on. "I shall then go frankly to the Hargreav house and claim my own. Meantime, I leave to you the business of luring the butler away. Half an hour is all I need to bring that child here, to break the wall that stands between us and what we seek." "Is that so?" murmured Brain. "Olga, I want you to play a trick on this handsome delegate at large. I'm not very enthusiastic over his talk. I want him humiliated. All you have to do," he says, "is to walk into the Hargreav house and walk out again. Well, let's you and I see that he does that and nothing else. I'll have no one meddling with my own game." Someone sneezed, and everybody looked at his neighbor. The sneeze was repeated, but muffled, as if someone was desperately anxious to avoid sneezing. "It came from above," whispered Olga. "Don't look up." Brain was cool. He walked idly across the room to where Vroon sat. "Very well, Perov, we give you free rein." To Vroon he said, "Someone is watching us from the room overhead. I thought that room belonged to us." "It does," said Vroon stolidly. "Then how is it that someone is watching from up there?" No excitement. "I'm going to bid everyone good night. Then I'm going to investigate. When I leave, you will quietly send men to all exits to the building. I want the man who sneezed, and I want him badly." Olga departed with Brain. Only she immediately sought the taxi that brought her and was driven home. It was always understood that when any serious exploit was underway hereabouts, she was to make her departure at once. Vroon stationed his men at the several exits and Brain went upstairs. The man who had sneezed, however, had vanished as completely as if he had worn that invisible cloak one reads about in the Persian tales. As a matter of fact, after the second sneeze he had gone up to the roof, got out by the trap, and jumped rather risky business. To the next roof, and had clambered down the fire escape of the second building. He was swearing inaudibly. After all these days of care and planning, after all his cleverness in locating the rendezvous of the Black Hundred, and now to lose his advantage because of an uncontrollable sneeze. He would never dare go back, and just when he was beginning to pick up fine bits of information. So Florence Hargreav was going to have a new father in a day or so? There were some clever rogues among this band of theirs, but their cleverness was well offset by an equal number of fools. Yes, there were some clever rogues, and to prove this assertion, Brain secured a taxicab and drove furiously away, his destination the home of his ancient enemy. He dropped the cab a block or two away and presently stowed himself away in the summer house at the left of the lawn. It would have been a capital idea, that is, if the other man had not thought of and anticipated this very thing. So he used a public pay station telephone, and Brain waited in vain, waited till the lights in the Hargreav house went out one by one, and it became wrapped in darkness within and moonshine without. Brain was a philosopher. He returned to his waiting taxicab, drove home, paid the bill, smiling grimly, and went to bed. It was going to be a wonderful game of blind man's buff, and it was going to be sport to watch this fool Perov blunder into a pit. The next afternoon, Florence and Norton sat in the summer house talking of the future. Lovers are prone to talk of that, as if anything else in the world ever equals the present. They talked of nice little apartments and vacations in the summer, and how much they would save out of his salary, and 1,001 other things which would not interest you at all if I recounted them in detail. But they did love each other, and they were going to be married, you may be certain of that. They did not care a snap of the finger what Jones thought. They were going to be married, and that was all there was to it. Of course, Florence couldn't touch a penny of her father's money. If he, Norton, couldn't take care of her without help, why, he wouldn't be worth the powder to blow him up with. "But, my dear, you must be very careful," he said. "Jones and I will always be about somewhere. If they really get hold of you once, God alone knows what will happen. It is not you. It is your poor father they want to bring out into the open. If they knew where he was, they would not bother you in the least. Have I really a father? Sometimes I doubt. Why couldn't he steal into the house and see me just once? Perhaps he dares not. This house is always watched, night and day, though you'll look in vain to discover anyone. Your father knows best what he is doing, my dear girl. You see, I met him years ago in China, and when he started out to do a certain thing, he generally did it. He never botched any of his plans. So we all must wait. Only I'm going to marry you all the same, whether he likes it or not. The rogues will try to impose upon you again, but do not pay any attention to notes or personals in the papers. And it was a lucky thing that I was on the freighter that picked you up at sea. I shall always wonder how that yacht took fire." "So shall I," replied Florence, her brows drawing together in puzzlement. "Sometimes I think I must have done it. You know, people out of their heads do strange things. I seem to see myself as in a dream, and this man Brain is a scoundrel. Yes, and more than that, he is the dear friend of the Countess. But understand, you must never let her dream or suspect that you know. By lulling her into overconfidence, someday she will naturally grow careless, and then we'll have them all. I think I understand what your father's idea is, not to have them arrested for blackmail, but practically to exterminate them. Put them in prison for such terms of years that they'll die there. When you see a snake, a poisonous one, don't let it get away. Kill it. Well, I must be off to work, and you be careful too. You are in more danger than I am. But I'm a man and can dodge quick," he laughed, picking up his hat. "What a horrid thing money is. If I hadn't any money, nobody would bother me." "I would," he smiled. He wanted to kiss her, but the eternal Jones might be watching from the windows, and so he patted her hand instead and walked down the gravelled path to the street. It was difficult work for Florence to play at friendship. She was like her father. She did not bestow it on every one. She had given her friendship to the Russian, the first real big friendship in her life, and she had been roughly disillusioned. But if the Countess could act, so could she, and of the two her acting was the more consummate. She could smile and laugh and jest. All the while, her heart was burning with wrath. One day, a week or so after her meeting with Norton in the summer house, Olga arrived, beautifully gowned, handsome as ever. There was not the least touch of the adventuress in her makeup. Florence had just received some mail, and she had dropped the letters on the library table to greet the Countess. She had opened them, but had not yet looked at their contents. They were chatting pleasantly about inconsequent things when the maid came in and asked Florence to come to Miss Susan's room for a moment. Florence excused herself, wondering what Susan could want. She forgot the mail. As soon as she was gone, the Countess, certain that Jones was not lurking about, picked up the letters and calmly examined their contents, and among them she found this remarkable document. "Dear daughter, I have never seen. I must turn the treasure over to you. Meet me at 8 in the summer house. Tell no one, as my life is in danger. Your loving father." The Countess could have laughed aloud. She saw this man Paroff's hand, and here was the chance to befool and humiliate him and send him off packing to his cold and miserable country. She had made up once as Florence, and she could easily do so again. The only thing that troubled her was the fact that she did not know whether Florence had read the letter or not. Thus, she did not dare destroy it. She first thought of changing the clock. Then she concluded to drop the letter exactly where she found it and trust to luck. When Florence returned, she explained that her absence had been due to some trifling household affair. Said the Russian, "I come primarily to ask you to tea tomorrow where they dance. If you like, you may ask Mr. Norton to go along. I begin to observe that you two are rather fond of each other." "Oh, Mr. Norton is just a valuable friend," returned Florence with a smile that quite deceived the other woman. "I shall be glad to go to the tea, but I shall not promise to dance." "Not with Mr. Norton?" archly. "Reporters never dance themselves. They make others dance instead." "I shall have to tell that," declared the Countess, and she laughed quite honestly. "Then I have said something witty?" "Indeed you have, and it is not only witty but truthful. I'm afraid you're deeper than the rest of us have any idea of." "Perhaps I am," thought Florence. "At least deeper than you believe." When the Countess fluttered down to her limousine, Florence hated the sight of it and drove away. Florence remembered her letters, and when she came to the one purporting to be from her father, she read it carefully, bent her head in thought, and finally destroyed the missive, absolutely confident that it was only a trap. And not very well conceived at that. Norton had given her plenty of reason for believing all such letters to be forgeries. Her father, if he really wished to see her, would enter the house he would not write. Ah, when would she see that father of hers, so mysterious, always hovering near, always unseen? It must have been an amusing adventure for the Countess, to steal into the summer house and wait there, not knowing if Florence had advised Jones or the reporter. If caught, she had her excuses. Paroff, the confidant, however, appeared shortly after. "My child," whispered the man, and Olga stifled a laugh, but to him it sounded like a sob. "I am worn out," he said. "I am tired of the game of hide-and-seek." "You will not have to play the game long," thought Olga. "The money is hidden in my office downtown, and we must go there at once. When we return, we will pack up and leave for Europe. I've longed to see you so." "You poor fool, and they sent you to supersede Leo," she mused. She played out the farce to the very end. She permitted herself to be pinioned and jogged, and for what unnecessary roughness she suffered at the hands of Paroff he would presently pay. He took her straight to the executive chamber of the Black Hundred and pushed her into the room, exclaiming triumphantly, "Here is Hargreav's daughter." "Indeed," said Olga, throwing back her veil and standing revealed in her mask. "Olga," cried Brain, laughing. And that was the inglorious end of the secret agent from Russia. Chapter 14. Perhaps the most amusing phase of the secret agent's discomfiture was the fact that neither Jones nor Florence had the least idea what had happened. Florence regretted 100 times during the evening that she had not gone out to the summer house. It might really have been her father. Her regret grew so deep in her that just before going to bed she confessed to Jones. "You received a letter of that sort and did not show it to me," said Jones, astonished. "You warned me never to pay any attention to them." "No, I warned you never to act upon them without first consulting me. And we might have made a capture. My child, always show me these things. I will advise you whether to tear them up or not." "Jones, I believe you're going a little too far," said Florence haughtily. "It might have been my father." "Never in this world, Miss Florence. Still, I beg your pardon for raising my voice. What I do and have done is only for your own sake. There are 2 things I wish to impress upon your mind before I go. This can be made a comedy or a terrible tragedy. You have already had a taste of the latter, and each time you escaped because God was good to us. But he is rarely kind to thoughtless people. They have to look out for themselves. I am acting under orders, always remember that. Forgive me, I acted wrongly. But I'm so weary and tired of this eternal suspicion of everybody and everything. Can't I go somewhere, some place where I can have rest? If I thought for a single moment it was possible to take you thousands of miles from this spot, it would be done this very night. But this is our fortress. So far, it has been impregnable. The police are watching it, and that prevents a general assault by the scoundrels. If we tried to leave, we would be followed, and they play the game exceedingly well. Now, good night. We'll have you out of all this doubt and suspicion one of these days. There will not be any past. That will be lopped off as you'd lop a limb from a tree. Please let it be quick. I want to see my father." Jones's eyes sparkled. "And you have my word that he wants to see you, but I dare not tell you." "Do you think he would object to Mr. Norton?" she asked, studying the rug. "In what capacity?" he countered, forcing her hand. As a husband." Bravely, Jones in turn studied the patterns in the rug. "It is only natural for a father to look high for his daughter's husband. But, after all, an honest man is worth as much as anything I know of. And Norton is honest and loyal and brave. Thank you, Jones. I intend to marry him when the time comes, so you may as well prepare father for this eventuality. There is an old adage—" But she interrupted him. "If you have a new adage, Jones, I shouldn't mind hearing it. But I'm only just out of school, where old adages are served from soup to pudding. Good night." And Jones went to the rear of the house, chuckling. In the passing, it might well be observed that the Hargreav house had a remarkable menage. There was a gardener, a cook, and a maid, and the 3 of them reported to Jones each night before going to bed. They were all three detectives from one of the greatest organizations in America. Finding themselves unable to lure Florence away from the environs of the Hargreav home, the Black Hundred set some new machinery in motion. They proposed to rid the house of everyone in it by a perfectly logical device, but the first step in this new move was going to be extremely delicate and risky. It was no small adventure to enter the Hargreav home, and yet this must be done. So finally, Spider Beggs was selected for the work. The man could practically walk over crockery without causing a sound. He could climb a house by the window ledges, and he could hold his breath like those professional tank swimmers. 3 or 4 nights after the Paroff fiasco, Jones started the rounds, putting out the lights. He left the one in the hall till the last, for it was his habit, after having turned off that light, to stand by the door for several minutes, watching. One never could tell. On the other hand, Spider Beggs never approached a house till an hour after the lights went out. Persons were likely to move about, for some minutes later they might want something to eat, a drink of water. So he remained hidden behind the summer house till long after midnight. When at last he felt assured that all in the Hargreav house were asleep, he moved out cautiously. Both his future and his pocketbook depended upon the success of this venture. It took him 10 minutes to crawl from the summer house to the veranda, and to have detected this approach Jones, had he been watching, would have needed a searchlight. Beggs hugged the latticework for another 10 minutes, and then drew himself up and wriggled to one of the windows. Here was an operation that needed all his care and skill to lift this window without sound. But he was an old hand, and windows with ordinary locks were playthings under his deft touch. He raised the window, stepped over the sill into the library, and crouched down. He did not close the window. House thieves never do. They leave windows and doors open, because sooner or later they have to make their escape that way. Presently he stood up, flashed his torch, found the library shelves, and tiptoed toward them. He then selected 3 or 4 volumes, opened them at random, and laid neat packages of money between the leaves. It was not real money, but only a bank clerk could have told that. This done, he moved toward the window again. "Stop," said Jones quietly. "Spider," Beggs gasped. It was so unexpected, but at the same time almost instinctively he plunged headlong through the window, and the bullet which followed snipped a lock of his hair. He threw himself off the veranda and scurried across the lawn, zigzag fashion, but no more bullets followed. Jones turned on the lights and investigated the room, but he could not find anything disturbed, and naturally came to the conclusion that the intruder had been interrupted before he had begun his work. He turned off the lights and sat up the major part of the night. Nothing more happened. Florence came down, but he sent her back to bed, explaining that someone had attempted to enter the house, and he had taken a shot at him. Spider Beggs had a letter to write. He was in high feather. He had tackled a difficult job and had come away without a scratch. But he had the misfortune to write his letter to the Secret Service officials in a hotel often frequented by Norton. And so Jim, on finishing his own letter, blotted it and casually glanced at the blotter. A single word caught his eye. Being an alert newspaper man, always on the hunt for stories, he examined the blotter with care. It was an easy matter for him to read, writing backward, having fooled away many an hour in the composing rooms. The word which had awakened the reportorial sense in him was counterfeit. He held the blotter toward the mirror and read enough to satisfy himself that the Black Hundred had become active once more. And this was one of the best ideas they had yet conceived. Hargreav had always been something of a mystery to his neighbors. Where he had lived in other days was unknown. Neither had anyone the remotest idea from what source his riches had been obtained. And nothing was known of Jones or the daughter. It was a very shrewd method of clearing everyone out of the house and leaving it to be examined at leisure. And he had fallen upon this thing, he, Norton, all because his tailor had written him a sharp note about his bill, and he had been provoked to reply in kind, counterfeit money. There was quite a flurry these days over certain issues of spurious paper. It was so good that only experts could detect it. There were 2 plates, one for a 10 and another for a 20. For a while he was pulled between duty and love. Well, it would only add another interesting chapter to the general story when he published it. He started out to Riverdale to acquaint Jones with the discovery. "Humph," said Jones. "Not a bad idea, this. So that's what the sneak was doing here last night. I've been wondering and wondering. Let's have a look." He went through the books and at length came across the 3 volumes. These held 1,000 in excellent counterfeit. Mighty good work, that. "What are you going to do?" asked the reporter. Jones rubbed his chin reflectively. "How long may a counterfeiter be sent up?" "Anywhere from 10 to 20 years. That will serve. My boy, this time we'll go and take Mr. Black 100 right in his cubbyhole. You know where it is? Every nook and corner of it. Now you go at once to the chief of the local branch of the Secret Service and put the matter to him frankly. I, Florence, Susan, and the rest of us must be arrested. The wretches must believe that the house is empty. They'll rove about fruitlessly and will return to their den to report the success of the coup. All the while you and some detectives will be in hiding upstairs, dictograph and all that. When the time comes you will follow. This will not reach the heads perhaps, but it will demoralize the organization in such a way as to make it helpless for several months to come. There is a tunnel from the stables to this house." "What, a tunnel?" "Yes, Mr. Hargreav had it built several years ago. I don't know what his idea was. Possibly he anticipated an event like this. You and your men will find entrance by this method. It can be done without exciting the suspicions of the watchers." "Looks as if my yarn wasn't going to be delayed so long after all. Jones, you ought to have been in the Secret Service yourself," admiringly. Jones smiled and shrugged. "I am perfectly satisfied with my lot, or would be if the Black 100 could be wiped out of existence. I'll see the Secret Service people at once. I stand in well with them all. And good luck to you. We'll need good luck." Norton was welcomed cordially by the chief. The Secret Service men trusted him and told him lots of tales that never saw light on the printed page. The reporter went directly to the point of his story, without elaboration, and the chief smiled and handed him the original letter. "Norton, I've been after this gang of counterfeiters for months, and they are clever beyond words. I've never been able to get anywhere near their presses, and for a moment I thought this note was from a squealer. I've a dozen men scouring the country. They find the bogus notes, but never the men who pass them. You see, it's new stuff. I know what all of the old-timers are at. None of them has had a hand in this issue. Some foreigners, I take it, under the leadership of a man I'd very much like to know. Now, what's your scheme?" Jim outlined it briefly. "It all depends," said the chief, "upon the fact that they will be impatient. If they have the ability to wait, we lose, but we can afford to risk the chance. The man who wrote this letter is not a counterfeiter. He's an old yeggman. We haven't heard anything of him lately. We tried to corner him on a post office job, but he slipped by. He may be a stool. Anyhow, I'll draw him in somehow. There'll be some excitement. We're used to that, you too. All we've got to do is to locate this man Beggs. There are signs of spite in this letter. Very well played, if you want my opinion. What's this Black 100? I'm not at liberty to tell just yet. It's a strange game, half political, half blackmail. It's a pretty strong organization. But if they're back of this counterfeiting, there's a fine chance of landing them all." Here the chief's assistant came in. "Got Beggs on the wire. Says he'll conduct you to the home if you'll promise him immunity for some other offenses. Tell him he shall have immunity on the word of the chief. But also say that he must come to see me in person." "All right, sir. I don't believe it would be wise for Beggs to see me here. I gave him a good send-off Sing-Sing 5 years ago. He may recollect," said Norton. "Suit yourself about that. Only keep in communication with me by telephone, and I'll tip you off as to when the raid shall take place. Lucky you came in. I should have honestly gone there and arrested innocent people, and they would have had a devil of a time explaining. It would have taken them at least a week to clear themselves. That would leave the house empty all that time." Norton did not reply, but he put the blotter away carefully. There was no getting away from the fact, but the god of luck was with him. Do you know what's back of it all? I can't tell you any more than I have, said Norton. Then I pass. I know you well enough. If you've made up your mind not to talk, a man couldn't get anything out of you with a can opener. And that's why we trust you, my boy. Don't forget the telephone. I shan't. So long. That same night, Brain paid the Russian woman a brief visit. I think that here's where we go forward. The Secret Service will raid the house tomorrow, and then for a few days we'll roam about as we bally please. I'm hanged if I don't have every plank torn up and the walls pulled down. More and more I'm convinced that the money is in that house. Don't be too confident, warned Olga. So many times we have been tripped up when everything seemed in our hands. The house should be guarded, but not entered for a day or two, at least not till after the raid is cold. I'm beginning to see traps everywhere. Nonsense, leave it to me. We shan't stick our heads inside the Hargreav house till we are dead certain that it is absolutely empty. Olga, you're a gem. I don't think Russia will bother us for a while, eh? Parov will not dare tell how he was flim-flammed. The least he can do to save his own skin is to say that we are fully capable of taking care of ourselves. Olga laughed. To think of his writing a note like that. Florence would have recognized, and no doubt did a palpable attempt to play an old game twice. How does she act toward you? Cordial as ever, and yet what? I thought her an ordinary schoolgirl, and yet every once in a while she makes what you billiard players call a professional shot. What matter? So long as they do not shut the door in my face, I ask nothing more. But do you want my opinion? I feel it in my bones that something will go wrong tomorrow. Good Lord, are you losing your nerve? Cried Brain impatiently.